you know?
Sure.
After the next gets the card.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's the UK National Championship 2024. If you've just tuned in, we are underway with day one here. Swiss rounds, of course. We just had the reigning national champion play out his round one game in a convincing 2-0 victory with a Snake Eye Mirror. Unfortunately, we don't have a round two feature for you. We just had some technical difficulties. It is what it is. But we should hopefully have a bunch of coverage for the rest of the day sorted out and make sure it won't happen again. So apologies about that, but we should be good to go for round three onwards. For this round, however, we're just going to have a little bit of a chat just now, and we've also got a really cool pre-recorded duel featuring a ex-national champion and myself. So that'll be something for you to watch for this round. Again, really sorry about that. Just, you know, technical issues. It is what it is. But yeah, it should be fixed and okay for round three onwards. Other than that, I guess, how are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling
that start.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I enjoyed our first feature match. I mean, I know, you know, some people want to see some different decks, but this is really the meat of the meta. You've got to get technical in those Snake Eye Mirrors and show what you can do. So, yeah. I mean, a good start for Danny as well.
It's tragic you guys missed out on Crystal Beast. I was trying to get that for round two, but things fell through, unfortunately, so apologies for that again. But yeah, it's the elephant in the room, Snake Eye. You know, it's the deck to beat. It's the deck that I think a lot of the top players will be playing, but it is a European event, so you never know. Perhaps Plants will be taking this one again.
I thought it was actually going to be Crystal Beast. That was my my sleeper pick, you know. Yeah,
you never know. So I think that for the most part, the round one jitters, the anxiety that you have when you sit down for a major tournament that only comes once a year might be settling for now. Players are in full swing. What's it like to play in a big event like this?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt nervous going into round one, especially if you've not played a major event for a while, or this is your first one. It's like really big, and then once if you get a win or two under your belt, then you start feeling a lot more comfortable. So I mean, you've played a lot of major events too. Do you feel nervous when you start, or do you get excited, you know?
Just, you gotta like ride the X1 bracket to victory, right? Like just to segue through that. Yeah, I think it comes with experience, isn't it? I remember my very first one. It was like heart pounding. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I can absolutely empathize with younger players, newer players. So many people came up to me this weekend saying like, this is my first national event. So I can imagine it is a little bit stressful, I think, for your first time. So for those of you who are considering going to an event and stuff, it's very exciting. But it's competitive. It's a tournament. Yeah. It's the peak of Yu-Gi-Oh is entering into a national event from people all across the country, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when I started, I was almost like too young to be nervous. I was just a kid. I thought I could take on the whole world. And then the older you get, you start to realize more. You've had a bit more experience if things go wrong, and you get a bit more nervous. I mean, that was just my experience. I got more nervous almost the older I get. But maybe some people are younger and they start out feeling more nervous and overwhelmed, and then the older you get, the more confident you get. But maybe I'm an outlier like that.
Maybe like when you're destroying everyone at your locals, it's like, yeah, I'm the best. And
yeah, exactly.
You show up to a national event, and there's people from all over the country, and you're dueling against people who are also in that same position, and it's different. It's a different ball game.
Yeah, it's like the overconfidence of being naive,
Yeah, absolutely.
You just think you're going to beat everyone when you're 12.
Yeah, that's true. So I think we should just maybe get into our match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great match.
Listen, it was a game of all time, so I think we'll bring that on for you guys now. This just to give you some context, we've done a bunch of pre-recorded content for you over the course of yesterday for this weekend to try and give you some entertainment in between rounds for your lovely weekend. And this is a duel just between myself and Tom. We try to keep it somewhat casual. Not playing Snake Eye, something a little bit different. So we'll play that for you now, and you can take a little look at our singles game that me and Tom had.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. I'm here with Nadir. You've seen us commentating a lot. We sit in the commentary box and talk about how other people are playing, but it's a lot more difficult sometimes when you're in the chair. So we're going to show you how we do things, and you can commentate on us for a change, maybe.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the chat's opinion is on our gameplay. So shall we begin with a dice roll?
That sounds like a good way. Which pair do you like?
I'll take this pair. I shall go with a 7.
Very average. Very average indeed, a 7.
A 7 as well. Okay, all right. We go again. Oh, that's pretty good, actually.
That's a pretty good roll. Okay, let's have a go.
7.
I can't beat that. 7 again.
All
7
right.
is the number to beat.
Good luck, Tom.
Who's going to go first?
Me.
Are you sure?
First or first? Yes. I'm very positive. Do you
All
think it's possible to go second these days outside of Tenpai?
I was going to say, well, what if your opponent's playing Tenpai?
Yeah.
I could be playing Tenpai.
Well,
we could be running into my Tenpai deck. You know?
We tried to make this a little bit more interesting, so we're trying to try something a little bit more off-meta this time round. As I look at my opening hand here, which is pretty good, I'm not going to lie to you.
You can lie and make me feel better.
Well, this is a good start, so let's begin with Charge of Light Brigades.
That is always good.
For cost, by the way, remember. All right, so not a amazing mill here. What do you think of my Nemesis flag?
I was thinking, I've seen this card in people's side decks. I haven't seen it in the main decks, and it searches a Nemesis monster, so that doesn't sound very nice, because I
doesn't sound nice.
Nemesis monster you're going to try and search, so...
I am going to go for a copy of Lightsworn Dragonling.
This new card is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's a special from hand, and it also sends. It's really, really good. All right, so for my next trick, I think we'll put down a normal summon of Starliege Sephir. Is that okay?
That is okay.
I will activate the effect and pay the cost by discarding a Dragonling.
Okay.
And that will allow me to search for a opposite attribute dragon. Add a dragon from your deck to your hand whose level is equal. So I'm just going to search for... I just needed the dragon. I just needed the name in the graveyard because that's how Dragon Link works. Dragonling, rather.
Does it have to be a different attribute?
No, that's the Chaos Space I think you're thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, Chaos Space is the one that is the opposite attribute. All right. So we add Dragonling to our hand here, and this is where the fun begins, because you get to go activate the effect in hand to special summon. And then on summon, it allows you to send a Lightsworn from deck to your grave.
Yeah, this is an incredible card. It summons itself, mills a card of your choice. It's like a Foolish Burial, and then you get to search a card.
Yep. And from here, we get to activate the Felis, which was sent by a monster effect to special summon itself to the fields. And now we can perform a Synchro Summon. Using the Lightsworn names here, we're going to go for the new Minerva Synchro.
Oh, this card is super strong.
Yep. So you can go Chainlink 1 and Chainlink 2 to add from deck to the hand here. You can add... basically, you add Punishment or Judgment Dragon, but it tells you the stats of the monster, so it gives you that option.
Oh, is it level 8, 2000?
I think it says 2610 is the stat line, right? Or
yeah.
3026 or something?
Doesn't say light or dark, so I wonder... I'm going to have a little look.
Go through the database and see just how many possible options exist there. So that's Chainlink 2. Resolve this, then Minerva resolves. We're going to send Vice. And we're also going to send Wolf. So it's 2 different types. It would be very cool if you could send the Wolf and Felis, but it basically does the same thing here because Wolf summons itself, and then Vice brings back 1 from the graveyard. So we're just going to get some tuner access here for Felis. Thank you. And from here, I suppose it's time to get the fun card coming out now. Do you ever remember getting hand looped?
Oh, in many, many, many different formats.
Many different formats. Multiple ways, actually. Yeah, so this is a synchro summon of Cyframe Lord Omega. I'm going to activate the effect here and try hit something out your hands.
Let's go for it. Let's have some fun.
3. I'll take this one.
Oh, dear.
Okay, that's probably the worst one. I would have liked to hit a Daruma cannon or something, you know?
Well, I like to have it in my deck, really, rather than, rather than banish.
More preferably, that's true. All right, so how many names do I have in my graveyard here? We do have 4. So this is a perfect opportunity to just summon the Judgment Dragon, because I have 4 different names.
On your own? I don't have any cards to destroy with Judgment Dragon, you know? You gonna pay 1,000?
I will not be paying 1,000.
Why else would you summon Judgment Dragon? I don't understand.
You see, it's a great level 8 monster that allows you to overlay with Minerva. But first, let's activate the secondary effect of Minerva, which is to banish 4 Lightsworns from the deck, from your graveyard. They don't even have to be different names, and then you can send that many from the top of your deck to the grave. Is there an extra deck level 8 synchro that this reminds you of? Did you cut, by the way?
It's fine.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, another wolf?
Just a wolf. All right. So now that I know you're playing Labyrinth...
I could be teching this and something else.
The idea is you set up a field that deals with your opponent's mana. That's the beauty of the Omega. Now you know what you're playing. You can go into Appaloosa. Oh, this is a spell deck. I'm going to make Harbinger. The problem is that Tom's deck is, my extra deck rather, isn't really designed for trap deck. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to approach this, honestly. A little bit upsetting I don't have tuner access here, because normally your next play would try to be bringing back the Omega with a Bestial Dissipator. But we have not achieved that, unfortunately. But I think we'll just keep firing off. Let's overlay these 2 into a zombie vampire.
Are you sure you don't want to use Judgment Dragon's effect?
I really want to get a tuner so I can get Dissipator. Yeah, so let's activate zombie vampire, and we're both going to mill 4 here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I can choose to summon here. It's a bit rough that I give you... there we go, there's a tuner. It's a bit rough that I give you some resources in your grave. I think Big Welcome is pretty good, but I think it cannot be understated just how valuable it is to get that extra tuner in this deck. So on the new chain, Saranir is going to trigger to send a Lebellion.
There's quite a lot going on here. I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. How are you?
I'm having a great time.
Yep, so activate Lebellion in my hand here. This is going to add a Magnamut from deck to hands, which we will be summoning by banishing that second Lebellion, activating the effect to resolve in the end phase.
Okay, I might have to stop you for a second, because I've got some things to do.
I've just been ignoring Nibiru.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I've been completely ignoring Nibiru.
Well, I'm going to activate Labyrinth, Stovey Torby.
Stovey Torby.
It's basically Nibiru.
Okay, what are you discarding?
Labyrinth.
Chandragleer.
Is that all right? Do you want to respond?
No, that's good.
Okay. And I'm going to...
All right, so now I have to try and destroy this before the end phase, otherwise you'll have it live for your turn.
Set
a regular welcome, okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I'm supposed to set this one, but we'll have a go.
All right.
And then
resolution.
On resolution, do you want to do anything?
I don't have a quick effect, no.
Okay, I'm going to activate Lovely.
Lovely, that's
it's
fine.
not Lovely, actually, it's Lady.
Lady, yep.
I lie.
Did you hard draw Kuklok?
You have to wait and see.
Oh boy, here we go. Yep, you may continue with your...
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, keep going.
You just want to get your field out, okay. So you have 1 in hand now?
Mm-hmm.
You're covering your hands like so suspicious. It's like you're not sure.
It's still a nib.
Yeah. Okay, so... yeah, we're going to go... no, that's the non-tuner here. There we go, there's the tuner. It's going to go into the Dissipator.
So when you synchro summon that...
Yes. Do you have an effect?
Want to use an effect on the summon?
On summon, it's not a trigger effect. No, it's an ignition.
All right, so I'm going to activate the effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth.
I'm going to bounce it away.
I'm going to bounce it away because I control a...
Yes, that is the risk, unfortunately, that you pay.
When you mill.
Yeah, when you mill for your opponent.
So when that resolves, do you want to do any triggers?
No triggers, yeah. So you get to go Chandraglir and Stovey.
Yeah, so this gets on the field, and this goes to my hand.
Sure.
That was a very lucky mill for me. Otherwise, I would have had nothing.
I mean, I should, as a professional duelist, should weigh up those risks and realize that was definitely not the correct way to approach it. But it just felt too good, you know. It is what it is.
That's why we play Lightsworn. Like, there's nothing better than milling cards.
Yeah,
except
absolutely.
maybe drawing cards.
All right, so we've taken one out the hand here.
I mean, my hand's gone. Like,
there's just like not a ton of like crazy good cards to summon against you. We could bring. Okay, so you bounce that away here. We can bring back something maybe with Dugaras if we want to, but that doesn't really achieve much. My rank 8s are not incredible against you, so I think we'll just go for a Link 2 here. So I'm going to go into an SP Little Knight. I'm going to activate the effect and target your set.
well, unfortunately, I can't chain it, so I guess it's gone.
Yep. And from here, I can go and special summon Wyverburster.
That's been in your hand this whole time.
Yep. Hiding away.
Oh, this is crazy.
And so I did mill the Black Dragon, so I don't have to worry too much about searching again. Yeah, just run. That bounce was pretty rough for me. Okay, so nothing too useful in the grave remaining. If I get the Sephir in here, I can add something back, but that doesn't really achieve anything. I thought this would ultimately get me somewhere, but I guess not. Okay. I thought I had an access code in here, and I sadly don't.
Imagine activating access code on your first.
Yeah, I know.
That's not something I've ever seen before, I don't think.
Yeah, usually we just go mask into SPs is what we do. Yeah, no, this is not ideal, I guess. Honestly, yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna go to the end phase and resolve my Magnamut.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. We will. I'll add Levy in here.
That's very intimidating.
Yep. We just have to survive a turn for it.
Still during the end phase, I'll use Chandraglir.
Yes, you did add that back.
Yeah.
Oh, another Stovey.
Yeah.
This hand loop strategy just did not do anything.
My hand's completely gone, if that makes you feel better.
Is
that
this is in the end phase, right?
Yeah,
Not main phase? I think SP banishing won't really do anything. I might as well use it to get it out of the extra monster zone. So I'll use SP and I will target the lady in response.
Sure.
How long are they banished for? Is it your next?
Until the end phase. Actually, it's a good question. Does it vanish forever?
Activates it. No. Target
Sorry, until the next end phase?
Until the end phase. Yeah, okay.
I guess it just comes back.
Yeah, it just comes back, creates a zone for me, I suppose.
That's what I thought, but you were scaring me for a minute. And
No.
that it was going to be gone until my next turn. Yeah, I think I used the wrong Labyrinth. I always do this. It's like when you have the Stovey and the Chandraglir, you're like, which one should I use? But this one comes back to the field, so it's probably better to use the Chandraglir first, then you can use the Stovey from the field, but live and learn. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm starting with no cards.
I mean,
I've got a field, so I can't argue. Do you want a cut or anything? Or shall
I just did. Yeah, go.
Okay, I'll just go for it. Okay. Let's go to my main phase.
Yep.
Okay. Right. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. You have an SP.
Suppose it's a little worse because you don't have access to Lovely.
No, yeah, you stole it from me, which is very, very distressing.
Yep.
I'm wondering if you have any cool cards that I can summon with the Dark Charmer or something. But that doesn't do very well into SP. All of your monsters have lots of attack. I'm going to start by normal summoning
very
Ariana.
nice.
Would you, and activating the effect, do you want to...
I'm scared to get OTK'd. That's why I'm not sure if I should run away with Little Knight just yet. I think I'm going to chain SP. And I'm going to get rid of Stovey for the turn.
So you're going to chain SP targeting Stovey?
And itself, yeah.
Okay. As chain link 3, I'll activate Big Welcome.
That's fine.
And then chain link 4?
Yep.
Okay. So this will resolve, and I really want to get Lovely here, but I guess I'm not allowed to, which is very sad. Okay, so I'm going to...
Summons an attack as well, right?
Big Welcome?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it can summon, however. I mean, not that there's any big attacking monsters to summon, but I'll set Dogmatica Punishment with Lady. And then I will summon... Let's go for Arias the Labyrinth Butler.
Interesting.
With that and return this to my hand.
So I believe this doesn't banish because it does have to banish both of them. Including monster control, banish both until the end phase. So I believe this stays here.
It stays on the field, sure. And then I will also add something, which should probably be a coup clock.
Do not want to use your extra deck, huh?
I can use my extra deck.
Not if you use the punishment.
Not if I use the punishment. I always have to check. I need to play with this more often, so I know it's
Is it rest of turn?
Punishment. Yeah,
Okay.
it's until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
And I need to check as well on Welcome whether it's Special Summon 1 Labyrinth. Also until the end of your next turn after this card resolves. So I could use my extra deck and then...
Don't forget your triggers.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So on the resolution of that, because a trap card caused my monster to leave the field, I get to Special Summon Stovey. And I get to add Chandragleer back to my hand.
This is a position where Labyrinth, once it gets rolling, really does get going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with how this has gone, to be honest. I need to think if there's any way I can deal 8,000 damage. Got to make use of the Labyrinth extra deck a little bit.
I think the standard way to end the game with Labyrinth is for 8,000 damage. I think it's hard to do without Prison, Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I think
you have to be creative then.
I think you're supposed to summon him at some point, and then when he's live, you attack, Big Welcome, bounce it, re-summon it because you activated a trap.
Oh yeah, that's quite fun.
I think that's usually how you do it.
Right. Let me see what's in your graveyard, actually. You have level 6s, yeah, okay. So let's do these two.
A 6. You really want to make Chaos Angel, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So let's do Dark. And then I'll do Dark targeting...
Magnamut?
Sure, Magnamut.
Does it matter? I'm not really sure.
I don't know if I have any...
You could trigger it if you have any dragons
I don't
to
think I have
search.
any dragons in my deck, so...
Yeah.
Nibiru hasn't yet turned into a dragon. Right. I'll switch this into attack mode. I can make Chaos Angel. Yeah. Okay, I'll synchro. I'm wondering if I've forgotten something nasty in your grave that's gonna...
In my grave? No, nothing quick. I can access my grave potentially with Zephyr next turn. That's about it.
Anything that activates when a card's destroyed?
No.
Okay. Right, so Chaos Angel should banish this one, I guess, just for good measure.
I'm really going to miss this Judgment Dragon apparently now.
You should have paid 1,000. That's all I can say. All right, so I'm going to activate Coup Clock because I have a I have a lady, so I can activate this trap on this turn. So I'll activate Dogmatica Punishment, and I will send Elder Entity Entis to destroy SP Lil Knight. And then when
both of these are gone.
And then I'll enter my battle phase.
Is that game? 65
so,
plus 18.5.
Yeah, it's 8,350.
Well. You did it. Yeah, very good game.
OTK deck Labyrinth. I'll take it.
So that was me milling for my opponent's card. Sometimes you just rather go for the more
deck is
interesting play.
Very cool. Like,
yeah, it
I
is.
love the Lightsworns. Like, I feel like the new Lightsworn monster just does everything you want from a Lightsworn card.
Yeah. Dragonling is a really powerful support card. I think the issue is comparatively to, I suppose, Snake Eye, it needs setup compared to just the normal summon Ash.
Yeah.
which arguably does more in some ways.
I mean, I think like Charge of the Light Brigade and Solar Recharge, these are still some insanely powerful cards.
Yeah,
I'd really love to see if someone can put them in a deck somehow and like put it all together.
It's comprised of a lot of engines with dragons, as you've seen, but there's also the Horus monsters that make rank 8. So that's the idea. We did try to get something a little bit uncommon for this little demonstration here, because I'm sure we're going to see plenty of Snake Eye this weekend. So happy to showcase Lightsworn, and Tom did a wondrous job with Labyrinth.
Look, this wasn't a boring trap deck. You know, this was a...
Labyrinth is one of the most fun trap decks,
This was a very explosive trap deck,
Yeah,
I'd
for
say.
sure.
Yeah. I thought that was a pretty good game, actually. I really enjoyed it.
Good game. All right, thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back soon with more coverage of the National Championship 2024. Thanks to Tom for joining me for this duel. And we'll see you very, very soon.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow.
What do you say we swing into action? It's time to link into the brains.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. We've got a little mini game for you in between this round here. Who am I with?
Sean.
Hi, Sean. You ready for this weekend?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
so. Try your best.
For a bit, but I'm happy to have a weekend off, so that's all right.
All right. Well, we've got some Yu-Gi-Oh! Themed questions for you. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm used to hand shuffling. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you a card name. You have to ask me questions to try and decipher that card. But I can only answer with yes or no. Understood?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, ready to go?
Got it.
Okay, all right. Card number 1. Let's go.
Is it a monster?
It is a monster. Nailed it.
Nailed it, that's it. I'll leave now. Extra deck.
No.
Is it a? Would you consider it a boss monster?
No.
For a deck.
To some people, maybe.
Is it used in a deck in this current format?
Yes.
Is it a hand trap?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Yes. That's pretty good, actually. All right. Off to a good start then. Congratulations. I have another one in mind here. All right. Card number 2.
Is it a monster?
This one is a monster, yes.
Extra deck monster.
Yes.
Does it destroy cards?
No.
I thought I was going to nail this one.
Yeah. Extra deck monsters typically do, don't they?
Is it a link monster?
No.
No.
There's 4 others it could be. Oh, is it 3? 3.
I don't know many of the other ones. Though. Is it a fusion monster?
You will know this one. No, it's not.
I will go down.
You're probably playing this, honestly.
Is it an XYZ monster?
It is.
Probably playing it.
Probably.
No.
Could be.
Does this monster negate?
No.
No.
Give you a little hint. It's maybe for going seconds rather than firsts.
Is it Zeus?
Yes, it is Zeus. Well done. All right. Not bad. I did help you a little bit there.
Yeah, you did.
This one should hopefully be a little bit more difficult.
I hope.
All right. I got one in mind. Let's go.
Spell card.
It is a spell card. Is that just pure luck, like theory of like, well, he's picked 2 monsters, it has to be a spell?
No, I just knew. I just had a feeling. Does it search?
No.
Oh, okay. That's me done then. Does it destroy cards?
No. And you definitely know this one.
I definitely know this.
You definitely know this one.
Throw me off here now. Is it a continuous spell?
Not continuous.
Okay. Is it a field spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
Yes.
Does it target?
Yes.
Do you pay life points to activate it?
No.
I thought I was really on there.
What did you think it was?
Cosmic.
No.
I was going down Cosmic.
Okay.
I thought you'd got me with the destruction thing.
No. Similar light as the last one. Maybe. Well, actually, no. You could go first a second with this. Never mind. Ignore that. You do know it. Might even be playing it.
Does it have multiple effects?
Technically one effect.
Is it talents?
No.
Thrust?
No. It's quick play.
Oh, yeah, it's quick play.
Yeah, it's quick play.
Established there.
Yeah.
You've thrown me off. I have no idea. This one.
You give up?
I've given up. This one you've done me.
All right. Well, 2 out of 3 is good. It's Called by the Grave.
I am playing it.
Yeah. See.
Oh, I thought I'd asked if it negated effects, and I didn't.
Did you know? Did you?
No,
I don't think it
I
did.
did.
Yeah. Called by
The
negate.
last 2 cards I did. This one I just didn't.
Ah. All right.
So I didn't ask that one.
Well, you did pretty good. So 2 out of 3 is fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us, Sean.
It's all right. It's all right. It's good to see you.
Good luck for this weekend, and I hope you do well and maybe take down the whole thing. How are you feeling?
Not
Confident?
Good. Not good.
No good.
I didn't even know where I was coming until I got picked up this morning. So
All right. Well,
good start.
good feeling there. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We'll be back shortly with the next round. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. We've got a little mini game.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. We're here for round number 3. So sorry again for missing round 2, but we are back on track. We are back in action, and we have an excellent feature match lined up for you. What have we got, Nadir?
This is Labyrinth, which shouldn't be so shocking and surprising, I think, for some of you. But there's an interesting deck sitting across the table. It's Dinomorphia.
Battle of the trap decks. So this should be very interesting. You know, we're going to be siding in counter traps, left, right, and center, wiretaps, counter, counter. What do you reckon?
Oh, I was hoping you'd name 7 tools.
7. Oh, now you're going back.
You went with wiretap there. Okay.
Yeah, not that old, it seems.
But yeah, Justin is playing Dinomorphia, and Ben is on Labyrinth on the bottom there. And for those of you unfamiliar with Dinomorphia, yes, this is not a glitch. It is currently 2-0. The way the deck works is, it plays a lot of trap cards, and it's effectively a fusion deck in some ways. It basically does it for free. You just activate a trap card, it fuses from the deck in the similar way that Branded Fusion does, and then you have Ketragina, which is kind of like Albion. I don't know why I'm making this parallel.
They all pay half your life points, right?
Yeah, so the gimmick is you pay half your life points to do anything in the deck. So it's very normal to end up with, like, you know, 63 life points and stuff like that. It's pretty common, actually.
And once you get down to 1, it's all free, right?
Yeah, because it rounds up, funnily enough. That's how life point. You don't get decimal point life points in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's always rounded up. Just if anyone needed some Dinomorphia rulings here.
And all the fusion monsters have effects that are better the less life points you have, right?
I don't know about better.
Yeah, they have one
Do they?
effect which sets your opponent's attack to, like,
Sure, yeah.
your life points, and one effect that says any of your opponent's monsters that have more attack than your life points, their effects are negated. So when you only have 1 life point, that's a lot of monsters.
What spell is that? Fossil Dig.
It is Fossil Dig. Well, it is a dinosaur deck, so
Yeah, you
that would make
can
sense.
play Fossil Dig, and you're not searching Overraptor in this one. No. Sorry, we were really excited about that Dinomorphia turn, Dinomorphia deck rather. We missed the Labyrinth turn. So I think that was that a Chandragleer discarding Backjack for a welcome?
And then Backjack, so cool, this card. Used to send it with Fiend Griefing back in the day. You know, send your Fiend and return a card from your opponent's deck to the extra deck, from the graveyard to the deck.
Yeah, and then you get your Scarm Search and...
No, you send Backjack. That's the point.
Oh, you send Backjack.
Yeah, and then
oh,
you
true.
milf.
Right.
Yeah, you look at the top 3.
Well, you know, you've got options, of course. So, Theritzia, I believe, is the normal summon here. Searching for... it probably would have been Domain. It also sets from deck, so which is kind of cool. You can't Ash it. And it looks like we are going to do a classic set 5. 5? Come on, go for 5.
Labyrinth, the Labyrinth player right there. You set 2, I'm going to set 4.
It's really cool that the Backjack effect essentially just stacks your deck in that way, because you can, in the end phase, use the Backjack, excavate the top card. You know what it is because you check the top 3. Then you set it, and then you get to, like, draw for turn. So, like, you get to, like, see your next draw as well in the process. So it's a good way to plan ahead. That's a big welcome, which is really cool.
You got to remember to do it before you use your
before shuffling.
Yeah.
But this is really strong here because you can go welcome. Is that just regular love we're going for?
That's
we had the field spell as well.
Yeah, the field spell.
I didn't even
so
notice.
the monster gets popped, and then you get to trigger all of your labyrinths, which triggers when a trap causes a monster to leave the field.
Yeah, this is, like, really huge because not being able to, like, use your traps until the following turn when they're live means that they can essentially all just get sniped this turn. So you got welcome popping 1. And then Lady is most likely going to pop... Sorry, Lovely is going to most likely pop another one by bouncing with this big welcome we set off of the Backjack. Backjack does say you can use the trap that turn as well. So it's, really good synergy with this. I think this is probably going to be somewhat similar to top 4 of Indianapolis, actually. We saw Worlds competitor Raymond Dye actually taking this deck all the way... it might have been top 8, actually. Yeah, it was top 8. With a very similar playstyle. I think it was using the Backjack.
Decking Dimensional Barrier?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good card to main deck. Maybe at 1, but he is trap tricking for it. Yeah, especially in this matchup, you just, like, you know...
Because you can reset it with Lovely as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It's... Labyrinth being able to reset, like, things like D-Barrier is genuinely incredible. But yeah, the Backjack sort of acts as, like, you wouldn't really think of a trap deck as like, you know, something that can play too much on your opponent's turn, you know, turn 0 rather.
I was gonna say traps are supposed to be played on the opponents. I don't know what, you know.
But you can do a lot. Oh, okay, we got a Super Poly in the main phase here. Okay. But yeah, the idea behind this is that you have a lot of these, the furniture, as people like to call them, you discarding the backjack, which then gives you a live trap on that turn. So you're playing a lot on your opponent's turn just with trap cards, but you know, before setting them.
I like the you know, you got the dimensional barrier, but you can't a dimensional barrier that's Super Volley. No, no, no.
I mean, you could like preempt it. Like, I mean, I guess you just chain it. Yeah. It's Super Poly. You could argue in some ways like. Has mostly been relevant because rather than like the clearing effect is like just because you can't respond to it is what makes it so strong after all of these years. I don't think you agree.
Oh, I mean, I just like fusing my opponent's monsters. I was just trying to figure out, does the Labyrinth let you destroy spells and traps as well?
Yeah, you just destroy a card when you activate a welcome.
So I thought it was a monster, but maybe...
I think you can destroy anything with Labyrinth.
Yeah, I was wondering it to myself, like, should you Solemn Judgment the Welcome Labyrinth? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's hard to tell. Your opponent got it for free, so...
You mean like the activation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is awkward, but paying half your life points doesn't really mean anything, I suppose.
You want to pay half your life points.
The lower your life points are, the better, because your boss monster, Rexstorm, relies on your opponent's monsters being negated based on your attack points and above. So if you have like 1 life point, your opponent can't use anything with 1 attack or higher, as an example. A set Welcome Lab.
Oh yeah, you can destroy a card on the field. Yeah, that's really powerful, isn't it?
And I believe Lovely also like synergizes really nicely, and your opponent can't respond to your normal traps as well. I believe, right?
Yeah, I mean the dimensional barrier is still there as well, so.
Yeah, I think like the debarrier by itself is just what's really like turning this around. And you can see here, there's a scoop from Justin realizing that once Labyrinth really gets going and the engine's oiled, it's going to be game over, as it just accrues so much advantage and resources. Recycling those trap cards, getting new trap cards from the deck with Lady.
All the monsters come back to your hand. It's so much fun playing Labyrinth. I love it. You just like activate a trap, and then when it actually resolves, you think, right, so now I get to destroy one, and then I get to add 3 cards back from my grave to my hand. I get to summon something. It's so much fun. Yeah,
like, as soon as something returns, there's like 4 triggers that just go off. It's really cool, and I think it's like one of the most interesting trap decks. I think sometimes people give a lot of criticism to trap decks just being very sort of like fire off your trap and then just hope for the best kind of thing, but it feels like it almost plays like a combo deck in some ways, right?
Yeah, I mean it's based around traps which summon monsters, which isn't something that you normally associate with traps. Normally you associate your traps with stopping your opponent from doing things, be it Solemn Judgment, be it Skill Drain or whatever, whereas the Labyrinth traps all want to summon monsters, so I think that makes it a slightly different flavor of deck.
Yeah, and lots of cool synergies as well with the bouncing monsters, as mentioned, with your own Labyrinth trap cards. As for Dinomorphia, I think it's really, really unfortunate. The dice roll in this matchup feels super relevant. Getting all of your cards sniped in the end phase with the Labyrinth, the Labyrinth, and the Lady. So a huge amount of tempo swing there is just really unfortunate. But going first, going Theritzia, most likely going to be unimpeded. Labyrinth does tend to play a lot on your opponent's turn. You can do, a bunch of bouncing with the Big Welcome Grave effect if you get it in the grave with like Changeglier or something. But you're not too worried about that in Dinomorphia. You are just really okay with your traps being set and just waiting. But there's an interesting card I wanted you to bring up that we saw in his deck list.
What, in the Dinomorphia deck list?
Yes. Wait, was it Dinomorphia or was it the Labyrinth? We saw the bee.
The bee. Oh, the bee was in the Dinomorphia. That's for getting second, though. It helps you set your traps. Yeah, it's a really cool card.
So he's playing a card called Wannabe, which,
funnily enough, I first saw this being played in Labyrinth to help you go faster. But then Labyrinth have kind of got their own in-engine versions of it. But Wannabe lets you discard it during the end phase. It can be the end phase of your opponent's turn. And then look at some cards off the top of your deck. And then set a trap. And then you can use it again. So it helps you get going a little bit quicker.
Somewhat slower backjack in some respects, but doesn't have the necessity of having to discard it. You know, just
I mean, wannabe is not an absolute king, unlike Backjack.
an absolute
wannabe
king.
is a wannabe.
He is a wannabe king. All right, let's head on over to the table and check out game number 2 here. So yeah, as mentioned, if you're just joining us now, Justin is going to be playing Dinomorphia versus Ben Simpson's Labyrinth. Most likely will be opting to begin going first with Dinomorphia. Do you think there's any blind second Dinomorphia duelists out
It
there?
seems odd that a deck that wants to set a bunch of traps would go second, but you never know.
My heart always like skips a beat when I see his fossil digs. It looks like grass to me. that grass looks greener. It's jump scare every single time. But anyway, this is a really good start. You just need Theritia. You really want this to resolve, though, so that's unfortunate. No Miscellaneous Saurus in the hand either to protect. Maybe we would have hard drawn it, though. 3 set cards means we could potentially still have access to our fusion. What is that? That's a sphere mode?
He's not using sphere mode in the end phase, don't worry.
No, I know, but like...
I think he just like hid the... he just put the furniture piece in the graveyard very quickly.
Yeah, no. That's not what I'm confused about. Like,
oh, you're confused why it's been side deck?
Yeah.
Maybe it's so you can discard it with your Stovey Torby.
Discard fodder. Well, it could be anything at that point. I guess, like, okay, so I think the logic is, like, it actually does kind of make a little bit of sense. Because if you get your full fusion set up, in some ways I could actually argue maybe he should have kept the Imperm and just let this resolve. Because you will have Theritia into Kentrigina, into Rexstrom, and then if all 3 of those are in the field, then yeah, you can just use your sphere mode.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea whether I'd want sphere mode or not. It does seem a strange choice, but maybe he knows what he's doing and he's seen it all before.
I appreciate it. I think there's a lot of confidence involved with siding sphere modes, right? Like, you have to be very definitively positive that, like, my opponent will have 3 monsters at some point. This is really good here as we go for... Ooh, okay, we've got a Imperm down on Ariana. Chaining, I think that's Frenzy, right? I believe that one is Frenzy. Similar type of ordeal here, just fusion summoning from the deck. Paying half a life as well, of course.
Yeah, I know that they all like pay half your life to fusion summon, and some of them fusion from the extra deck, some of them fusion from the deck, graveyard, but I'm not sure which one's which.
So basically, they all fuse from deck, the trap cards, but you can also like send one from the extras. We've seen here we're sending Stealth Bergia. I believe Stealth Bergia has like a bonus grave effect. I think it like protects you from burn damage or something. Because you might be wondering against something like Dinomorphia. Oh well, surely you just like activate a firecracker or something.
Activate sparks to win the game.
Literally,
yeah.
you can't just do that. But they actually have a lot of protection against specifically that. Just in case, you know, you were looking to do some burn damage.
If you would take, 10 damage.
Yeah, exactly. They do have a lot of protection against that. You know what's really funny? I've always wished that the Chandragleer and Stovey Torby could send from hand or field. You can do things like dodging Imperm.
That would be super cool.
That's,
that would be they can send themselves.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
The field,
so the idea with like something like Skill Drain, which is usually somewhat popular in Labyrinth, is you can still use some of your furnitures like even under the Skill Drain, which works nicely. So,
you think the Labyrinth deck needs a little bump?
Not quite, no. Because you can play around that anyway, because you have Big Welcome in the grave. Use that, summon Ariana, activate the effect, and then bounce it, and then trigger the field spell. Like this is a lot of. Anyway, Skill Drain aside, we have a different kind of Skill Drain on the field right now. That is the Kentrigina, paying half the life to copy the Frenzy, or Domain, sorry, I mixed them up. But yeah, essentially you do get into Rexterm, and now Justin has kind of the full setup here somewhat, and do you think he's maybe regretting discarding that sphere mode now, by the way?
Well, Ben...
We did use our normal summon, I guess.
Yeah, you'd have to choose what you think's more important out of your normal summon. Maybe the Ariana was completely necessary.
Yeah, so the life points are really important here because this threshold has been met against the Lovely and Lady. Since they have over 2,000 attack, which is Justin's life points, they will be negated. And it's also a real issue to get over. Rexterm, I think, also has like a battle step effect as well, which allows you to like pay half and then like reduce your opponent's attack points. So it's a real like powerful boss monster to deal with. Now, one thing that Justin needs to try and deal with here is the field spell. Labyrinth is going to be a really powerful component for Ben, because just being able to remove cards is how you can deal with Rexstorm. Monster effects, you know, really, really weak against Rexstorm. Spells and traps, not so much.
Yeah, this does seem to be an issue, because it negates all your opponent's monster effects, but Labyrinth can destroy cards without using monster effects, which is quite unique, I'd say, among other decks in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, in terms of the, you know, matchups, I'm sure Justin will probably have built his deck, you know, somewhat relevantly for Snake Eye, and Labyrinth is maybe, you know, complete sort of polar opposite playstyle. And, you know, as mentioned, Rexstorm can kind of suffer against that type of spot removal.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be so much advantage if we resolve this, where you get to destroy, you get to trigger the other effect of Ariana, you get to add back like 2 or 3 monsters. It's going to be quite a lot.
Yeah, a lot to deal with.
Although Ben's chosen not to destroy the face down, which is fair enough. You get to destroy on resolution as well, which is like crazy.
With the welcome? Sorry, the Labyrinth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a mid-chain resolution. It's so powerful. It's something that always catches people out as well, because you know, things like non-targeting works in a very similar way. Cards that resolve on resolution, cards that do something meaningful on resolution can catch people out a lot, because, you know, you don't think you need to chain anything, and then suddenly a card that you would like to keep is now being selected, I suppose, technically, not targeted.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much harder to respond, like, in the way that you want to. Like, if your opponent targets one of your cards with infinite impermanence or something, you can chain to send it away, or, you know, anything like that. Whereas, in this case, you have to wait and let your opponent choose, so you can't really do anything about it.
New threshold has been met here by Justin, as another 50% of life points eliminated, down to 1,000, which means now even your normal summons like Ariana will be prevented from activating against Rexstorm here. Just being able to pay half to fuse and then pay half again to reduce. Just, again, keep dipping those life points lower and lower, which is exactly where Dinomorphia wants to be.
That's a good way of playing a Dinomorphia, and, you know, your opponent attacks, you say, you fool. You've made all of my cards more powerful.
Yeah. You know, if Justin does end up in the player interview seat, I gotta ask, like, what the time solution is for Dinomorphia. Because it must be a real genuine concern, right? Like playing a deck that just pays half every single play.
What's that old card? Life Equalizer?
Yeah, like swap them around or something, right?
Yeah, you make them both set as 3,000.
It's currently forbidden, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't use that anymore, but would have been cool.
Self-destruct button, not quite in the format. Right, so whose turn is it? It's a trap deck sometimes playing on each other's turn so much.
Yeah, it's Justin's turn. I think he entered his battle phase and attacked, and we saw a welcome.
Yeah, so we've got half the life points paid down here to reduce everything. Let me just bring up Rexstorm again to make sure that we've got this battle effect down. But yeah, it's a case of just trying to clear up the rest of the field here on Justin's part. And yeah, having these like huge boss monsters in play with the new search, I believe, of Theritzia there. I think that might have been Sonic or Intact, which is essentially just protection. It's I think he went for, oh wow, okay, we've also got Super Polymerization. Just Starving Venom maybe? Don't need too much of your extra deck. You got lots of space in here, so check it to see what he's going to go for.
Yeah, it's quite important. What do we think that last trap card could be for Ben? Because if it's something like a Daruma Cannon, this could really put the brakes on the game.
Oh, Garura for double attack. This duel really is just multiples and divisibles of 2, huh?
You start having to do a lot more arithmetic, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we've got... That's a crash, right? 16, I think, on Theritzia. Oh, no, we have the Ariana, of course. So, yeah. So Theritzia clears this. We got 3,000 from the Garura, 3,000 from the Rexstorm, plus the 76, and yeah.
Oh, it was an Eradicator face down.
Oh!
But you
Eradicator going second, interesting.
I think it's a fair choice. It's definitely a card I was thinking about. But I guess the Super Polymerization, again, like, you can't respond to it, so, I mean, otherwise that Eradicator would have flipped. I mean, a world of difference, right?
Yeah, hugely, you know, I mean, I think like more importantly, it would remove the fodder. But like once you flip Eradicator in that situation, it's like okay, you're getting rid of these turn 2 traps. I don't know. It doesn't really feel as strong, right?
Yeah, it does seem like I can understand it, again if you don't know too much about Dinomorphia. Maybe you could side in the sphere mode because you think your opponent's going to have a big field of monsters. Maybe you could side in the Eradicator to deal with your opponent's traps. But it feels like both
At the same time.
Maybe one of the, like they don't seem to be cards that you should side in together at the same time.
Well, listen, if you take away the field and then take away the traps,
You want to do both to someone. I like it. I like it. I feel like you need to pick a lane of what you want to interact with.
I'm curious if Justin's going to have much here for going second versus Labyrinth. You know, it feels like to me that this isn't the type of matchup Dinomorphia wants to be in. It wants to be against like heavy monster kind of style themes, right? Because, you know, Rexdom is just such a powerhouse against monsters specifically. And as we've mentioned, Labyrinth doesn't use monsters to deal with your opponent's fields per se.
Yeah, I've no idea how to deal with this because, like, Eradicator Epidemic Virus has got to be such a threat, and it's not even like the Labyrinth deck has to draw it. Like, it can readily search it out if you give them enough time to do so. So this does seem like quite a challenge. I'm looking at evenly matched, maybe?
Yeah, extraordinarily in a trap deck. He is playing evenly matched Lightning Storm as well, so, you know, clear all your opponent's Labyrinth cards, set 5 yourself. Could potentially be some options here for Justin. So there's a lot of, you know, powerful sort of blowout style cards that could work quite well in this matchup. It really is just a case of better see it, right? So
yeah, I mean, it looks like his whole side deck is geared towards going second, which is fair enough in a trap-heavy deck. You know, if you're going first, you just do all of your plan A.
I'm not. Should I ask you about this card? Do you know what this is?
I was looking at it. I don't know what Ubel, the Loving Defender Forever, does.
I have to check.
Is this? I think it's a side deck Super Poly target in case you play Ubel.
So that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, Ubel plus a monster, plus effect monsters on the field.
Yeah.
1+, by the way. So this is sort of like somewhat the gimmick of Ubel itself.
You can just fuse your opponent's entire field.
Yeah.
As long as you have a Ubel.
It's
that's properly nasty.
Really strong. So specifically for the Ubel matchup, not something you might see too common yet, I suppose, at least before Phantom of Ubel. But if it comes up, you know, it's Super Poly just clears everything.
Can you imagine if you were playing Ubel and your opponent did that to you? Like,
I would not be returning for the next round. All right, speaking of the next game here, we've got game number 3 underway. So, Justin versus Ben, 1-1. And they are match point here as we try and find out who our winner will be for this round 3 feature match of the United Kingdom's National Championship.
Oh, that's a Shifter.
Shifter immediately chained by Stovey into Backjack.
I mean, Shifter is kind of annoying for the Labyrinth deck, but it feels like it's not annoying enough to, like, justify it.
I wouldn't play it. Like, arguably, you could play Shifter in Labyrinth to deal with, like, Snake Eye, for example, right?
Yeah.
Like it's absolutely a card that's kind of like a nuisance rather than a...
It does stop, you know, you're doing too much. You can't do, like, coup clock things, but if your opponent's willing just to chill, just set a couple of traps. I mean, this is really what you don't want to see. The Stovey into the Backjack.
And in this specific instance as well, where we have the quick play to chain, it's, super powerful here. Okay,
oh, is this Eradicator? No, okay.
Welcome, okay.
But we can get Eradicator.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just going to go, like, Welcome into Ariana for Coup Clock, set Eradicator, activate Coup Clock, eradicate the
traps.
All of Justin's traps, yeah. So,
but you could do spells, I mean...
Do you think so?
It depends how scared you feel of things like Lightning Storm.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's fair enough.
Traps has got to make sense.
He's going for, like, instantly, so Ben must be trying to go for some sort of standby play here. Is that big welcome first and foremost? No response to the big welcome. You get to chain Lovely. Sorry, Lady. I always mix their names up.
Yeah, that's Lovely and Lady. I think Lady also has Lovely in the name. I think one of them has both of them in the name.
Well, everything except Lovely and Lady. All of the Silver Castle, etc.
Is one of them the Lovely Lady of the Silver Castle, and one of them I don't know.
I'm not sure. All right, so we are bouncing Lady. Everything is banished, of course, but by the Dimension Shifter, but it potentially might not matter here as we begin resolving Ariana. And Ariana can search for any Labyrinth cards. Can't see the search here, but I would imagine it's Ku-Clock.
Is Ku-Clock a send or a discard?
Like, I don't...
It must be a discard.
It doesn't really matter, right? As long as it doesn't say... Well, I suppose it would say send to the grave for cost.
Yeah,
it
if
wouldn't
you
be
have to send it
activatable.
to the grave for a cost, then
but,
yeah.
But yeah, you can use it here. Ku-Clock is activated. Did we see what he said? It was Eradicator, right?
It must have been.
Yeah, okay. We're also going Welcome for Lovely.
I don't want to get rid of my Lovely.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we're going to get rid of the lady instead. Yeah, okay.
okay.
Down go to traps.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this is somewhat preemptive, right? Because what you can do is you can... Well, hold on a second. Because we can't hear what the players are saying to one another, but do you think he entered battle phase? Because he does have evenly matched.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be in the battle phase, it could be in the standby phase. You're right, though. It doesn't really... You don't really need to do it in the standby phase if you're going to call traps.
Yeah, so like in ideal world, you just wait till your opponent sets 5, and then in the end phase you do all of these shenanigans, wipe out all 5 back row, and that's it. But
because you want to play around your opponent setting a trap directly from their deck as well.
Yeah. Aha! Okay.
No traps.
No, 1 trap.
Oh,
But this is exactly the issue, right? Because even though you get rid of the trap here, if you do it so early, you can't just normal summon Theritia and then get another trap, right? Like, that's the issue.
I mean, I guess there was no real way for it to work, right? Because you're going to get Lightning Stormed or Super Polyed.
Yeah.
So if you don't do it in the standby phase, you get Lightning Stormed, and it's not happening
It's weird,
either.
right? Because you play around Lightning Storm, which is kind of what he's doing now, but then you kind of, maybe lose to some other option, right? Like, it was probably like the correct way in hindsight to play this, admittedly, but this is pretty strong still. Is that a Daruma cannon, I think?
I mean, Shifter plus
trick.
Lightning Storm is really nasty because you can't
Yeah.
really... There's no real way to
There's no recursion.
keep your resources afterwards.
Use the second one. Oh, wow, this is... this is disgusting.
Ben just out of cards now. He's lost a good chunk of his
He's
deck.
literally down to 0. He has nothing. This is like a custom going second Dinomorphia hand, by the way.
And like...
And now we normal summon Theritia.
Yeah, I mean, the hand is gone.
Is it Theritia or is it Diplos? I think that's Diplos. Yeah, okay, unlucky. Can't be too good of a hand,
Because the deck only runs like one of each Lovely and Lady now, so...
I think you play 2 Lady, right?
No, I think one's pretty
One
standard.
Lady?
Yeah, because you don't really need to draw it.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
I would play 2 Lady personally. Even in heavy trap versions. But yeah, wow, that's a full field wipe. We got some damage, but I guess Justin doesn't really have anything else here. I guess he's considering linking off. I'm not sure if Garura gets you the draw if it gets banished.
No, it has to be sent to the graveyard.
Right, yeah, so he probably just wants to leave that on the field for now, and then next turn get a draw if it lives. And
I mean, you could make Dark if he runs that.
Dark the Dark Charmer.
Get rid of that Stovey Torby from the grave.
Yeah, getting rid of Stovey's like pretty strong here. Okay, Chaos Angel, interesting. So a Dark Chaos Angel is what? Indestructible by battle, I believe? Light is what makes it unaffected, right?
Oh, I think there was a card in Ben's hand.
Well, it looks like Ben has just passed back here. So we're going to go Chaos Angel into attack mode.
There's no normal... If he
Yeah.
just left his field, he would have attacked. Would have been... Did he reveal his draw?
It's the set cards.
Yeah, you should reveal it.
Oh, and that's game. All right, we got Arias and what appears to be a dead trap card there. That is over. Oh, no. Well, Dinomorphia has
That I was
taken
not
this game here.
expecting. I was watching the Labyrinth player do the Labyrinth things, and then it was just completely irrelevant.
I thought he was in... I'm not going to lie. I thought he was in such a good position with like the Ku-Clock play into the Eradicator. It just seemed like that was absolutely, game-winning levels of... it's a blowout, right? Eradicator, you would think like that's it, but no.
I mean, you got to think that is a bit of bad luck when your opponent's running like 20 trap cards and you eradicate it for 0 traps and then get demolished by the spells in their hand, of which there
I
are
think it was
probably
1,
like,
right?
yeah.
So not great. The dimension shifter there actually did end up putting in a lot of work, admittedly. I was a doubter initially. because I don't think it's that great against Labyrinth. But you know, when you pair it with mass removal,
yeah, I think it's a bit of a break on the engine, and then when you've broken down the engine a bit, then Lightning Storm becomes all the more powerful. Because normally, I think in Lab you can kind of deal with Lightning Storm a bit. You can have a backjack in the grave. You can do some things in the standby phase, like we saw. But when you pair that with the shifter, all of a sudden, it's just devastating.
We saw Trap Trick got hit there by the Lightning Storm, and I'm curious if we never see anyone go Trap Trick into like Waking the Dragon or anything like that. You know, I'm waiting for the day to see that occur, but I suppose it just doesn't do much by itself. You'd think like post side something like that would be really strong.
That would be quite funny. I mean, you've got a. Does it work off evenly matched? No, right? Because it'll go face down. So
yeah,
it's a little bit.
It's like loses to evenly, but it's decent against Lightning. So I don't even know what target you'd summon. Would it just be Last Warrior? Ultimate Falcon. What's your favorite Waking target?
Exterior?
Oh, that's pretty good as well. Yeah, true.
I guess you can run all of them. It's not like the Labyrinth deck is short of
extra deck space. Yeah,
extra deck space. So.
But yeah, the story today is Dinomorphia coming out on top here.
The superior trap deck.
Apparently.
It's been established.
Apparently.
Although not that many traps were used by Dinomorphia in the making of that duel, but you know.
Yeah, again, it has to be credit where credit is due. Justin, you know, did really well there and, you know, played that as well as you can play with Dinomorphia. Showing us a big mixture of the strategies there. The staple powerhouse, you know, field wipes, as well as just how well you can control a field with Rexstorm, putting in so much work in game number 2 specifically. So all-rounded deck somewhat, I think. He's definitely optimized it to a position of contention. I guess.
I mean, the Super Poly was what impressed me the most. Like
impressive, yes.
It was. Well, as in, like, in that game, it put in the most work, I think.
100%.
It was present in all the games.
Yeah, because turning off the Eradicator in game 2 is, you know, so huge, and then removing and banishing all of those monsters combined with the Shifter in game 3, really, really strong.
Right, well, I think that's it for round number 3, and we'll be back soon with a player interview with our winner. Hello and welcome back. We're here with a feature match interview of the winner of round number 3. Justin, congratulations.
Nice one, thank you.
So, I mean, how do you feel? How did you feel being in a feature match?
It felt mental, to be honest, because I've not been in one like at this level before. So experiencing this for the first time was obviously nerve-wracking, but glad to get my deck on a feature, because I don't think they really feature that much in Europe, do they?
No, I mean, it's the first time for me seeing the deck on the stream.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it a little bit before, but not in so much depth. So tell us a bit about it. Have you been playing it for a while?
Yeah, I've been playing it since the Battle of Chaos came out, when Frisia and Kenchijino were your main 2 cards. And obviously when Dimension Force came out, we got Rexstorm and Frenzy. That's obviously elevated the deck a lot more. And then Intact gave us that monster negate we desperately needed to stop Ash from basically ending turns. But yeah, I've played many different variants of the deck, like included certain different engines to see if I can spice it up, basically. And yeah, this is the list I eventually ended on for the event.
So do you feel like it's fine-tuned now, your deck list for the current meta?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's done pretty well for me so far, so yeah, not too bad.
So you're 3-0 now in this event. So how do you feel? Have you been to national championships before? Have you made the top cut?
Yeah, I came last year. I included the Zark package in the deck, because I took Dinomorphia last year. Won 4, lost 6, so mediocre sort of record. But obviously my main aim was to better that record. Because I'm not expecting to get top quarter or anything, but at the moment it's doing all right. And I think the choices so far have paid off.
So yeah, I mean, like 3-0, fantastic start. You can't really get any better than that.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So how do you feel about your matchups? How did you feel playing against Labyrinth?
Yeah, Labyrinth's always a really tricky matchup for me personally. I've never really liked playing against it. But yeah, I was glad to win against that one, especially under the pressure of the feature table. I kind of knew my opponent a little bit as well, so that sort of friendly rivalry, so to speak, kind of kicked in as well, kind of joking about having double Lightning Storm in that game 3 and Super Poly pretty much every game, I think it was as well, so kind of really helped there.
Yeah, I mean, Super Volley seemed like a very clutch card for you. Is that what do you, I don't know, what's your most important cards in your deck?
Well, outside of the Dinomorphia stuff, Crossout's pretty good for me, because if I don't have access to the Intact, then I at least have some form of Ash Negate. Super Poly just to out certain boards. I've got a copy of You by the Loving Defender in the side, specifically for the U-Bomb matchup, because that and Mikanko are like my worst matchups. Just simply because Rex does nothing to them. And that, so obviously Rex, it's a pain, and long may it continue.
Oh, that's really interesting. I hadn't really thought about that being such a bad matchup, because all of their monsters have 0 attack, right?
Yeah, and they just reflect the damage back at you, so you can't banish Intact to protect yourself, because they're the ones taking damage, technically.
Oh, that's really interesting, but I think it'll be something we have to think about more next format when there's a few more Ubel cards.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're ahead of the curve. You're already prepared.
I suppose so, yeah.
Have you got any surprises for, the Snake Eye players?
I did face Kashtira Snake Eyes in round 2, and they had to start off with the Kashtira stuff, and I have a decent matchup going first against Kashtira, so bring out Rexstorm before they can activate the first special summon that they have, and if I can protect the Rexstorm, then they've not really got too much of a choice in surrendering, really.
Excellent. Well, I mean, it sounds like you've got everything mapped out for the tournament. Are you feeling confident going forward?
Yeah, especially 3-0 at the moment. Yeah, feel kind of confident now.
Well, yeah, I mean, after the feature match, right? Hopefully you'll be feeling super pumped. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, getting to be on feature. Obviously, I'll have mates at home watching this as well, so it'll be really funny to get back to Burnley, where I come from, and share that with them. So
yeah, you can see what they said about your match. Yeah. They can say, "Why did you do this?" or "That was amazing." Or
"Do you have this already?"
Well, congratulations, Justin, and thank you so much for being on the stream with us.
Thank you.
And stay tuned, and we'll see you guys for round 4 soon.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the UK and National Championship. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the UK and National Championship 2024. We've got another little deck profile / combo tutorial for you here. We're going to be taking a look at something from Legacy of Destruction, and it's going to be displayed and showcased by...
Hi, I'm Nalinji.
Nice to have you. You're where are you from?
I'm from Italy.
From Italy. All right. Participating in the UK National Championship this year rather than Italian Nationals. Tell us a little bit about what you're cooking up here.
Well, I'm playing Melodious, but the main engine is going to be Shining Sarcophagus, which is still in Legacy of Destruction.
All right. This is really cool because it utilizes the one-card combo Ostinato, which a lot of you might be familiar with, but it's cool to get a different take on it, and obviously your interpretation of how you've decided to run this. So, by all means, take it away and show us what you're playing with.
So, to start off with the one-card, for the one-card combo, we go for Ostinato.
Yep.
Which if people are familiar with Branded Fusion, it's practically the same thing, except if you get Ash, you can still activate as another one, and it does nothing whatsoever.
Yeah.
Here you get to send two of the fusion materials, which should be 2 of your refrains.
And it's also really good because there's no restrictions at this point either.
Yep.
No locks on Melodious or Fairies or anything like that, like the Link 2 or First Movement Solo. So you might be seeing a lot of people playing this in various different engines. We've seen people top with this actually using Snake Eye, but not Shining Sarcophagus as of yet.
And for this, we summon Baka, which is your key card to combo off. And for the effect, once it's fusion summoned, you get to special summon a Melodious from deck. And you can't Ash it, but the best way you can stop this is by Veiling or Imperming it, as it's not negating the activation of the effect itself. So from here, you get to summon out the 3rd refrain. And from here, Refrains has an on-summon effect where it gets you your 1 Melodious from your deck. So you surcharge your Couplé. And then for Couplé, you just reveal this, and it lets you special summon Melodious from the graveyard. So you're summoning your one of your refrains that you sent to the graveyard. And from here...
This is how people also get rank 4 access, as an example, to end on something like Baguska or keep playing with the rank 4 that Snake Eye players have been using to get the Pyro monster from deck to hand, as an example.
Yeah, Infernal Banshee.
Yeah.
So normally, since this is your first search, if you get drolled here, it's fine because you can still go into your link plays like IP or potentially go into a 2-mana Appaloosa with IP on board. But for this, since you're uninterrupted, no droll whatsoever, you set this pendulum scale for couple. And for couple, you activate declare the effect. Since you control no face-up monsters other than Melodious, this lets you add a Melodious spell card, which should normally be Concerto.
Okay.
Which is your main fusion spell for the deck. The difference with this other than polymerization is you get to use your pendulum scales as fusion material itself, so it's free resource.
All right.
And for this, you just send these two to make your second backup. While normally, from normal Melodious lines, they do end on Etoile with this, or Schuberta, depending on the matchup. But for me, I just go into backup because it's a level 7, and this actually is important in this combo. Now, in this instance, now that a fusion monster is summoned, you activate these two since they're in the extra deck to reset the scale. And since this is the 4th summon, to play around Nib, this is the cool part about Melodious, where you can just overlay that and make Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon. And
so really strong into Nibiru, this combo here.
Yeah. Even if you get nibbed, say like this gets sent to the face of extra deck and this gets sent to the graveyard, you just activate Absolute to float into a Vortex Dragon from extra deck.
Yeah.
So.
But here you're gonna link summon for us.
Exactly, and we'll link it off into Crush Heap. And for Crush Heap, normally for Crush Heap you have to have another body on board. I haven't exactly shown that combo yet, but in case you want to do that, you just have these two on board, activate Refrain to mill one of your other Melodious in deck, which I haven't done just yet. But it's fine, because now we'll just activate Baka, target the last Refrain, Concerto, since Melodious fusion monster sent to the graveyard. This is pretty much like Wanted, where you just put this in the bottom deck and draw 1 card extra. And Chainlink 3 Vortex to special summon, Absolute to special summon Vortex.
Yeah, this is how you get your negation on the field here, so that if your opponent has any really strong disruptions like Nibiru specifically is what a lot of players would be afraid of in a combo style deck like this. This is an way to negate because it does fill up your extra deck with the requirements of Vortex Dragon, returning from the extra to negate and destroy by sending it back into the deck.
Yeah.
So the Crush Heap here resolve bringing back.
Unfortunately, I cannot use Crush Heap because I don't have any valid targets.
But, right. Okay.
But in here, it's still fine because you can still make Appaloosa from this state.
Okay.
So you get to
Spellcaster.
link 3 into another Pendulum support card.
Yes.
Exceed the Pendulum.
Oh, okay. That's different.
And Exceed the Pendulum's effect, when it's summoned, you get to add back a monster face up of the extra deck. And it does have a quick effect where if your scale is complete, you can special summon a Pendulum monster from hand or graveyard, who's within the Pendulum summon environment. So you summon this, and that's how you make your Apple or access code, depending on the situation.
Yeah, if you're going second, for example, yeah.
Yeah. So you put it right here.
All right. So 2, I guess 3 total negations on field so far.
Much. And now we get the Pendulum summon.
Yeah, before pen summoning and before normal summoning.
Yep. And in this position, we'll just make IP Masquerena.
All right.
Now this is the typical Melodious line if you're playing just Ostinato combo, not for pure Melodious, but just as an engine.
Yeah.
Now since I haven't used up my normal summon, I'll proceed to normal summon Gadget Trio.
This is where things get a little bit different, yeah.
Yeah. So what this does is, when it's normal special summoned, I get to add a Shining Sarcophagus or a spell trap that mentions it. And if it's destroyed, you get to set Stronghold, the Moving Fortress, but I don't really run that.
Okay.
Since it's not part of the combo per se, but we'll see where it goes. And here we go. We'll search Shining Sarcophagus, since that's the main key card of the combo. You activate it, and this is pretty much immune to monster destruction, and you get to, once per turn, add anything that mentions Shining Sarc for free. And it also has a third effect that can be quite handy, as if a monster is reborn by your opponent, You can send a spell card, target that monster, and send it to the graveyard. It doesn't destroy it, just sends it. Whatsoever.
Okay, yes.
And now we'll just proceed to activate it to get your search off. And for here, we'll search out Ties That Bind.
The Ties That Bind. Wow.
It's pretty much Ties of the Brethren, but for Shining Sarcophagus.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, same requirement, same restriction, except the difference is it gets you into better monsters now.
Better monsters, yeah. These were the this was the setup. Now we're getting
So we go into
a Silent Swordsman 0
and Silent Magician 0.
Okay.
And that's pretty much the end board that you want to go for.
All right. So what's the extra stuff on top of the Melodious things?
The extra stuff. So for the
So are these actively doing anything right now?
on the opponent, well, it does have interactions. Well, for Magician 0, every time your opponent draws a card, it gains a level. And it
Okay.
gains 500 every time it gains a level.
Okay.
Same for Silent Swordsman, except it happens during the standby phase.
All right.
For Magician 0, every time your opponent activates a spell card, I can just negate it once per turn.
That's
Negate the
really good.
activation itself. And for this, it just if a effect that targets Shining Sarcophagus or cards that mentions it is involved, I can negate it, and
So spell negate and then was protecting the spell negate.
yeah.
Right.
And another thing that I gotta mention that every time you successfully negate an effect with these two, they all gain a level,
Okay.
and it just keeps on getting.
And they
bigger,
just keep
bigger,
getting bigger as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And pretty much you can just go for this 2 interruption, Omni negate, and you can potentially go into SP or Nightmare Phoenix, depending on what you want.
Things are a little bit more standard outside of the Shining Sarcophagus. So, yeah, that's a cool little display you've given us here. So that is Ostinato featuring the new Silent cards. Absolutely unique and interesting for sure. So thank you so much for displaying this for us. How do you feel you're going to do in the main event?
Honestly, it depends on my matchups, because the deck has a pretty good Tenpai matchup in my opinion. Because I haven't showed the tech card that goes well against Tenpai, but I feel like it will succeed if I play my cards right. Just depends on how I play and.
Yeah. All right. Some good matchups, some good fortune, and got to see that Ostinato as well. So thank you so much, Nalan, for joining us. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you for displaying this, and thank you guys for tuning in as well. We should hopefully be back with some more live coverage of Nationals 2024 very soon. Don't go away.
welcome back, everyone. Round number 4 of the UK National Championship. We are back again with a exciting feature match. We've got Tenpai this time. Thought it would be about time we get arguably the second best deck today. Tenpai, thoughts on Tenpai?
I love a good bit of Tenpai. I'm mostly excited that Trident Dragon, a card from like 10 years ago that people were playing maybe a bit, in Dragunity or whatever when it first came out, and now it's just suddenly come back. Everyone's just really excited, looking through their old deck boxes, trying to find ultimate rare copies.
Asking their friends if they've got any. So, Trident Dragon might be a powerhouse of a card we'll see show up today. Triple attack, big damage, attack through prosperity. We'll see if we can actually pull that off with against Labyrinth, is what our other opponent is playing today.
Yeah, I mean, like Tenpai, it's just really unique, like a deck that plays during the battle phase, because most people love to play during the main phase. You know, that's the classic time to do all of your combos, but this is a deck that does it during the battle phase, which is just a bit confusing, but it's quite strong. I mean, the downside, obviously, is that you don't get a battle phase on your first turn, but the upside is a lot of interruptions nowadays. You're thinking like IP and such, they're all during the main phase, so, you know, swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, no, sticking a monster, as long as you can establish that, ideally protected from Sangan summoning in your main phase, the all-powerful field spell, which searches and offers protection, is going to be huge in this matchup. Let's get over to our table here. Round 4 is going to be underway in just a moment.
So one of the weird quirks of playing a go second deck is that you actually want to lose the dice roll.
At least not to tell your opponent what you're on.
Yeah, you don't want to have to like let your opponent know that you're choosing to go second. You'd rather they win the dice roll and think it was their choice, you know?
Yeah, exactly, because it's quite telling once you have won a dice roll on a double 6 and you have to be like, well, this doesn't mean anything for me, unfortunately.
Yeah. You have to like put the idea in their brain that they chose to go first, rather than the fact that they never had a choice. You know.
Yeah, prosperity reveal prosperity is not ideal, but doesn't really matter. We've got lots of options here. Ariana for our normal summon, or we can get a trap off of the trap trick. Looks like we will be going for that Ariana.
Yeah, at least you get 4 other cards. Interesting. I've seen a lot of players cut prosperity from the deck list because you want to have that really consistent hit from backjack. You also want to make sure all of your cards, if possible, going second are just live.
Yeah, any kind of interaction that you can have on your opponent's turn is always going to be helpful, and Prosperity doesn't really help you with that compared to the conventional sort of mid-range combo deck where you would like to have Prosperity as more of an extender should your opponent stop you, or digging for that consistency. But this is still pretty decent here. We've got the Lady down with Ariana, 3 back row, despite the Imperm from Robert here. He'll be drawing to 5 cards. And we'll see if he can make quick work of this field as we begin with Fenrir.
Fenrir again, not giving much away. You could still be playing basically any deck.
Yeah.
With Fenrir in it. Like, I mean, I haven't seen people put Fenrir in a Labyrinth deck, but you could. Yeah.
Okay, Skill Drain is quite rough here.
That's really nasty, actually.
Yeah. Do we have a way to like play under this? Like, it would literally just have to. Sangan summoning won't even work actually because it's activated card effects. We're being continuously negated right now, and it's just a shame because he actually does have the Sangan summoning.
Yeah, I was going to say it protects your dragons from activated effects. It doesn't protect your dragons' activated effects. It protects them from activated effects, right? So Skill Drain does stop it.
Wait, Skill Drain does?
Yeah, I think it does.
Right, okay. It's a shame we didn't get any value off of the Lady, you know, maybe activating something like a Welcome or Big Welcome just to get the set from the deck. But unfortunately, not getting too much out of this, but can't really complain once you've established Skill Drain.
Yeah, I think once the Skill Drain is resolved, you're kind of happy no matter what.
Yeah, for sure.
And, you know, you're just... Against Tenpai, I think, like, dodging like something like a lightning storm is you're happy once the, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once you see your opponents, because I feel like the engine matches up quite nicely for Labyrinth, but like Tenpai is playing all these nasty cards like Lightning Storm that you really don't want to see. So once you see your opponents playing Tenpai and they haven't Lightning Stormed you, you're kind of in the clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So Robert here going for the quick play, getting the Chandra, I believe, to the hand here. And we're having a little think on resolution as we flip up Dogmatica Punishment, actually.
That was good. I was really struggling to see what that was upside down. I was like, can you please put it the right way up so I can see it? But
do you think we play our trap cards upside down so that I think they're easier to see for you, right? When you flip it up,
it's easier to see for your opponent. Yeah, now.
Yeah, so he's doing Robert a favor here by letting him read his punishment. Should put the skill drain as well upside down just to make sure he can double back on that. Yeah, so we are going to be sending Untis after targeting the Fenrir here. Did we set to the middle column there? Was that a...
I don't know where that card... I thought he didn't set in the middle. Maybe he just had an extra card from somewhere.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So this... I think...
Oh, I think he just tried to use Lady.
Yeah, okay, so it has been caught there. The... Lady getting a trap card is, you know, that is an effect, which all of which is negated. Okay, so actually hitting the Sangan summoning with the Untis there. Now we're going to go for Chandra.
I mean, Skill Drain kind of makes it into a minigame as who has the monster with the most attack points. But, like, the Tenpai deck can actually put up a big level 10 Synchro with 3,500, which is bigger than all of the Labyrinth cards, so...
Isn't it a bit harder to do it with Skill Drain up, though? How do we climb up?
Yeah, you'd need to somehow get access to one more material to synchro with.
It's a really rough situation for Robert here, just especially like game one to see that. Maybe that's not a card you would be super familiar with. Well, not familiar with, but, you know, you would expect on the turn one of the duel. But, you know, it's Labyrinth, and why not? It makes sense to play Skill Drain.
I mean, Seals can bounce it, you know, and then your opponent can just set it and play it again.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's Seals obviously is really strong because it resolves off of the... well, it's no longer on the field when it resolves, so you can activate the effect to bounce. We do bounce the Skill Drain, but ultimately this doesn't really completely deal with the problem.
Yeah, because, I mean, what are you going to do now? I mean, I suppose you can resolve a couple of effects, which is quite neat.
Yeah.
We're going to get to Reborn Chandra.
You can do some stuff now.
Yeah, you can synchro into something.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what.
So really strong here, actually, with the Seals, because it gets to attribute itself for cost, remember? So that's why it dodges the Skill Drain, per se.
And we're still in the battle phase.
Yeah.
I'm wondering even if you needed to enter the battle phase there, because this... I don't know. It's a bit weird sometimes just skipping your battle phase as when you've got a big monster and your opponent's got a small one, but...
I don't think it would really amount to anything, right? Ultimately, if you don't go to the battle phase, well, they just go Seals in the end phase, and then they summon out the monster anyway.
Yeah, that's worse, actually, isn't it? Because then you
won't get to reset the skill drain
back. Yeah, I was thinking it would just prevent them from synchro summoning now, but...
All right, we've got Bident here being made during the battle phase.
There's only been one attack declared so far, right? But we're going to be able to synchro now into something big.
Yeah, this is most likely like the replay window, I suppose, for Lady's attack here, but yeah, we can keep playing. Getting a search here for another quick play, and yeah, we can sync again on resolution.
This is quite a lot to like bounce the skill drain and then carry on.
Yeah, still finding a way to like maneuver around the skill drain. Typically, a lot of decks might just find themselves instantly scooping in that scenario, but Robert's got some plays here. And up into the 10.
Opponent's effects during the battle phase.
All right. Establishing something here on Robert's side, which is, you know, decent. And looks like we're crashing now.
Has that got 3,000 as well? I thought it was 3,500.
Yeah.
I guess I just made it up.
It's just a bit awkward, right? Because it doesn't feel like much was achieved there, right? Because then we've essentially just reset the game back to the 3 set cards, and, well, we know one of them is the skill drain. It's just going to be reestablished now.
Well, it looks like James is playing a more traditional Labyrinth deck, right? So normally, like, the newer versions of Labyrinth have got a lot of engine, and they're not just going to be found in situations where they run out of monsters.
Mm-hmm.
But James doesn't have any monsters, and unless one of those traps is Welcome or Big Welcome, which... they weren't last turn. He's not going to have any monsters, so skill drain, you know, you can negate, but you're still going to be taking damage. I mean, maybe it's he's not out of the woods just yet.
It really is just about simplifying the game state for Labyrinth here as best as they can, and getting into large monsters that can circumvent the skill drain. I think you definitely want to put skill drain up now on the normal summon here. Yep, okay. Yeah, so re-establish the skill drain, most expensive skill drain of his life, as we pay 2,000 really to make this stick.
I think I'd pay 2,000 for skill drain.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I think it's worth it.
I'd pay half my life.
Yeah, we did see pay half life established in last round's feature, which I believe you can go back and check on the YouTube channel for those of you interested. There's still ways to catch some of the action if you haven't already. Just waking up or seeing the action for the first time today.
So is Robert going to push a bit more with an extra copy of... No? Okay. It looks like he's just passing. Oh, and I see we're seeing Imperm in the skill drain column, I reckon. I don't think it does anything, because you can never negate a card with Imperm while skill drain is active. So.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because, what you're referring to there, you actually can't successfully negate a column unless you actually negate the effect. And because skill drain is already negating everything, you don't get the bonus column negate of Imperm as you would like to try.
It has to negate in order to negate, It's I don't know how you could put it much simpler than that.
Chicken before the egg type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a weird situation, I think, for both players, right? Because I don't think Tenpai can fully deal with skill drain. It's sort of just trying to get this chip damage in and hoping that, I suppose, James just doesn't draw into engine, which is very unlikely, I suppose.
I mean, this is a tale as old as trap cards, I feel like.
Yeah.
You can have all the trap cards you want, stopping all of your opponent's monster effects and core plays, but until you establish some monsters, you're just going to get attacked.
Got another Sangan. Oh, no, actually, no, this is Wraith's off, I believe, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get a Cash Tira search here for another Fenrir. Sadly, not really able to do much with it. Summoning condition, of course, requires no monsters on the field. We've already got our monster just chipping away at James's life points here. But yeah, it's just a bit of a stalemate situation. Hopefully, James hasn't locked himself out of his own back row here, because sometimes that can happen with oversetting, but...
Is that a runic flashing fire?
There's no way, right?
I've seen some people playing it. It's kind of a spicy tech you can play to summon... you can either use it defensively, or you can use it to summon another level 4 and combine it with an Ariana and then make Gallant Granite and search Nib. Or in the side deck, you can search Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Okay, all right.
But also, as well as doing that, you can just get Hugin out and it protects against Lightning Storm.
I see.
And Harpy's Feather Duster.
Interesting, okay. Important thing to note as well is he better make sure to enter his battle phase. Because sometimes people do forget that, and that is a legitimate concern.
You've got to skip your battle phase.
Yeah, you do actually have to attempt to enter your battle phase in order to skip the battle phase. Is that a set rotation? It is, right?
I'm saying there's a lot of just wild cards coming out in this feature match. We've got set rotations and runic flashing fires.
Yeah, this feels like last year or something, I guess, to some extent. But yeah, James needs to try and do some... Huh?
What is that?
That's not what I think it is it? Is that... Wait. I'm looking through his... it's simultaneous equations canon. All right,
oh my goodness, here comes the maths.
You are a resident math expert here. You're going to have to tell us what this does. In a practical sense.
You can banish a fusion monster and 2 XYZ monsters with the same rank from your extra deck whose combined level and ranks equal to the total number of cards in both players' hands on the field. Then you can apply the...
Keep going.
Then you can apply this effect. Return 2 of your banished monsters to the extra deck whose combined level and rank equal to the level or rank of one face-up monster your opponent controls. Then banish all cards they control? My goodness. So you have to banish a couple of cards from your extra deck, and then you can return 2 of them that equal, whose combined level or rank equal to the rank of one face-up monster your opponent controls. And if you do that successfully, then you get to banish your opponent's entire field.
Okay, so we've got Baguska, and okay, that's 4. And is it resolving? Okay, I don't have the maths on that, but it looks like it's worked out. We have resolved a simultaneous equation cannon
I mean,
on
that is
stream
a
today.
nutty card. You do have to devote your whole extra deck to it, right?
Yeah, I
Because you need to have a bunch of different levels and ranks and...
Yeah, for sure.
But maybe if you know the common levels, like if you need to deal with a 7, I mean, you can't do it for a level 1 monster, but...
Is there a formula for this? There must be,
Well,
right?
it's a simultaneous equation. That's the it's in the name. But yeah. No, I mean, it's probably a bit weird because you've got to count the number of cards in the hand and field. And like, if your opponent pays a cost or something in response, I'm not sure if you banish it. Like, I think you banish on the effect, so your opponent could change the number of cards. This card could get really complicated. Like,
yeah, if they like quick play establish a different monster to.
Well, no, because it counts the cards in hand and field. But you're right. If they like did a quick play to search a card, then the quick play would so if they activated like wanted, then the wanted would still be on the field. Then they'd have another card in your hand, so you'd have to add 1 to the total. So you have to have a bunch of synchro monsters with different levels.
Okay, so the hard part has been done anyway.
It's resolved.
So yeah, it's resolved. It actually did banish 3 or 4 cards here. But Robert is confident in this match, I guess. Is still opting to try and push through here, not go to game 2, despite the... well, I mean, Skill Drain is still established. We got 4 back row. I guess James doesn't actually have anything established as of yet.
I want to see if he's like mathed it out, because he played Prosperity as well, so he got rid of 6 cards. Like, did he know which 6? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like, you know, it's like, oh, in this matchup, I'm not going to need my 12 or something, right? Like,
This is
I don't know.
crazy, yeah.
All right, well, still trying to push through here and do something. Did we not? Yeah, okay, yeah, we are, yeah.
Is this main phase 2? I think we've been lost in the simultaneous equation cannon.
Lost in the simultaneous sauce. It's
Like, that was cool. Like, it just banishes the whole field. Like, imagine doing that to someone. They do their big combo, and then you just go, okay, I'll just set a card and just banish a whole field. Like,
James is in a bit of a tricky spot here. He's essentially just having to constantly use trap after trap every turn just to protect his life points, because he is getting quite low now, and can't seem to stick a lovely or lady, which is really what you need to try and do on the skill drain just to win the field here.
yeah, it just needs to draw some beat stick, or you can, set an Ariana with its 2,100 defense.
Yeah, that works as well. You can resolve Ariana too if you want, by bouncing it with Big Welcome to dodge skill drain, essentially. There's a rivalry he's got set, which is, I think must have been set from like turn 1, right?
Wow.
Is that a scoop?
Yeah, he's only on 2,900
Yeah,
life
okay,
points.
wow. Despite simultaneous equation cannon resolving, banishing your full field, he's still managed to take this down.
I am like, wow. Honestly, this is the thing that people like. You play trap decks, and sometimes you're like, my opponent can't do anything, but they just summoned a monster and attacked me until I ran out of life points.
You know, people say that Tenpai is the deck that just attacks you and wins the game, right?
There you
and
go.
That was, I suppose, technically what he did.
He never got even 3 attacks in a battle phase
Yeah.
to summon all of his dragons back from the grave. It was just one at a time.
Yeah.
Set, pass.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that despite the prosperity as well, which you would think like, okay, well, I built this to go for consistency, and I guess a little bit of comedy with the simultaneous equations, just not being able to get a big monster to establish, which I think is really the story for James, unfortunately. But yeah, it's... is this a matchup you expected to see? Maybe a little bit, but...
Like, I've
most
really
likely
not seen this, the sort of older version of Lab coming out as much. I thought that a lot of people had really settled on the backjacks and furniture pieces and the Labyrinth Butler to do all of this cool stuff. But it's nice to see the old tried and true,
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes if it works, it works. But in this case, unfortunately, not so much. Let's take a look at some of the side decking options here as we have a look at... Well, Tenpai is most likely going to want to go second again, but going second against a trap deck feels a little bit strange, don't you think?
Well, the Tenpai don't get to choose this time. 'Cause he won.
Yeah, but you can probably still expect to go second, right?
It's not 100% with Tenpai. Like,
You think so?
because sometimes people will just let you go first. I don't think it's worth letting your opponent go first, but some people will.
I guess like you let Tenpai start. I think like the rule of thumb is like generally you should still go first, but that's assuming you have something relevant in your side that you can bring in. But I guess making Tenpai go first against a trap deck is probably quite good.
Yeah, because all the spell and trap removal, your opponent's just going to side it in anyway, so you might as well get the extra card.
But there's also like, you know, the theory that if you are playing Tenpai, they make you start. Well, if you don't play Heat Wave or something like that, it is fine to just pass back, even sometimes maybe without making seals, because you risk, you know, a whole bunch of different block cards that your opponent can drop on you, thrust, talents, etc. So going third, I believe, is what they call it.
Going third, what, you just pass turn one?
Yeah.
Say I'm going to go third. Yeah, why not? And in that case, that means you've done the right call, right? You just got an extra card, extra battle phase, all the good stuff.
I think what I'm scared of, though, is that if Labyrinth gets to go first here, we might see Dimension Barrier come down.
Yeah, Dimension Barrier is very powerful in a lot of different matchups. I'm wondering if we're going to see more simultaneous equation cannons. Did James gesture to himself or his opponent?
We shall be finding out now. All right. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what James has opted to do here. If he's decided to go first with his traps or just let Tenpai go first. Okay, he is indeed letting him start. That's a very good beginning. One-off terraforming gets you into the... oh, I guess we've already got Sangan summoning. So we get to do a turn 1 seals with Fenrir.
Yeah, it's one of those things about playing Go second deck, isn't it? Like, most of the time you kind of know how to side and what to side in and out, whereas Tenpai, you just really don't.
Yeah, I guess so. I think, like, by now, Tenpai has sort of, you know, cemented itself as, like, a real threat in the format. You would hope by now players who are EXO somewhat deep into the tournament would have a strategy in place, right?
Yeah,
some kind of side
you just
pattern
look
for
into your
Tenpai.
opponent's soul and just see whether they're going to make you go first or not.
Tell me. No, the set rotation.
Get
is
out the
drawn
Millennium
there.
Eye. And
that's really unfortunate, by the way, because set rotation's the hand again. So 3 field spells.
yeah, but you can dump the set rotation, right? There it goes. You can hold it to get rid of your opponent's Labyrinth that James is not even playing, so... I guess there's no need to play it. If you don't have the furniture, it's not, like, searchable, so...
All right, so just cycling through here as we get the spell. The spell is going to get us another name here, and yeah, I guess Seals Pass works
Is
well.
Seals even strong?
It's not, that's the thing, but there's genuinely just no, like, thing you can do with Tenpai going first. That's kind of the main issue.
Because, like, it's not even guaranteed your opponent's going to put any face-up cards on the field.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's siding 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone, 2 Storm, and a Duster. I feel like if he had opened Lightning Storm, which, I mean, I think you definitely still play, even if you do expect to go first. It just seems like really worth it in this matchup. I think he would have actually decided, okay, I'm going to go third if I have Lightning Storm.
This is kind of interesting from Robert. It looks like he's going to make Seals. Oh, I thought he was going to make the big guy. But I don't remember the name. What's the other Tenpai dragon that's not level 7?
The level 10 one?
Yeah.
It's level 10 Tenpai.
Level 10 Tenpai.
Yeah.
But it's really threatening.
It is, yeah.
It's terrifying, because once you get into the battle phase, your opponent cannot use any card effects. So if you just have that on the field, and your opponent's got to set a bunch of traps, you can just say enter battle phase, and they have to flip everything to deal with it.
True.
And, like, you also have to be able to deal with it with the Sangan summoning. So, I mean, it would be a bit out there, but I'd be here for it.
We could expect James to maybe try and mirror this Labyrinth play of, you know, setting and passing, but I'm worried that, like, the Seals might get a little bit out of control, right? Because you go Seals, bounce the field spell, get a resource out of your deck. Next turn, you've got Sangan summoning live again, plus it also gets to the search from the activation. So you get to, like, do quite a lot here.
Sangan summoning's just once per turn. It doesn't need to go back to your hand. You can just use it again.
Oh, it's just once per turn. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
probably bounce it to your hand anyway, just to like keep it safe for the.
It's
Oh,
been
wow.
flashing fired.
Yeah, okay, forcing out that seals here does put it back into his hand. Just keep it out of the way from risk of being hit by anything from James going second here.
I wonder what James's plan is with the flashing fire, because I don't really see what it achieves all that much.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Like, is there something that you're going to put on the field that you really don't want to get bounced? Because if you just, your opponent can't just pass with the seals, because I think you can only use it during your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's got something he wants to do. The seals was going to interrupt.
All right, let's take a look here. It seems somewhat important. Oh, no, wow, okay. Yeah, just going for set 3, I suppose.
I get it. I don't really get what the point of I think like he might have just done that anyway. Even if he hadn't played the flashing fires, you could just have the flashing fire face down.
I'm trying to compute like what that actually helped, but doesn't feel like it did much, did it?
No, I'm just a little bit confused. Is that a welcome?
Yeah,
I'm getting better at upside down cards with James's play.
All right, welcome into a lady.
Are we going to see Skill Drain Mark II?
Yeah, so the terrifying thing here is getting the D barrier out of the deck, which is probably what Robert is going to not be too pleased with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slower because you don't have the coup clock to just activate the D barrier immediately. You'd have to wait like a turn or two. So I don't think you need to be too scared. You know, Tenpai don't need that many turns to end the game.
One's all they need.
Well, actually, it took Robert like 7.
Last time, to be fair, yeah, it was actually like a lot more. All right.
It's the longest feature match in terms of turns.
This might be the longest Tenpai feature match as well of all time, right?
I mean, there's something to be said for decks that end games quickly, because in a long event, you know, you do
need that lunch
want
break.
that extra time in between rounds. But it's like, yeah, but if you're playing like, you know, hour-long games every round, you're going to be knackered by the end of it, and you might start making mistakes, whereas you can kind of have a little bit less to do each round and then maybe be a bit more fresh going into the later rounds of the event if you make it.
Got to work on your Yu-Gi-Oh stamina, you know?
Exactly. Well, it's 'cause it's tiring, you know?
Yeah. All right, going up into the 10 here. What do you think of the formality that is like summoning the monster to the field before sending the materials? Is that protocol that you're happy with?
I mean, technically, it doesn't get summoned before you send the things to the grave.
Yeah.
But you do have to say what it is before you start sending things to the grave. So,
okay.
like, technically, you don't just put things in the grave and then look at your extra deck and decide what you can summon out of it. You do have to pick the card and then send things to the grave and then summon it. But it's all kind of moot.
This is interesting here because James actually didn't decide to use the D barrier when, like, basically in the standby phase, but I think you would be just a little bit scared that they can chain. So maybe just let them commit into the Synchro Monster, then D barrier. And what we're seeing here is in response to the D barrier, we're going to droplet, sending Mourner out the hand here to negate and half the attack of Lady. So it won't be able to get a trap from the deck here.
Yeah, it kind of stops it twice. Almost.
Yeah.
And you can banish it now with Fenrir because it's no longer untargetable.
Yeah, the targeting destruction protection. Is it destruction protection? It's just targeting, right?
It is both.
Oh, it's both, right? Yeah. It's actually like a huge point of the resilience that Labyrinth can offer, just having these big monsters.
Yeah, it makes it very annoying because a lot of, like, Labyrinth doesn't have that many cards to target. So, like, doesn't have that many monsters that you'd want to negate the effect of anyway. So all of these cards are kind of dead in your hand, like Effect Veil or Imperm, and the fact that one of the main monsters also can't be Impermed is also kind of annoying.
This is looking pretty good here. As in the battle phase, we're activating our quick play, special summoning, and yeah, we just need to keep bringing out monsters here. We're going to revive now.
Are we going to see another simultaneous equation cannon? I'm here for it. Or a torrential tribute.
You better have something here, because it's looking like this could be the end of the duel.
Yeah, you don't even need to synchro. Well, once you've got your one synchro monster in play, like, you don't need to do any more synchro summoning. You can just attack with it. It's got a lot of stats.
Recruiting out another monster here, dealing that damage. That is it. Wow, the end of the game. Yeah, Tenpai taking this one down. OTK, exactly what it's trying to do. And with that Sangan summoning, offering that protection in main phase 1, Robert has defeated Labyrinth with Tenpai 2-0 as well.
I mean, it's just a good old-fashioned, like, summon monsters and attack your opponent kind of deck, which you don't really have so much anymore. Like, to have a deck so centered around attacking, I think it's really fun. It's really different.
It is unique, and it's a playstyle that a lot of players have definitely been piloting a lot this season during the national sort of circuit. We saw that Tenpai in some national championships, I believe it was like Austria and one other country as well. It was actually more successful than Snake Eye in Top Cut, converting more Top Cut spots. So
yeah, I mean, that's like a huge result. Like, it's definitely a big competitor. It's definitely something to be aware of. And it's also definitely something that's a bit weird to have to figure out how to deal with. I don't really know what you're supposed to, like, do against it that well. People need to decide to go first or second, and then you need to have a plan. How do you deal with all of their, like, lightning storms, or if they go first, they have a Seals or a Fenrir, or, you know, it's all a lot of different stuff. And it makes you play without using your battle phase a lot, which can change how you view things, unless you're a runic player.
Yeah, it must be said, like, the psyche and the consciousness of the player base adapting to a fairly unique kind of style of deck. You know, when a new deck comes out, it's like, okay, it's a combo deck. You know, you stop them at this point, you stop them here, etc. Whereas Tenpai is a little bit more unique in that way, and it's not a conventional sort of modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck in the way it plays, as you mentioned. So, didn't work out for James here, and well, it advances forwards to round 5 undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to him. And James still on a 4-0. Oh, sorry, 3-1. 3-1 even. Still a very respectable record.
With simultaneous equations, of course. So maybe we'll be doing more math later on and see him later potentially. Always doing math. Yeah, lots to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! As I think he's going to join us for a quick interview and tell us exactly how much damage he can do in a single turn. I'll be talking to him a little bit about his strategy, some of his card choices, and getting a little bit breakdown of that future match and recap. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with our player winners interview.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, crazy.
Any reasons you decided to go with this over the, I suppose, more obvious Snake Eye choice?
I mean, I played Snake Eye and just didn't really enjoy it, so swapped onto this before Trident Dragon got too expensive. So, but yeah, it's been going really well.
Snake Eye too slow by comparison?
I don't know. Sometimes I'll be sat there just kind of, long rounds.
Yeah, that's true.
Nice quick games, that's what you want.
We did actually mention that the advantage is Tenpai gives you a lot more stamina, you're free to get some food or whatever, win in 10 minutes, I guess. So any particular sort of advantages you found with your deck over Snake Eye? Obviously, you playing so many hand traps, disruptions for your opponent.
Yeah,
sort of the name of the game.
So hand traps obviously make a massive difference, but even games where I've just had like droplet in hand, sort of you can droplet half a Snake Eye board, set up field spell, make it all the way into sometimes even Meteor Burst or Transcendent Dragon.
Meteor Burst, okay.
At that point, they're limited on what they can do.
Yeah.
So
have you Black Rosed anyone yet?
No, not yet. Well, this time.
Okay. What did you think about that simultaneous equation cannon?
Don't. I'm dyslexic. I'm picking that thing up. I'm reading it. I'm like, what are we talking about? I've got a player. He's explaining it, and I'm like, okay, I think I get it. And at the end, I was just like, okay, it's going to banish the field. That's what it's
TLDR.
That's what it's going to do. I was like, but. I asked afterwards, like, how do you find this card? And he said a friend recommended it. So.
Okay, that's fair. Despite that, it didn't really achieve much. It was like this hype wow moment of banishing everything, but you just kept poking with these little Tenpai monsters on the skill drain.
Yeah, I mean, it was imperm set as well, so I wasn't doing anything with it. I mean, it would have been nice if it had like maybe an extra Fenrir available, but yeah, I mean...
Do you have like a game plan in play in case your opponent flips a skill drain as they did? I mean, we saw like you just poke at them, but I mean, if he was to establish a Lady or a Lovely, would you be able to like have an out in that situation at all? Or?
In that situation, no. I think one of the main plays would be to go to Heavenly Seals, get into the situation we had in round one. In that first encounter, bounce the seals, bounce the skill drain, and then basically do your synchros at that point. And I was wondering if I did nearly go a Black Rose there.
Okay.
But I didn't think the board was that amazing with what he had. And
it just wasn't worth
come
it.
Down anyway, so I thought, make Transcendent, make him crash, and then see if we can just get to like a top deck scenario. So, and that worked out. I had Ash in hand as well, so I thought if he flips like one of the welcomes, then I've at least got some insurance against that.
That's really good. I wanted to ask as well, so there's this sort of mind game of sorts that happens like post-siding. Do you expect to be made to go first, or how do you typically side in that kind of, what's the psychology there?
To be honest, I thought that was going to be how it would be when the game deck first came out. The majority of games, people they're going to go first.
Okay.
And so I think siding, I think it's why you drop a lot of kind of those obvious I will always side this going first, because the amount of players that just go, nah, I'm going to go first, especially Snake Eye players, they'll go first, they'll set up, and they'll basically go on, break the board.
Yeah.
So no, I think a lot of the time you're doing a bit of both. You're picking out what you think is going to be the most useful. I mean, in that game, it was stuff that's going to interact with his back row, quick effects that are just going to stop Lady from activating when he activates a trap. So that was kind of the mindset in that one.
Okay, that's fair. I think one of the scariest cards for you is probably Dimensional Barrier, right?
Yeah.
Is there a plan of sorts involved at all, or just Old Faithful Seals Pass?
To an extent. I don't know. I know some decks will be on the full link package, but I find that even sometimes they'll wait to activate the Dimensional Barrier when you've already committed to a point that you can't do a successful OTK with the link package, or at least I can't. Or there's sometimes that you see it and then the hand just isn't quite right for it, because it's a bit awkward to make it, but so it went somewhat more utility rather than trying to always play around D-Barrier.
Some things you just have to accept, it really is that case. So yeah, I guess one final point, you've opted to main a Bestial. How's that? Is it just more hand traps? Is that the logic, or do you find it has...
I find it has a really nice synergy. So it even if it hits like one of your own like effect veilers or something like that, just the ability to summon it, search for next turn, and that plus Chandra can be just transcendent on its own. So even if sort of your opponent's sort of causing problems, you can literally just summon Chandra, make Transcendent, go battle phase. If you've got Kaiman in hand, yeah, you're onto a winner. So
yeah, no, Kaiman actually worked out really well for you in that game. So yeah. Robert, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
This has been a great analysis of your deck list, and I hope you continue to perform well. So it's been great to have you. Any final closing thoughts or how you feel going forward?
Fingers crossed it keeps going as well as it has been. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for tuning in as well. As mentioned, if you want to check out the YouTube channel for any highlights and recaps of some of the games that have already been seen, this one included, then head on over to Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU where you can check that out. We're going to be signing out here. We'll be back as soon as we can for round 5 for more feature match and coverage of the UK National Championship 2024.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. So I'm here to sit down with a couple of our fantastic judges and ask them about themselves and what it's like to be a judge. So could you introduce yourselves and tell us what you'll be doing this weekend?
Yep. So I'm Daniel. I'll be one of the assistant head judges on the main event this weekend. So my role include on Friday and Saturday morning, answering head judge Q&A questions, making sure players are aware of rulings ready for the event. And then once the event starts, I'll be there to answer any appeals players may have from any of their judge rulings and generally providing assistance to the rest of the team.
And I'm James. I'll be the head judge for the main event. So my responsibilities, particularly today, are going to be more with preparing the event for the weekend. And then over the weekend, I will be in charge of all the judges. That includes Dan here, making sure that they're all doing what they're supposed to be doing, as well as answering appeals myself as well.
Excellent. And so for people at home maybe thinking about becoming a judge themselves, what was your experience like? How do you do it? What's the process?
So generally, I'd say most judges will find themselves getting in at the local level. So being able to apply for local level tournaments or OTS championships is a good start for judges to get in, and then maybe work their way up through regionals and eventually applying for roles in a tournament such as nationals like this weekend.
Excellent. Do you have anything to add?
No, that's pretty much summed it up.
Okay. And how did you become a judge?
So I actually started out not through judging, but through demoing, working on the Konami stand at various Comic-Cons, teaching the game to younger players, trying to get more people involved in the game. And through that, I built up a passion for teaching and helping others with the game, and judging then became a natural progression.
And for me, while I was at university, I actually knew some other people who were judges. I was a player myself, not the best player, admittedly, but found myself, he was telling me stories about events, and it was that sort of social element, as much as the judging side of it. The judging side is fantastic, but it was that sort of gradually getting me into it, and I've not looked back since.
Excellent. And when did you start judging?
So I've been judging since 2017. I think I did my first Premier event in 2018 UK Nationals, so 6 years this event, which is absolutely flown by.
And I started in 2015, but my first event was UK Nationals 2016. And starting off in deck check, which is somewhere that I really enjoy doing personally, but then naturally progressing into different roles. And yeah, it's been fantastic.
So for players and people at home, maybe they think judges need to know lots about rulings, lots about the game. What else do you need to know if you're a judge?
I think the main thing that I'd recommend for judges to know is just being flexible and being willing to learn. Everyone is going to have bits of their career that they're missing, whether that's learning how to manage difficult player situations, learning meta-relevant rulings, learning how to work logistics of a large tournament. All of these are skills that you might not necessarily think are associated with judges at first glance, but definitely very important.
Yep, I think the biggest thing that a lot of, especially newer judges, somewhat neglect initially until they do start doing events is policy. Most of the things that we encounter are actually policy issues rather than rulings. So things like penalties and how to fix a game state on the board and things like that. Things that are a bit more away from the actual cards themselves. And I think that's probably more important than actually knowing what the cards do a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite bit about judging events or being part of the judge team?
I enjoy so much about judging, but I think, as James alluded to, in one of the factors that got him into it, it's the social aspects. Judging has built up such a strong community. I've made friends through judging that I wouldn't have had a chance to meet and get to know otherwise, and it's what brings me to all of the international events. It's what keeps me coming back, is making new friends, meeting up with old friends, and I definitely think the social aspect is a major selling point for me.
Yeah, I've made so many friends myself from this. I mean, friends with Dan that we would not have met otherwise. Friends from all over Europe, friends from all over the UK that normally you just wouldn't interact with. So yeah, having that opportunity to see and meet so many people is great.
And do you have a favorite event that you've been part of the judge team for?
So there's lots that stand out to me. I think UK Nationals 2019 was my first team lead position. It was a very proud moment. I think my favorite was probably the previous YCS London. I think I was on feature match, and that's an area that I thoroughly enjoy. I think being able to focus on a single table and see such thrilling gameplay, as someone that is a big fan of the game, that's probably my highlight.
For me, it was probably the 200th YCS in Utrecht. It was such an event, and so many people there were so excited for it. So it was the players, judges, all the staff. It was a big event, and that just added to the whole weekend.
Oh, fantastic! So, if you were going to say something to aspiring young judges out there, what would you tell them?
My main advice would be just go for it. It's something that you won't really know if you're going to enjoy it until you give it a try. Be willing to learn from those that are more experienced and just give things a go. You will find that there are certain things you'll need to work on that you maybe didn't anticipate, but there will also be things that you enjoy that you wouldn't have expected. So just throw yourself in the deep end. There's plenty of support networks around to use, so I'd recommend that.
Yeah, definitely. Just applying either for regionals, speaking to your local TOs, or applying for nationals. There's quite a few judges who have not judged many events before at this nationals, and this is a great experience for them to experience such a big event that they wouldn't have otherwise if they didn't put themselves out there.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I hope everyone at home has found this interesting and informative. I definitely have. It's so fantastic seeing what the judges do, and they're really the heart and soul of putting on these big events, which would definitely not be possible without them. So thank you very much, and stay tuned for our next feature match. Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships. We're here for round 5, and boy oh boy do we have a treat for you viewers at home this round. What do you think it is, Nadir?
We did promise that we'd get something spicy and special throughout the day. Trying to see what kind of things are on XO. First of all, we've got something that hasn't been seen in a little minute. We've got Vanquish Soul, quite a solid kind of, resource management deck. You're kind of focused on like your mid-range control of the field. The other deck, we've got a Shining Sarcophagus, I think is what we're calling it.
Yeah, I didn't even know what to call it. Like, it's got a variety of engines. It's got a few Dogmatica cards. It's based around these Shining Sarcophagus cards. You get a few Silent Swordsmans and Silent Magicians.
Don't let it be outshined. We've got a playset, a gadget trio here. And we've got, Silent Swordsman. So get to slashing in round 5 here. Let's see what these players can do. All right, game number 1. Jamie here on the bottom and Samuel on top. I think Jamie is not really aware of what he's about to witness in round 5.
I think he's going to have to read, like, every card.
Every single one of them, yeah.
Every single card, yeah.
Who on the dice roll here? Samuel's got the dice roll here.
Oh, he won't have to read that one. Okay,
yeah,
every other card,
You'll be familiar with this. All right, we've got Fenrir, no effect. And there it is. Okay, that's I think that's a good start. Gadget trio.
Is he not reading it?
He
knows it.
No. Was he looking at his hand for like a disruption?
He was like, yeah, he knew what that did.
The psychology of do I interrupt the gadget trio or not here? Let me just get a reminder up of what this card does. But basically, it's the Yugi style silent archetype, I think, that he played near the end of Duel Monsters. So add a Shining Sarcophagus or a spell trap that mentions it. So literally just a Rhoda for the deck, any kind of card involving Shining Sarcophagus. And when it's destroyed by a card effect, you can set a Stronghold of the Fortress. Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, it's so cool to like see like a whole archetype like completely brought to life with cards that were played on the show. Like
once upon a time, yeah. It is established here with the Shining Sarcophagus. And now we're getting a search here. Jamie doesn't appear to have any responses.
Does he know what all of these cards do?
Does he know? I don't know. Does he know?
I mean, I don't. But does he? Like,
okay, he's reading one of them, so that's progress has been made, I suppose.
So there's the Swordsman and the Magician. Right?
I think we've got both silence out, right? So the way this works is it establishes like kind of like a not really a lock, but like a really good protection here. So I think he can just negate a spell card, but he can protect his silent monsters from being targeted with the, I think it's Magician. So you're just establishing a controlling field here. Oh, and after all of this, of course, we're going to use the Fenrir once we've established this.
I mean, anything that targets a Shining Sarcophagus card, if you like, one that mentions Shining Sarcophagus.
Yeah. Okay, this is so disrespectful if we're getting rid of Fenrir, but not the other cards. Wait, is that Ghost Ogre?
Yeah, we just Ogre to Fenrir.
Oh, wow. Surely the continuous spell Shining Sarcophagus might be eventually doing something that we care more about, right?
Well, I guess this is the advantage of bringing a deck where people have no clue what is going on.
I'm going to feel, like, very disrespected if my opponent lets me... oh, talents, okay. If my opponent lets me do all of my Shining Sarcophagus plays, but then it's like, you know what? No, the problem is Fenrir.
Just going to Ogre that Fenrir.
What are we taking here? I think that's the... Is that Stake Your Soul? I think it's Stake Your Soul. It looks like we're just going to go for Raisin, it looks like. Is that double Raisin, actually? It's hard to see from the...
No, I think that's heavy Borger.
Oh, Borgor, okay.
Stake Your Soul, heavy Borger, and...
Still a good hand, to be fair.
The Infernoble that lets you search Raisin. However, that can be negated by either...
Yeah, we can negate Durandal.
Of Jamie's cards.
Yeah.
Either of Samuel's cards can negate it, right? Because it's a spell and it targets.
Yeah, true. I think you want to use the targeting one most likely first, right? keep the spell one
See,
after.
if he'd left the Ogre, if he'd left the Fenrir, he could have targeted the Fenrir. And
then I guess you would be forced to negate, but then you have to deal with Fenrir, and Fenrir is like really strong against Vanquish Soul. You can kind of typically only put one monster down first turn, but I suppose like you can try and tag out and dodge the Fenrir, so you do have ways to circumvent it. Let's see if we can do anything about that here. We're gonna use the Durandal, search for a Fire Warrior. And I think, oh, we're going to use a back row here instead of just negating. Interesting. Oh, Cosmic, that's pretty cool.
In the main deck.
Yeah, Cosmic's decent, right? Like, it's not like a terrible card to have. It has applications against absolutely everything, right?
Yeah, it seems odd. Why wouldn't you just use your targeting protection?
Well, he knows it's Vanquish Soul, and there's not really much else to Cosmic, right?
That's true.
Like, maybe you can, like, snipe the Snow Devil in the end phase, I think, but that's... I don't know, I feel like there isn't really much to Cosmic anyway.
But you can use targeting protection every turn. I don't know, it feels like more of a premium to use a card effect rather than a card. If you can.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Alright, well, I mean, we don't have Raisin access, right? It's just Borgor and Stake in the hand, and I think we have to reveal...
Stake itself just got negated, so...
Oh, yeah, sure. So we're in a bad spot, I guess, actually.
Depends what that last card is.
We're not going to scoop, right? I mean, okay, yeah, we're passing, though. We're going to get a victory from Silent Swordsman's here, it looks like.
I mean, they get larger, right?
Yeah, they get bigger. I think it's like every battle phase for one of them and every standby for the other. They just
and I think they also get bigger when they use their negation effect as well.
Yeah, okay. What are we searching here? Is it a Silent Sword Slash? Nope, okay. I could not tell you what that is.
So you're going to be able to draw to 6?
Oh, right, that thing? Do you think so?
That original card of Sanctity effect.
Do you really want to, like, refill your opponent's hand here?
No, I don't know if that's what he's going to do, but that's one of the cards.
They do have a really cool battle phase draw 6. It's kind of nutty.
Both players... Oh, but it makes your guys bigger.
Yeah, I get the logic,
so
but
you win, you know?
Do you have enough damage with all of this? Okay, we're poking. Well, he hasn't used it yet, so if you wanted to do that, you would have used it now, surely, right?
Yeah, that could go really wrong if your opponent draws, like, Imperm and then...
just giving your opponent 4 cards here seems...
Yeah, you don't really want to do that, so maybe you just attack and chill.
Maybe it was Future Silence, I think we added. Or is that the draw 6 one? I'm going to bring up the database here for you at home here so I can take a look at this. I think it was Future Sounds we added, right? This is just the add one. So you don't need to use that battle phase effect. You can just use it for searching. But it looks like he's just going to set and pass here. So it looks like we poked for a bit of damage. Wow, the silence really just don't get very big quick enough, I think, right?
I thought they were going to be much bigger, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't even do half damage here. Still 2 back row, though, and the spell and targeting is now back online as well. So with 3 cards, that's a lot to try and push through.
Simon's still got plenty of cards to interact with. Jamie doesn't
picks it up. All right. Scooping game number 1. Shining Sarcophagus, Silent Swordsman. Taking game number 1 here.
I have no idea what we just witnessed, but I'm definitely here for it.
I love the social aspect of an event where you talk to your friends after each round. You're like, oh, how'd your game go? What happened? You know, what'd you lose to? It's like, oh, Snake Eye hand trapped me 3 times. They had the extender when I impermed them. Well, Jamie's going to have to tell his friends that my opponent summoned Gadget Trio and then summoned Silent Sword 0. And I couldn't play because he talented away my only starter and then negated my Stick My Soul with a Shining Sarcophagus card. So I'm just glad we got to see that, you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's been established.
What is he going to tell his friends after this one? It's like, bro, I don't even know what happened to me.
I don't even know.
First I had some cards and then they all disappeared.
First I had some cards and then they were petrified. Sorry.
Like, I don't know. I guess sometimes you just play against a deck where you've never seen it before. It's something completely out of the blue.
Yeah. But yeah, don't credit anyone out just yet, as we've got Jamie probably going to go Nop to start this one using Vanquish Soul. Vanquish Soul is, yeah, just a really kind of strong mid-range deck that's always kind of been on the precipice of the format. It's just generically good at controlling the field, using the gimmick of revealing cards in your hand based off of their attributes. And because of that, You get all these bonus effects. They generate a lot of advantage. Borgor draws one, I believe, as well when it's on the field. Yeah. So you're drawing cards. You're adding back with Rocket the Vanquisher. And yeah, just accruing a lot of advantage. Out-resourcing your opponent is kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, and there's a few new cards that have come out recently. I think when players, you first try the deck, you think, okay, I like it, but maybe it's not quite it. And then these cards like sneakily get released, like Dust Devil and Jialong, which just make the deck just that much better. Extra fire attributes, extra ways to search, extra powerful cards to search, and the deck just becomes better and better and better.
I think the revealing of an Earth monster sometimes is the problem with this deck. In Master Duel, you got Maxi to reveal, and TCG, I guess you have to resort to Fenrir, I suppose, is your best kind of Earth reveal.
You can reveal Ghost Spell. That's allowed.
Is Ghost Spell Earth?
Yeah.
Wait, really? Isn't it light?
I think it's Earth.
Oh, Ghost Bell. Sorry, I was thinking of Ghost Ogre.
Ogre's light. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ghost Bell is indeed Earth. Yeah, so it has a lot of synergy with all of the Ghost Sisters, I suppose. You got Fire for Ash, Earth for Bell. Yeah, let's see if we can do something about this in game number 2, as Jamie's going to kick this one off for us. All right. Interesting matchup. Not something that I think most of you will have had on your bingo card this weekend for Vanquish Soul and Shining Sarcophagus, but a tale to be told for Samuel here if he can win this match on feature of the National Championship in 2024. Jamie's leading with Rhoda. That's really strong. No Ash Blossom. You gotta keep them off Raisin as best as you can, and well, it's the best start in the deck.
Hey, Rhoda is a card that's seen like consistent play forever.
It's limited to one for a reason. Yeah, there was a world where you could play 3 of them. I think, funnily enough, of all do you know what deck it was that finally got it limited?
No, I can't remember. I feel like it's bounced around a few times, but maybe it's been at 1 for a while, right?
It was Necros. Because you could add Colossalas to get ritual spells. You get Shuret, which is pretty important. That was the format that...
You could get Bullblader,
Yeah, you get a Jin out.
DD Warrior Ladies.
Sorry, we're showing our age right now. We've got Stake Your Soul, Your Nose is Mine. Here we've got the, I think, a Jialong reveal to special summon out.
You can reveal 2 fire, I think? Or 2, I can't remember if it's 2 Vanquish Soul or 2 fire, and you get to search a Vanquish Soul card.
Yeah.
So having extra ways to search cards is just excellent for this deck, because before it was only Raisin that could get E-Tier Engine, but now we have Jialong as well.
Yeah, Jialong was a huge addition for the deck here, really just topped off that consistency.
And as you mentioned, like it's really hard to get 2 monsters into play sometimes. So Jialong as well has an effect to summon itself from the hand as long as you've revealed a Vanquish Soul. So it's another way to get extra monsters.
Yeah, getting lots of monsters on the field is just really good because you can keep tagging them, and then every time you tag, you sort of do a unique effect that generates advantage. You can pop cards, add cards, draw cards, and that's really what you're trying to do here. Kind of going with that sort of like fighting game theme, I suppose, is sort of what they are kind of thematically attached to, tagging in and out, using these powerful effects. Borgor as well is a lot of damages over the course of a duel here. Should you ever be in time with Vanquish Soul, burning for 1500 is huge amount of damage when the clock is ticking.
Yeah, it stacks up quite quickly, especially when you can use it twice in quick succession, because you can use it on your turn and then during your opponent's draw phase as well. So even if it looks like you haven't been able to close out the game, if you've just got like 3000 burning coming as well, like that could be that.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, because of the quick succession part of it, you can get a lot of damage in a short span of time. So yeah, definitely a unique kind of advantage that Vanquish Soul has that some other decks might not necessarily benefit from. This is a great feeling, by the way, when you're like have your like full combo, quote unquote full combo. Okay. I think I know what I'm picking.
There it is.
Yeah. I was going to say, it feels really good, like when you get to do your full combo deck, then get resources at the deck, and then go Prosperity, dig even deeper for those side deck cards. And that's an anti-spell Fragrance.
Yeah, anti-spell.
Just look at Samuel's hand. I think he's got like 4 spells in his hand. That's literally 4 spells.
He was running Cosmic Cyclone.
He was running Cosmic, yeah.
I think he deserves it if he had it in his main deck to have it for this anti-spell.
Yeah, believe Heart of the Cards, etc. Right? He has to if he's playing Shining Sarcophagus. So I simply trust that he will find an out to this. He hasn't made Rock of the Vanquisher yet.
Yugi himself.
Yeah, for sure. Borgar?
It's not quite as strong now because you've used Prosperity, so you can't draw any cards.
That is true, yeah. And the burn damage is also half, so it's oh yeah, Prosperity actually kind of doesn't fit super well with Borgar, but I think it's like a card like you absolutely have to play irrespective. You know, it's just too good to play to not play in a deck like this. You don't really need your extra spots, so you know you can sacrifice quite a decent amount multiple times in a turn in a duel as well if you need to. And yeah, just digging deeper for the raisins. And as we saw, one of the biggest advantages of Prosperity is post-side, digging for side deck cards that can just blow out the game like this. We'll see if Samuel's 4 spells can match anti-spell Fragrance here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the top 6 and picking one...
That's a spell!
How many cards would you count that as worth drawing? Like, if I said you could draw 2 cards or you could resolve Prosperity, which would you do?
In a theoretical situation of like, you know, do we want Pot of Greed or Prosperity? I think Prosperity, but if we're talking multiples, I think Pot of Greed, right? Because like you can draw into it.
But what if Pot of Greed you could only play? Like, what if Prosperity had no restriction, like Pot of Greed?
If Prosperity had no restriction?
Yeah, or had the Pot of Greed had the same restriction as Pot of Prosperity, which one would be better?
So I could prosper into Pot of Greed and draw?
No, you can, let's say. You can't draw after, you know, what's better, draw 2 or pick 6, if it had the same restrictions.
Oh, same restrictions. I think it has to be Prosperity, right?
It has to be Prosperity. We've power crept Pot of Greed.
There's no way. Well, we have a power crept Pot of Greed. You're like giving it fake conditions.
I'm giving it fake conditions. Yeah, okay.
All right, so we're also drawing with the Borgar here. Oh no, we don't have an out. Okay, yeah. Man, this is a trap deck, right? Surely?
Yeah,
these aren't just like
traps.
5 spells. Clearly not. It's really rough as well because I feel like Jamie should be able to just like end the game with the damage of Borgar last turn, which I think was 750. If he even did damage, he might not have actually done it.
Is there nothing happening in the end phase? Does he not have like Xiaolong or Borgar to use?
He looks like he is.
No, he drew.
Oh, did he drew for turn? Well, maybe he drew for the Borgar, no?
I looked like he drew. Yeah, but he didn't. I don't know. Maybe I just missed it.
Maybe it was the Borgar he drew for?
Yeah, maybe I missed him revealing some cards.
I mean, this is like scenarios that Vanquish Soul puts you in, by the way, where like, you know, everything we've talked about with all of the resource generation. I mean, look, like Jamie's hand is like, look at that. Like that's a lot.
That is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's just out-skilling really well here with the 4 back row that have been set in response to anti-spell. So if he gets a turn, you know, Samuel could be locked and loaded. But unfortunately, you got to wait a turn on anti-spell here. It's another raisin coming down.
Anti-spell just puts such a grind on things because even if your spell is to then like search another spell.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue, isn't it? Because like even if you do get to play on like the turn 3, like as you said, you can just go from one choke point to another and you're back to square one.
And Caesar Valius can get a little feast on some of those set spells and traps if he's got the cards to reveal.
Yeah, that's another really crazy thing, because even if you don't like end the game, you can like pop one, and then in their draw phase pop another.
Yeah, and Pantera's going to pop one too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that would have been great to use last turn, you know, but unfortunately, anti-spell. So, what's your favorite spell to set under anti-spell?
Oh, all of them.
It's literally all of them. I mean, that's what Samuel's done.
Set all my spells under anti-spell. I just remember the first time someone told me that I could.
Gosh, this is like brutal. Look, we're just sniping every card we set here.
Like quick play spells, you have to wait like a turn as well. You have to wait until your next turn. It's really brutal.
Yeah, you know, like sometimes actually people can forget that because you know you got to wait that full turn cycle, and a quick play. Yeah,
because it says they can't be activated until like that player's next turn.
Yeah, So even quick plays don't actually get around anti-spell, which is why it's so powerful. If you had to pick a continuous trap that's your favorite, what would be up there for you?
That's a good question. I like Skill Drain the most, I'd say.
You like? Okay, fair. Well, it looks like this one is not Samuel's favorite, as he has picked up his cards. And that's game number 2. Yeah, so Vanquish Soul doing what it does best. You know, getting that established, big, important Raisin summon. Get you into your engine, Jiaolong, search, draw. Prosperity, get those non-engine as well into the mix, and, well, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-spell was like MVP, as we saw, hang up the whole engine and the non-engine that was supposed to counter, you know, supposed to come in with that lightning storm. Nope, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I would have loved to see how the Shining Sarcophagus cards interact, like, you know, sort of pound for pound, engine for engine. You know, do we, like, can it break fields going second, right? Or is it relying on non-engine, like Lightning Storm, for example? So it'll be interesting to see if there's a way for this deck to, you know, just maneuver through, like, you know, theme versus theme rather than being stalled out by anti-spell, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play, you know, engine versus engine if you don't want to. You can play your non-engine cards, you can play your anti-spells, you can play your, you know, whatever else, forbidden droplets.
So do you have a side pattern, like when you go to a tournament and you think, all right, how am I beating Shining Sarcophagus?
Yeah, I do often think that. I'm not sure what I think, but I definitely think something. Maybe the Feather Duster?
There's some good cards here, yeah. This evenly matched in Jamie's list here. That seems like quite a strong card going second. Bestials, not so much. It's a lot of go first cards, I want to say here. It's because like his main deck is filled with like all of the hand traps you would expect. So naturally it is built to go first. Well, built to go first, but going second, you still have all of the resources of a hand trap. He just didn't see any game one. Bit of a fluke, do you think? Or
well, I feel like the deck's very consistent, and obviously having like different hand traps. I mean, he did see that Ogre, for example, and it really backfired because it destroyed a Fenrir and then got him talents. So hand traps can be less effective when you don't know how to use them and what you're supposed to do with them, I'd say.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the situation, right, of talents being so prominent. I mean, what are you gonna do? Not hand trap your opponent, right? Like it puts you in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, you just draw Imperm. That's
the better one.
That's what you do. No one can talent you if you just draw Imperm.
True, exactly.
We need another talents where you can talent someone if they Imperm you. Like if your opponent's activated a trap from their hand this turn.
If you really want to red reboot an Imperm, you know, in theory. All right, our players are ready for game number 3, match point here, and we've got Shining Sark versus Vanquish Soul. Okay, so I assume Samuel will want to begin and establish that incredible field of the negate and protection. And if we can throw a Nadir in there as well, it's really strong because, you know, you get your Ecclesia plus Trap or Fleur de Lis on top of that as well. And
that's not good. Oh, no.
We didn't draw Gadget Trio, it seems.
No Gadget Trio, no Shining Sarcophagus. The Talents is such a powerful card, but if you don't have any way to make your opponent...
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Because if your opponent doesn't do anything or you're bricking, then, well...
It just adds to it.
Yeah, it's just such a snowball. And Jamie's got Prosperity here, so, I mean, I would assume Evenly Match was probably put in here, but it's not a super great Evenly in this situation.
Yeah, Evenly Matched, your opponent chooses to banish one of 2 face downs. It's like...
Yeah, it's...
I take it.
It's really funny. Like, we saw it in the last round. Okay. You can see Samuel's laughing here. Like, second card Duster. Okay,
Got
I have
the
two
choice
backroom.
of Evenly or Duster, right?
I'm telling you, man. We need to bring back Waken the Dragon or something. I mean, it was never really here. Oh, wow. Actually opts to go for the Pantera, so he must be really low on engine, right?
Pantera can also destroy spells and traps, but...
Yeah.
You're right. Duster, to me, seems like if you had an engine, you'd snap that off, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some anti-destruction effect is, you know, really not as popular. Don't really have to worry too much about that, but I think he's more than happy to dig here and just play the game as we normal summon Pantera into the middle column. Do you set your cards, like, consciously, or do you kind of just shuffle and then set your cards?
I try and, like, shuffle and set as little information as possible.
Yeah.
Someone told me a long time ago when I was a kid that people always set their most important cards first.
Yeah, I think that's pretty true.
And
Look,
like
I mean, there's an Imperm here, see?
Like, as a rule of thumb, that's probably pretty good, but I feel like you should try consciously, like, not to give away any information about how you set your cards.
Yeah. All right. So I don't think we're going to be put anywhere near lethal range because usually you can do quite a significant amount of damage and then double Borgor. But we are under Prosperity, so...
Is that a Dogmatica punishment?
It is a Dogmatica punishment targeting Zhao Long.
Oh, it's always a little dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, risking the tag out against Vanquish Soul is super rough. You just get Omega punished here if you have it, and it looks like we're revealing...
The search, right?
Okay, so... This is not too bad.
Well, you still
no, he does. Okay.
Oh, as well, so we get the search and the add. That is just brutal.
Yeah, and on top of this, you don't even send with the punishment because the monster that you initially targeted doesn't have attack stats since it's in the hand now. So you can't even get like the bonus like send off of punishment. So yeah, the card just didn't do anything, right? Like that's how it feels. You just went -2 or something in combination with all of your Vanquish Souls.
Yeah, I mean the Impum's not really done any. It just got like activated by the Pantera.
Yeah, just forced out. And here's Raisin, who's just gonna search for a Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, I mean Jamie might not be able to put up the amount of damage this turn because of the Prosperity, but almost, yeah, you know, Samuel went first and pretty much passed anyway, so he's just swept through it.
Well, we'll see if we can mount a comeback here. I assume that Sam is probably like maybe just one engine piece away from actually beginning the game here. It's just really rough that, you know, two essentially like really powerful trap cards like that can really just end the game against some decks. Imperm punishment just played through like it was nothing for Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, that like having targeted cards against Vanquish Soul. So powerful sometimes just having cards that remove your own monsters from the field.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Droplets and like Kirin in the Fire King deck.
It's really funny. You said Kirin. My first thought was Magic Spectre Kirin. I would love to see that this weekend. It is back, just saying, you know.
Yeah, we saw Magic Spectres at the UK Open. So.
Yeah, we did actually, didn't we? Was that with Kirin? I don't think that was with Kirin.
No, I don't think Kirin was back then.
No, that was with the Link too, though. Yeah.
I don't think Kirin is quite what it once was. I think a once per turn bounce is not quite as... All
right, we're going to have a falling out now.
You can put Kirin in a deck if you want and see how it works out.
You know, most Kirins are like really powerful cards. Like, name a bad Kirin, you know, it doesn't exist.
There was a Fire Avatar Kirin before the the new one,
There's
which I don't think anyone
Kirin.
ever put in their deck.
No,
so.
it's good. You can like, what's the effect? It summons from the hand or something?
Well, if you knew what its effect was, you could vouch for it being a better card.
All Kirins are good Kirins. All right, so this is the Rock of the Vanquisher. Adds back, and then it can summon again from hand. Yeah, it's just so strong here. Half damage as well, of course, from the Borgor. But still a significant portion of life points dealt here. Samuel's really going to have to try and mount a comeback next turn, otherwise it's going to be a really rough spot. It could be, like, I don't want to count him out just yet. I think that Talents has the potential to be absolutely massive. We picked up a Fenrir, I want to say, which is a good card in and of its own right, but Samuel's clearly lacking, like, an engine piece, right? Like, a Gadget Trio is something he really needs.
I mean, Fenrir,
is it a Gadget Trio, or is that a Fenrir? I feel like it's a Fenrir, right?
Fenrir at least will probably make the Talents live.
True, yeah.
But Jamie's doing quite a lot, I'm guessing, in the standby
Probably
phase.
standby, yeah. Yeah. Thrust would have been nice in this scenario, I suppose, but we'll settle for Talents. Just searching out with Zhao Long here, more attributes and reveals for him, as well as being able to keep using the destruction effects.
Yeah, we've got something to destroy. We've probably got something to destroy with Caesar Valius now, if necessary.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah, it was actually the Gadget Trio. It kind of looks similar there.
Feels
Imperm is
unlikely
going to be
this
really
is
rough.
Resolve, yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
Has he got a cross out, maybe?
It's just like extra worse here because like your one engine piece that you need is negated and your Talents is still dead. It's past turn. Yeah, no, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's got to be rough for Samuel.
Yeah, this is the
Oh, but that's a rock of the Vanquisher. That has to be used during the main phase, right?
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
So he is going to walk into the talents.
All right. But what do you do here? I mean, do you draw? Is there extenders? Like, well, I guess, yeah, we could go for the Future Silence.
Yeah.
That might be really strong in the battle phase.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if your opponent's about to pass turn, you should just kind of let them.
Do you think so? Yeah, I mean, it is kind of greedy, right? Because
Like-
you should be conscious of talents.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he said he was going into the battle phase, but like, what's the battle phase going to do? You can't attack.
I think he
Rock
was
of the
passing just
Vanquisher.
based off of his hand gesture. You know, you get that little point.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if it was passing as well.
How many cards in hand? Oh, you know, like 9.
9,000, yeah.
Yeah. Did we pop there, I think? And we drew.
Yes, I think that was popping in the end phase.
Oh, wait, well, we just... Oh, it was Jamie's turn. That's it. Oh, no. Well, Jamie's taking it down with Vanquish Soul. Victory has been had. The Shining Sarcophagus Dream is...
He can't defeat Yugi like that. He'll have to be back in a later round, you know.
Not even with a Blue Eyes, man. All right, well, big congrats to Jamie. Still remaining undefeated. EXO at the National Championship this year using Vanquish Soul. Not the most popular or conventional archetype these days, but credit to Samuel, I think, for showing a valiant effort there.
I mean, full credit, like, just playing a bunch of cards that no one else is using or, like, thought about coming to a competitive tournament with before, so...
Yeah, absolutely.
Props for that.
Yeah, doing pretty well, and, I mean, you know, game 2 could have been a little different, I suppose, if we didn't hit that one-of anti-spell. You'll always be looking back at what could have been, I suppose, in a situation like that, right, when your opponent sees the one-of, but it is what it is, and I think... yeah, good effort was made.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Prosper's there for, really, isn't it? So it doesn't quite, like, you know, you don't get to search through your whole deck, but it's a good chunk of it you're getting to see, like...
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, you know, if you're including 3 ofs, like, it's a good chance you'll see a type of card you'll need, either defensive or extender, whatever you need in that situation. But, like, Prosperity is just so powerful, so...
And as you mentioned, like, he'd already pulled, like, 3 or 4 cards out with, like, Rota and Raisin and Xiaolong, like...
Yeah.
His deck's pretty small by that point, so...
Absolutely. Right, well, I guess we'll hear from Jamie very soon, so don't go anywhere for our player interview, which we will catch just after the short break.
Hello and welcome back. We're here with the winner of our last feature match, Jamie. How do you feel? Congratulations.
Good, really happy. Thank you very much. Yeah, nerve-wracking, but enjoyed it. It's going well today.
So, like, I know I want to ask you about your own deck, but also, like, we have to ask you how you felt when your opponent activated Shining Sarcophagus.
I was mix of confused, but also thinking, what do I have in the main deck that can actually do anything right now? And then also, what do I have in the side deck? Because obviously with Shining Sarcophagus, can't be destroyed by monster effects. And a lot of my effects are all monster effects. So it was more a case of when he had his board set up and it was constantly gaining counters, I was like, it's going to be quite a tough one, this one.
So were you familiar with all of the cards before the round?
So I have them, actually. I have collected them. I just haven't built the deck yet. So I can take some sort of encouragement from that he's doing well with it. So maybe I can build that as well. But I hadn't really read the cards too much. I've just collected them so far because they're quite nice cards.
Oh, okay. But you know, like, roughly what they do?
Roughly what it does. It's a Yugi deck based on Yugi himself. But yeah, otherwise.
Okay, so you weren't like, because for me, I hadn't seen hardly any of the cards before, so like at least knowing of them probably made you a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, so it was more the hidden effects of what could be hidden behind, like, okay, if Shiny Sarcophagus is on the pitch, on the field, what can't I do? Can I not target things? Is anything protected? Little things like that. It was more the things I need to find out. But otherwise, went a lot better than I thought it would, which I'm happy with.
So, like, safe to say Shining Sarcophagus probably wasn't something you prepared for. What were you prepared for this weekend?
So this weekend, mainly Snake Eyes. So I built my deck to be against Snake Eyes, Tenpai, and the odd voiceless Melodious matchups. So I thought they would be the big four. So a lot of my side deck is built to try and combat those kind of things. And then the main deck is just what I've been going with for quite a while now. I've been playing the deck since it's come out.
So you feel like your main deck's been sort of quite stable, but
pretty
for each
stable,
event
yeah, one or two changes here and there. So like Ghost Ogre, another card that sort of comes in this format, does kind of conflict with Shifter, but it's good to still have both. If you don't see one of them, you might see the other one.
Yeah.
From that point of view.
So you feel like you're quite comfortable against those four decks? You're prepared for them?
Yeah, yeah. I have played Voiceless, and I have the deck as well, and I have dabbled in Snake Eyes, so I kind of know the lines and the play, so I know where it hurts to hit them.
Sure. So do you feel like, I mean, Vanquish Souls is kind of still a bit under the radar, you know, made a bit of noise when it first came out, and it's doing kind of here and there, but you're a big fan of it?
I'm a big fan. It's probably my favorite deck since it's come out. I think I just love that it doesn't seem overpowered. It just does a bit of everything, and does it well. But it's a lot of thinking behind it. The tagging out, making sure you learn where to interact with the opponent. I guess also not being a well-known strategy, it does play in my favor as well. So not too many people know what the cards do or where to act into it. For example, like with the punishment, I can just tag out to so it misses from that point of view. So little things like that, and from that point of view, yeah, it seems to work well.
So have you been catching out people a lot with their little interactions like that?
Little interactions. A lot of people, I've had people say no one plays it at their locals. They've not come across it too much. So
it must be great for you to hear.
Working in my favour in a way, yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything that you like don't want to face or you heard about today that you were like, oh, that sounds a bit scary, or you feel confident?
The main deck, the one deck I was most worried about coming into this was Melodious. Not really face it too much. So it is the one deck that I was a bit more nervous about going into. Still haven't faced it yet. Maybe I won't, maybe I will. So time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, you know, I think you probably couldn't go a whole event without avoiding, like, Snake Eye, for example, but Melodious, so maybe you could, possibly.
That's a take, so. To be fair, I have still avoided Snake Eye so far.
Oh, really? Okay.
But still a long way to go.
So, yeah, I mean, you're still clean sheet so far. How are you feeling about your chances going forwards?
I feel good. I feel confident each round, getting more and more confident. going a lot better than I originally thought. In testing up until Nats, I was a little bit on Snake Eyes, thinking, oh, maybe I'll play this for Nats. And then 2 weeks ago, I was like, I'm going back to good old faithful Vanquish Soul.
You stuck to your guns. You did what felt good.
Yeah, stuck to my guns, stuck to what I knew best. And I just thought, do you know what? It will catch people off. You can play Shifter in the deck. It plays well enough under Shifter. It doesn't impede itself, but it hurts enough other decks out there that actually,
for sure.
So,
I mean, Shifter's like a big bonus in any deck that you can play it in.
And I think in a format like this, where you've got Snake Eyes running around, it's a good card to have. It's a good card to have backing you. Yeah.
Well, look, man, congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
And like, hopefully we'll see you back, in the final.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
hopefully, yeah.
All right. Well, that was it for this round feature match. And stay tuned for the feature match of round 7.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of Destruction! To fulfill my promise to the Pharaoh, I'll need an unparalleled new strategy. I won't accept anything less than your best. And you'll have it! Meet Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction! This can't be. To think such a monster exists. It sure does, in Legacy of Destruction! It's time to duel! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. We're here for some mini games with some of our players for this event. So, can you introduce yourself?
My name's Abid Arshad.
How many national championships you've been to?
National championships, probably like 10 total. 10? Top 3.
Very experienced player, very experienced player. Got to be a hot contestant for the mini games.
Hope so.
Okay.
Hi, I'm JY Sharif. I've been to like 7 or 8 nationals.
Excellent work. Okay, so we're going to play a very tough mini game today because obviously we've got some very good prizes on the line. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a category of monsters, and you're going to have to name one in turn.
Okay.
Until one of you can no longer name a monster.
Okay.
Of that category.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you with me?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So who wants to go first in the first round?
You can start.
Okay.
All right, Abid. So we're going to go with rock monsters. So you got to name a rock monster.
Barry Statue, the rock one. You have to say the full names.
Let's go for it. Yeah.
Oh God, rock. J-Wag, you go first. Quickly.
A rock monster. Adamancipator.
Oh yeah.
Why am I blanking on all the Adamancipator monster names? They're all rock. Dude, this is so bad. How can I not name a single rock monster?
I think I got one now.
You got
Nibiru?
All right, we'll give you Nibiru. Okay,
Nibiru the Primal Being.
There we go. We got a rock monster. Okay,
rock golem has to be a rock monster. Yeah?
Rock golem?
Is there a rock golem?
I don't know. Do you know?
I'm hoping there's a rock golem. I'm completely blanking.
What's the best rock monster you can think of? On the
Destiny Hero.
Destiny Hero.
What's the Shield Defender? What's his name? The rock guy.
Aren't they all heroes?
Nah, he's a warrior. Oh, bro, I can't even think of a rock monster right now.
Do I win?
All right, that's round.
You know what? You got it. If I know all that Adamancipator cards do, I just can't remember their names.
Okay, I mean, there's like, I was thinking Block Dragon's quite a good one.
Block
Got some
Dragon.
Old school, Morphing Jars,
Is it
Gigantes.
Seeker? Isn't it called Seeker?
What's the one that searches 3 rocks? The one that's banned.
That's Block Dragon.
That's Block Dragon.
Block
Okay.
Dragon.
See, I know them by effects. I just don't know by names.
I kept thinking he was a dragon, so I wasn't too sure.
And then there's Barrier Statue. I can't actually, Barrier Statue of Earth? I can't remember the full name. There's Barrier Statue of the Torrent and the Inferno, but I can't remember the Earth.
I was hoping you would just
So
let
it's
me
quite
have
tricky.
it. So in my head, I was like, okay.
Let's hope we do better in the next one.
Okay, so our next one
Dragon.
is tougher, even.
Tougher.
This is Divine Beast Monsters.
Okay.
Okay.
So, JY, you can take the floor.
You know what? Yeah. Slife with the Sky Dragon.
Obelisk the Tormentor.
Winged Dragon of Ra.
Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere Mode?
Oh.
Okay. I feel like where are we at right now? Hamon?
That's a fiend.
It's a fiend? Oh.
Yeah. This is tough, this game.
This is bad. This is bad. Yeah. That's all I got. That's all I got. The 3 god cards, that's all I got.
I think Winged Dragon has another form.
Oh, he's got it? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I can't. It's like Blazing Phoenix, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah, it's the Immortal Phoenix.
Immortal
That's pretty
Phoenix,
good
yeah,
go.
Immortal
You know what?
Phoenix,
You
yeah,
can take that one. Nibiru and
Yeah,
Immortal
yeah,
Phoenix.
Immortal
You got that
Phoenix,
one, bro.
yeah.
You got that one.
Cool.
All right. Are we ready for our last round?
Sure. Let's go.
Okay. Can we name continuous spell cards?
Continuous spell.
Okay.
Area level B.
Level area B?
Level area B. Yeah.
Okay. Sky Striker multi-roll.
Sky Striker multi.
Or I think Engage multi-roll or something like that. I don't know the full name.
Messenger of Peace.
Branded Regained.
Branded Regain. Okay. Oh God. Don't give me a count. I'm thinking of archetypes. Oh my God. It's harder than I think. Magical Planter? No.
That sends a continuous trap to draw 2 cards.
That sends a continuous trap. I'm drawing a whiff and I cannot. Oh, Wave Motion Cannon.
We can see what decks you like to play.
Yeah.
Dimensional Fissure.
Mass Driver?
Why is it so hard to think on the spot? I know like
on the spot.
Yeah, I know like infinite continuous spells. You know, I just give up. I give up.
All right.
I give up.
Wow. Thanks a lot for joining us for these mini games, guys. I think that was 3-0 to a bit.
Yeah, it was. But you look, when you're in the hot seat, it's way harder to think.
Yeah.
No, in your head. Like I can tell you what loads of cards do, but the names, they evade me.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us, and be sure to check in for our next feature match up soon.
Hello and welcome back to the UK National Championship. This is round 6, I believe. We've got a very interesting feature match here. It's almost inevitable with European events, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, we have a little look through all of the tables when we're picking the feature match, but sometimes we just see the table 1 and we see a great player on table 1 and we think, wow, we should check out what their opponent is playing. And we see that, yeah, their opponent was playing Tearlament, which you got very, very excited by, and you were instantly like, lock it in, let's go.
Tearlament strongest.
And our strong player on table 1 is none other than our European champion, Jessica Robinson. So you can probably guess what she's playing. You know, if you've see her play any tournaments before, she's not made a secret of it. I think she's got a whole YouTube channel about it. You know,
I think she has literally like a 2.5 hour like lecture on like every line, every like hand trap to play around, like, you know, just the full deep dive. And European players, you know, keep letting it happen, unfortunately. So we'll see if she can take down another major event potentially using the plant strategy. Let's head on over to the table. All right, here we are. We've got Rico, who is on Tearlament, and Jessica, who's on Plant Link. I guess we'll call this. There's just so many archetypes at this point in this deck, since the healer and Dryas were limited to 1. Oh, that's a big hit from Rico. Was that a 7? I think he's won the dice roll there. On 0 hand traps, by the way. So that's a really important thing to note.
Yeah, I mean, on a sort of combo versus combo, when both players are going all in on engine, going first can be a very big advantage. And it looks like Rico has that advantage.
Yeah, so Tearlament playing very similarly to kind of how it did even like 6 months ago. I mean, not too much has even changed, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's a deck that utilizes the you know, putting cards from deck to your grave, triggering a bunch of grave effects.
Oh, I think we got it wrong.
Oh no, Jessica on the dice roll. Okay, well this is different. All right, so this is the I want to say like the Aroma Seraphim portion,
this is
right?
one of the Aroma cards. So it lets you activate. I think you get Humid Winds from your deck. So yeah, Humid Winds is a card that can pay 1,000 life points to search I think just any Arrow Mage.
Yeah, placing it face up is what's really relevant here, because that means you can, you know, just have instant access to that trap card. So even going second, you can get, I believe it also destroys for a life point cost as well. For other, it's got like multiple effects, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it pays to add, and then you can also gain 500 life points. I'm not sure what the condition is, but I'm pretty sure you meet it multiple times during the combo. So you just gain 500 life points, and then that triggers your Jasmines, if you have any in play, to then search more plants.
Okay.
You just search plants upon plants upon plants.
Yeah, I mean, that's how this deck has evolved since the initial, almost like a pure Sunvine deck, it felt like. Gosh, all the way back last year. She was running this with Punks, and then, you know, even had the Adventure engine. Things changed with the inclusion of Rikkas, and well, here we are now with even more new cards. This is sort of like I like to call it the tour guide of the deck.
It's a full ecosystem of plants. Do you like that?
Ha! Got the botanist among us, I see. There's the Laurel being summoned directly from the deck there, which means you can go directly into Jasmine. And Laurel hits the field, hits the grave rather. You can gain 500, which because of the life point gain, you get to trigger the Jasmine, and then Jasmine gets to search any plant monster.
Yeah, you wouldn't think gaining 500 would be that impactful an effect, but yeah, Jasmine will happily take advantage of it and let you search for a plant monster. And Jasmine, you can only use it once per turn, but that's only per copy while it's in play. So if you summon another copy, you can use it again, and it's very easy to trigger in this Arrow Mage strategy. You can just like keep gaining life points, keep searching cards, keep the train rolling.
And I think that's why this archetype, if you can call it that, works so well. There's just a lot of interconnecting pieces between different between the different themes of the deck, and even recently, with Legacy of Destruction, we are also playing 3 copies of Ragnarok Seed. So we'll see how that interconnects with this combo. But first and foremost, looks like the search there was the Therian. So we're just trying to go for an early insulation versus disruption, should our opponent have any. Although you would probably assume something was used now. But yeah, just getting into the machine. What's his name again? Regulus, that's
Regulus,
the one.
yeah.
Yeah, is really, really helpful when going first to protect.
Yeah, it's nice to get that non-plant into play before you've made yourself be playing plant monsters only.
So we've got Jasmine tributes to bring out Lone Fire tributes to get out Lokai, and this one is a little bit more familiar, I think, for a lot of players. Lokai linked off with the Vanilla. That's going to get your Sunvine Seed, I think it's called.
Sunvine Sowing.
Sowing, yes. And then Sowing gets Twin, and then that's going to trigger a chain here to... Well, you used to summon Healer here. I'm not sure if that's what you do anymore since it's limited.
Yeah, you still summon the Healer. Jess explained to me the entire combo yesterday, and there'll be that video up for you guys on stream later, so you can learn from the master herself about how to do all of these combos.
Yeah, that is true. You guys did do a little tutorial, so yeah, we'll also have that as pre-recorded content for you guys to check out over the course of this weekend as well. So keep an eye out for that. But yep, that's a big field we have here. And it's a little bit terrifying to think about Nibiru in this situation. I'm not sure how good or bad it would be if there's like more extension plays here, because that's always sort of been the bane of combo decks. But yeah, we are playing against Tearlament, and Rico is not the only hand trap. Technically is Havnus.
Yeah, and I'm sure that would have been down on the field a lot sooner.
It doesn't feel like it would do much, like going second, I feel, right, without Kick Coloss?
No, you could mill something, I guess.
Immediately into like Shadow Winda would be impressive.
Yeah, Winda.
Which he is playing, you know, that there is a world that happens.
You could also mill the Black Goat Laughs. I'm not sure what you'd pick out of all of the...
The Black Goat Laughs is also in Rico's deck. Yeah, that's true. It's
such
a good mill.
Cool card.
Yeah, so the banish effect is, how does it work again? It like negates a card, or?
Well, one of them is you pick a monster and it can't be summoned. One of them is you pick a monster and its effects are negated, but I can't remember which way around it is.
Oh, which way around? Okay.
But either way, I think if you name, well, if it can't be summoned, you could name Sansu Genus Lokai. But I think like in either case, probably naming the Aramage Jasmine would probably be pretty good.
Yeah, that's seems like a key part of the deck here. I mean, you can see a second one being made. And I think we've also somehow managed to transfer into the Rika portion of the deck now.
Yeah, I mean, given she's going to use it about 12 times, the Jasmine, to search every single plant.
It's really funny that like you just play multiples of these Jasmines just to like gain life and search. And gosh, I think one of the potentially last remaining Link to Dual Overload cards legal is Jasmine.
I mean, after this, you know,
you never know.
Maybe he'll join its friends on the Forbidden Unlimited list.
All right, that's a lot of plants we've got on the field here. Do you remember what we end on? I know like Bengal Lancer's there. Teardrop is probably there, right?
Yeah, it was somewhat ridiculous. There were all the things you'd expect, like a Bengal Lancer, the Naturia. What's the name of the Naturia card that can negate? No, not a Rose Whip. That's a bit too silly. What? It's the Rankate.
The Rankate Naturia?
Is it a Naturia card, or maybe it's not a Naturia card? The one that you can detach a material to negate something like Monster Spell or Trap.
Oh, is it Alcid? Oh, right. Hypertion.
Yeah.
Hypertrion, yeah.
Is that not a Naturia card?
I thought it was a 7. No, it's definitely not Naturia.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry for confusing everyone.
Yeah. When did we get like Xyz, like that one, right?
Yeah, Hypertrion.
Yeah. I was like, when did we get a Xyz support for Naturias?
And then
Synchro deck.
Bengal Lancer, Ricochet.
Oh yeah, Sheet as well. Yeah, there's the Con. Con absolutely incredible, by the way, because of the tribute for your opponent's effect. Not only does it just give you resources from setting from deck, but yeah, using your opponent's monster as tribute as the cost, not even the effect of something like Sheet is really incredible.
And like A princess in the grave as well. Just all these weird and wonderful interruptions. Are we locked into plants yet? Is Regulus now not going to come down?
Did we search Regulus? We must have went through this Colosseum at some point, right? If we had Lilyboria
Yeah,
summoned.
I saw the Disc Colosseum.
I couldn't recall or tell you which ones lock you into plants or not. I want to say, like, maybe the Aromaseraphy.
I'm like 99% sure Petal locks you into plants, but maybe something before that locked you into plants.
I suppose that kind of begs the question, why did we search for Lilyboria if we weren't able to summon Regulus? But I think it's probably just because Lilyboria might just be like one of the very few just plant extenders that are very easy to summon.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good extender. You still get the Disc
there's the fusion,
which has now ended up underneath the Hypertrion, so still pretty useful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spells
and monsters is, you know, good way to disrupt, especially one of the more powerful ways of interaction. Going second is usually through a spell card, so pretty strong.
Yeah. So I think...
Is that the fusion?
Yeah.
So do you know what this does?
It prevents your cards from being destroyed by card effects. When you gain life, they get extra attack. And I think it does something else, but I can't quite remember.
Okay, let's bring it up. What is it called? Let's have a look here.
It's an Aramage fusion.
Rosemary, Jasmine, Strenna, Magnolia?
Let's have a go. Magnolia.
Magnolia, that one's...
It's either Magnolia or Rosemary. I feel like, I don't know about my favorite flowers, but I think Magnolia sounds more like a boss monster.
Mine's is a sunflower. Aroma and a plant. While your life is higher, plants can be destroyed by opponent's card effects, and you can pay 2,000, banish cards on the field equal to the number of humid, dried, and blessed winds you control. So most likely just banish one?
Yeah, so one. Okay, so that's the effect I was forgetting.
Okay.
So there are like infinite negates almost. So there's a bounce from Bengalancer. You can tribute something for Sheet and take control of something with Sheet.
I assume you probably want to tribute Strenna, right? And then that can flow into a teardrop?
Yeah, you can flow into teardrop. You've also got the Princess engraved, so I guess depends.
Oh, and Princess, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can tribute your opponent's card to negate their card effect, or tribute their card to steal, or tribute your own card to float into another negate.
Yeah.
This is not looking like tier element strongest right now.
No.
But we'll see. I mean, there's a reason Rico isn't playing any disruption and has managed to go XO, so we're just using pure engine to fight through fields.
But maybe slightly smaller fields than this one.
Maybe smaller fields.
Yeah, this has got, I mean, I don't even know how to count how many interruptions there are, but...
Is there a world where you just, like, concede?
Yeah, you just show her the Fenrir and just say, yeah, I'm definitely playing pure cash.
Oh, man, I really needed that Rise Heart search.
Don't mind me.
Yeah. It must be said there is, like, an element of, you know... I don't want to say mind games, but just a benefit of, you know, conceding to not reveal information. It's highly unlikely Jessica knows that there's TRMents being played here, but we'll see. Well, now that I suppose it's less obvious, okay, we are going to continue and try and fight through. That'd be really something impressive if Rico could push through this. We were talking a little bit about this before, but there's no super polymerization in his deck list, which feels like a card you would want in tier limit. There's Grief, okay.
I mean, what can be super polyed away from...
Well, in this situation, funnily enough, like, not a lot, right? Like, I think Bengalancer's light. Strenna, I think, is, like, water.
The Magnolia is a dark fusion, which is excellent for being able to fuse.
Is it a dark fusion? Why is it a dark?
I don't know.
Is there any evil arrow mages? Are we getting some new lore here?
I don't know about the different fusion attributes. Maybe the fusions are all dark.
I want to look up the attribute of Hypertrion, but I'm going to butcher this name.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Y in it.
Are you sure? Hypertrion? No, okay, we'll try again later. But yeah, we got Tier Cash down here being... Is that Tier Cash, I think, right?
Yeah, one got milled and one got summoned.
Ooh. King of the Swamp, Shaddoll Beast. I mean, things are being established at least. Scream Meta Noise. Do we have a target for Meta Noise? All right, well, there's also a King of the Swamp. I mean, that like King of the Swamp is huge. Being able to chain block as well here is really relevant. Preventing your opponent from responding directly to one of your card effects in the grave when you get multiples of a good mill is really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, with the right mills, Tearlament can do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you mill 3 and you hit 3 cards and then, yeah, they're all in a block, so you can only respond to one of them. It can be really difficult.
Sullick has added off of the Scream here. So just filling up the hand with some resources. We haven't normal summon, right? So Rhinoheart would be ideal, but there's just so much here to try and push through. Like, really, there is a lot here that we haven't even, like, begun to pick apart right now. Fenrir will definitely be able to, you know, do a lot just by itself.
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir is always like a 2-for-1, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it resolves the ad, which it has. So it's got the tier cash, and then it's going to force something else out.
That's a really good card here, Pearl Rhino. So if we fuse, we can also destroy something. But the question is, can we actually perform a fusion summon?
Yeah, just kind of just allowing a lot of things to happen.
Yeah, I feel like I would have done something by now. Maybe she's scared of talents, since Rico just didn't do anything for a long time.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty premium thing to negate with Hypertrion.
Would you rather have 3 Pearl Rhino and all the names, or
yeah,
but no kick Colossus?
I said it before you got the condition. Or what?
But no kick Colossus.
Uh-huh. Instead of what we have now?
Yeah. No, or...
We also don't have kick Colossus now, so...
Yeah, would you rather have kick Colossus and put the and get rid of Pearl Rhino?
Yeah, definitely.
And like a name?
And another name.
And a name.
That's getting serious.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is in Macedor, right? Like, there's a big difference between how these decks play.
Yeah, I mean, having kick loss would, I think, make a massive difference.
It's so huge. It's, how did we get rid of the tier cache here? Was it tributed?
I don't know
or
what.
was it destroyed?
The Fenrir, maybe the Fenrir got princessed? That would make the most sense.
Okay.
Princess, it just makes things like disappear. It's like you were never even here. You got tributed for cost.
Yeah.
It's like one moment you were on the field, but not even in a chain link. Like before the chain even started, you vanished.
In some ways, that is what happens. Checking the grave now before we resolve this Rhino Heart here. It's important to see what are the possible cards we can make with a potential fusion summon. Remember, King of the Swamp, I believe, is in there as well, right?
So yeah, you can pretty much make anything with King of the Swamp.
Yeah, King of the Swamp being able to replace for the potential summoning condition of Root Colossus is like typically what people are familiar with. But Rico's also playing Grapha, which would help a lot in this situation here because you can discard Grapha and then you can like pitch a Sullick if you like negate anything. So I think Jessica's definitely not gonna want that to come down. Does let it resolve. We're gonna go Halfness in the grave here. And this is a pretty clutch point now. Because if we do get to Fusion Summon, we have the potential to... oh, and the Scream Mill, by the way. Okay, so we get Halfness Chainlink 1. Sullick, it looks like it's activating as well here. So we can block the Halfness.
Yeah, it's very difficult to negate Halfness now. And I think also, is that a Mudora that hit the graveyard?
Did we hit a Shuffler? That's really strong.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you needed against Implants, but it probably can't hurt.
Not directly right now, but if there's ever a world where Princess hits the field, you can preemptively force it out by shuffling it back.
Yeah, that's quite useful. Just make itself... It's only going to shuffle itself back anyway, so, you know, you're just helping her out.
Yeah. I think that was another copy of Rhinoheart we added. Since we've already got Sharon, which was picked up from the Pearl of Rhino. And it looks like the Halfness is resolving. Now the question is, like... Do you want to go for like a big Kaleido Heart push here? Or we go for King of the Swamp? And it looks like Rico's picking King of the Swamp here. Now, Kaleido Heart plus Pearl Rhino is like a massive combination of cards. I feel like I would maybe want to go to Kaleido Heart here, but the issue is obviously getting bounced by Benga Lancer. But I mean, I don't know, you get bounced regardless.
He's having a good think about what he wants to pick.
Yeah, Grapha is really good though. It can't be understated. So you get to pop here, and if anything is activated that you are trying to prevent, then you do have the option to graph it. That's really strange. We went for a mystery back row instead of like...
Yeah, it does seem to be showing some amount of disrespect to the field, right? There's like all these powerful monsters. Although keep in mind that the plants can't be destroyed by card effects.
Of course.
Because of Magnolia.
The Magnolia.
So I suppose it's either that or you could pick maybe the Humid Wind switches off Magnolia or at least forces out the Magnolia or the Concon.
Weirdly enough, this Magnolia is actually putting in so much work here than I initially thought. That's actually super strong.
I mean, having a Banish against Teal Elements as well is pretty handy.
Yeah, I mean, removing cards instead of destroying is really powerful. But she still hasn't pulled the trigger on that, which is interesting. Just patiently waiting for the opportune time to actually resolve this Magnolia.
Yeah, she's still got all the gates in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't used the Harpetreon, Bengal Lancer, or the Sheet, right?
Yes, it's just the Princess.
But we have used the Tribute effect of Concon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So still a decent way for Rico to go here. I'm surprised, honestly, that he's made it this far, I'll be honest. So there's some Teal Element belief here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone believes in Teal Elements, or at least everyone wants to. You know, no matter what hits it gets, it will keep coming back. People will continue.
Yeah, pretty divisive. I mean, depending on who you ask, Teal Element is very beloved or not for some circles, I suppose. Looks like we're going into the battle phase now. Gonna try and clean up these disruptions. And remember that the Bengal... Oh, okay, we're using the... is it the hand effect, or is Magnolia with a bonus on-field attack gain?
It does have an attack gain when you gain life, but I'm assuming it's the hand effect of whatever Aramage that was.
I'm bringing up Magnolia again here so I can double check this because it's important. So pay to banish equals the number of Humid Winds. If you gain life, even during the damage step, make all plants control gain attack equal to the life gained.
Yeah, so I don't think it was that. I think it was whatever plant was discarded.
Well, we discarded a plant and then gained life equal to that, right?
No, there's... what discarded the plant, though?
Is it just the effect of the Arrow Mage in the hand? No?
Maybe.
Okay.
There's also, like, Teal Elements get a lot of attack boosts as well between the Scream and the Planet.
Admittedly, there is a huge deficit right now of 1,000. Scream reducing for any monster as well, by the way. It doesn't just have to be while you control or while your opponent controlled it. Like if a new monster hits the field, it does reduce as well. Fusion monsters increased by 500 from Pearl Rhino. So there's a big attack difference here. And it looks like our players are actually trying to essentially calculate and see like where they are at with the numbers right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of numbers going on. And is it possible to tidy up any of the other plant monsters, or is Jessica's field too big?
Using a battle phase is a huge portion of this, considering that we have used the field spell. We didn't go into Pearl Rhino. Sorry, Kaleido Heart. So Pearl Rhino pop something.
What happened? Did the Grapha just run into a monster and lose the battle?
It must have been, right? Yeah, it's literally just a hand trap attack gain. But like, how big must this have been? Because Graph is like 35 with the field spell.
Well, with the field spell, it's 37.
37?
Yeah, because it starts at 32.
And then like the minus 500, that must have been a huge attack gain. Is this Jess's turn right now?
I think he just crashed something else.
Okay. A full hand of cards here as well, by the way.
Yeah, he does still have a big hand.
Did Rico, like, not use Shiren?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Like, I feel like if you lose the first battle, you should probably check what's going on before you attack with any other monsters. Like, just double check, say, what's the attack of your monster, like, currently, before you start attacking again.
Gosh. I think in the end phase, Jess is going to try to resolve Petal here. Now, Rico could be tempted to use this Medora. I'm not a fan of this at all. I think I would want to hold that for my turn so that I can use Medora to synergize with Pearl Rhino for another pop. It could just be that he doesn't have tier net. Well, no, he's definitely got tier cash. Putting back Shaddoll Beast and Sulik. Interesting.
I'm a little confused here, but I mean, I don't think it's going to matter. Jess could use like 0 negate, so she can just use everything that she was using with
like,
Hypertreon.
Not much really occurred here.
She could still bounce with Bengalan, so she just kind of sat there on her field, like...
Yeah, I mean, like, the Princess just put in so much work by tributing the Fenrir, which was essentially going to be 2 disruptions by itself. So I think because Fenrir was tributed to negate, I want to say Shiren, it must have been, right? Like, what else would you have negated with the Princess?
She just tribute Mudan and then Princess to negate.
Oh, wow, yeah, we're trying to summon tier cash here. Yo, it looks like Rico's picking up, and that is enough. Okay, that was a big back-and-forth duel there. I mean, I was impressed that he got that far, all things considered. I'm just wondering if there was a world where maybe he could have maybe done something a little bit different. Like, maybe not using Shiren so early to get the Fenrir tributed, and then Fenrir can maybe put in a little bit of work in the battle phase.
Honestly, I had no idea. Like, you got to see, like, there was a bunch of cards... Jessica had like a bunch of cards that Rico probably hadn't seen before. You know, stopping gaining attack,
100%.
Stopping things from being destroyed by card effects. There was so many layers to the interruptions that Jessica had. Lots of different ones to play around. I don't think. I mean, maybe if you looked at that puzzle for a couple of hours, whether you'd be able to solve it.
Yeah, I don't think there was like, any criticism to be had about. Rico potentially missing on like a damage step ability of the discard from the Magnolia, potentially ruining his own boss monster. Because, I mean, maybe it should be a thing that if you come to the National Championship of the UK, you should practice plants because this is the home nation of it for some reason.
I mean, by now, yeah, for sure. I mean, and the European Championships, to be honest, like, given it's won the last 2.
Some respect has to be paid.
So, yeah, and if it does well again, or YCS in between, like, yeah, you've definitely got to keep your eyes on it.
I'm really concerned about going second. I suppose it'd be interesting to see what Jess can do versus Tearlament, because Tearlament, with good enough mills, can put up some of the scariest fields in the game. But the problem with Tearlament is actually getting that engine going. One single Ash Blossom on something like a Shiren, for example, is absolutely massive. So hoping to open a combination of Scream and some names, I think, would be really important.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of the reverse. We'll see what Jessica can do to interrupt going second. Again, she's running a lot of cards in her deck now, so I think she was telling me her deck's gone, ballooned somewhat from 45 maybe to 50 or 60. So when you do that, you get the advantage of having all these extra engine pieces in your deck. You have the disadvantage of finding your side deck cards a lot less consistently. So if there's something you particularly want to find, unless you're putting it into the extra deck where you can always get it, or somehow you can search it.
I think she's thrown everything in the main.
Yeah,
I just realized.
It's the kitchen sink,
Yeah. I don't want to say too much, but there's a lot of important go second cards that are already there present. So let's get on over to game number 2 here. See if we can see a Tearlament comeback. All right, Rico most likely want to step that up. I mean, I don't think there's many decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be like, you know what, that was fine, you can go again. Except maybe, I don't know.
What if you're playing Tenpai? Yeah, you have to let them.
I would rather make a Seals than play against plants. Foolish Burial Goods, huge cards. Sending Trivikarma gets you into your consistency there. That's odd sequencing, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why. I guess if you've done that,
if they draw, you can chain Trivi.
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, like, you know, at this point, you know your opponent's playing Ash Blossom. They're not going to really Ash a Fenrir or Imperma Fenrir, which I think, like, could be a risk. So, like, game one, I would probably want to just lead with Fenrir. See if they would negate that. But, like, Fenrir is, like, a weird card, right? Because it's, like, a 3-off in, like, any deck. I think it's just, like, the biggest bait ever. So, there's probably a world where you just never negate Fenrir, right?
Yeah, because a lot of decks you just want to let, like... Yeah, Fenrir is not going to search an engine piece. It's just going to search another Fenrir, so you might as well just let it through.
All right, time to let it rip as we go for 6 mills here. 1, 2, that's a Sullic. All right, count them up here. We've got a Sullic search. We've got Scream Milling now. There's the Black Goat Laughs. We've got Hell Shadol, and we've got King of the Swamp here. That's pretty decent, actually.
And we have 2 different attributes in play, so you're going to get 2 extra mills from that.
Okay, so Sullic is going to get you a search. Okay, gonna mill before searching a name here. That's interesting. I feel like I'd rather get the Shiren out of my deck before milling 2 cards.
I think you're happy if you mill Shiren, like...
I don't know. Like, milling a name needs... Yeah, because I guess you've got King of the Swamp. You've also got, like, Shadol. You just go for a window, to be fair.
Window pass.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario. But yeah, we do need to perform a fusion summon, which we do have with the Search of Sullic, because we got Rhino Heart here. So Rhino Heart is going to be able to, you know, at a minimum, go for a window. But I think, like, further than that, maybe you want to try do some other stuff first. Because you use, like, King of the Swamp for a 4, you go Mud Dragon for a Bahamut Toad play, potentially.
I love doing that. Bahamut into Toad, it's so cool.
Yeah, that's still a strong part of the strategy here. What is that?
That's a window.
Is that just window? Okay, we are just going to go window pass, keep it nice and simple here. There's a lot of things in Jess's deck that could just be drawn here to instantly deal with this.
But you have to deal with this. There's still the Scream, there's still the Fenrir, there's still potentially a Sulliek face down.
Yeah, Scream, Fenrir plus Meta Noise or Sulliek could be absolutely huge. So it really is a case of, do we have an answer to...
Uh-oh.
Was that Crime? Oh, wow! That's an evenly matched getting hit with Crime. That is...
Oh, I thought it was the Black Goat Laughs for a second.
That is crazy. Hard drawing the Telemant Crime, Omni Negate, which is super, super powerful. Because typically, post-side, it's definitely a card that just does so much work here. Okay, we milled Rhino Heart. Do we have a discard? I don't think we have a discard, surely. Okay, doesn't look like it. Although you wouldn't really be able to do much with it, admittedly, because you summon Rhino Heart, then you can't actually fuse because of your own window. These games are for 2 players.
Yeah, that was an interaction, you know.
Yeah.
I can sense you're definitely on team tier.
And then, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Ragnarok Evil Seed, right?
Yeah. So I guess you get to activate the Scream now if you want to. You don't have to.
No, I think you definitely, like, Scream immediately, right? Although Rico appears to have forgotten. Unless I'm missing something, because I just don't think there's a world where you don't Scream immediately.
You scream, I scream.
You scream, I scream. We scream. There's a strong chance that this might be... I'm trying to think of, like, engine outs to Winda in this deck.
Feels very difficult, and doubly difficult once you've used the battle phase, which presumably Jessica has to activate that evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, you've got evenly, you've got a Driller Droplet, lots of ways to, like, stop Winda, but now without a battle phase, like you mentioned, it's going to be even harder to deal with Winda. Because sometimes, you know, like, dealing with Winda is okay if you just have, like, a big powerful summon. Like a Kashtira, for example, just summon, attack over. But battle phase is gone now.
Oh, that's a Squamata. Love it.
And Shiren. Okay, that's incredible.
Just summon another window for good measure.
You got King of the Swamp in the grave, right? So you can go Rukalos here.
I mean, or just Grapha to protect
or Grapha,
from anything else.
Resend the Hell. And then can we mill with Hell? Because we milled, that was last turn, right?
Yeah, that was last turn.
Okay, great, awesome. Yeah, Chainlink 1. Shire. Okay, we're actually not going to use Hell. Was it this turn? It doesn't really matter. We've got Grapha on the field now.
Oh, it's just in a different chain link, yeah.
Oh, true, yeah, of course.
Counting the million attributes that seem to be in play.
Yeah, we've got Earth, Water, Dark, and whatever these are as well. Oh, looks like they're different ones. Okay, so that is an Aerial. We've got a Beast Draw. We've got a... the Grief, I think, has like a Banish Trap. I don't think we have a Banish Trap currently, and I think that might be another Sullic as well. So we're also just restocking our hand in the process here with Tier Element. That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely Tier Element things, which we really enjoy.
Oh, wow, Droplet. Okay, with Phantasme, by the way. So activate the spell, chain Droplet, probably send the spell, the Phantasme, and, well, I think you definitely need to send a monster, just because of Grapha.
Yeah,
wait, what?
Does Grapha only negate normal spells, or...?
Oh, no, surely he negates everything.
No, the monster's going as well?
He is Dark... He needs Dark World plus Grapha, which we replaced with the King of the Swamp, and he discards any card, right? It's not Dark World, right? So I mean,
no, it makes your it changes an effect so that someone discards a card. There's also Fenrir to banish things.
Yeah, admittedly, though, to be fair, there's still like a lot here. This is a really good duel, by the way. Like this has been a decent back and forth for both games here. Now, one thing we do need to pay attention to is the clock has now just hit single digits. I think Jess is in like a really commanding position because of that, since there is, worst case scenario, the opportunity to go first in game 3. And we know that this deck heals a lot, so that is a huge advantage, but I think she's going to try her best to try win this anyway. That droplet,
as you should.
Yeah, I mean, this droplet is like giving a sense of life here, so that's really powerful.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Like, I thought Rico had some more interruptions.
What did we send with droplet? We sent the spell, and was it 2 cards we negated?
It just looked like one monster was sent to negate.
It seemed like that, right? But I think Grapha would have negated, but maybe Grapha just doesn't. Surely not. Let's have a read at Grapha.
Maybe he's just hanging on to the Grapha for something else. Oh, it's normal.
Okay, that's the issue. Grapha does not negate quick play spells. That is a lot worse than I thought it was.
But it can still negate the sowing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty strong. I'm just wondering, because like I would have liked to have had anything to protect Winda, but I guess there's just
I think Jessica passed anyway, so...
Oh, wow, okay, cool. All right, so we're going Dart the Dark Charmer here, bring back Phantasme. Rico, by the way, you can see like the tournament experience here. He actually does recognize that he's the one in a disadvantageous position, because even if he does win this game, he still needs Jessica to do her full combo next game, then have a turn and still do damage through the healing that's probably going to happen. So there's a greater war happening here other than just this little battle, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a good thing about having a deck that can gain life points or inflict damage to your opponent when it gets to the end of the round, and that is the deciding factor. It can steal you a lot of matches that you might not otherwise have won.
Yeah.
Jessica, I guess, maybe just happy just to sit there and say, you know, you take your time, because...
Exactly.
The closer it gets, the closer I am to winning.
You got Sheeran, Mill 3. Yeah, you just need to put enough damage on the field here and you should be good.
This looks like
this is more than
10 times enough damage, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, also Reader, confusing the battle phase. Yeah, so Droplet like was really strong there. I thought that Jessica only sent a spell card for the Droplet, which is why I was unsure about the Grapha negate. But she must have sent a monster, so it didn't really matter. All right. Game number 2 goes to Rico here, establishing that window, which is so important. Didn't kind of stick enough, but it was good enough, and that's what really
I mean, it was
here.
like, it was Winda plus plenty of other things. We still had the Scream to fusion summon another monster. We still had the Fenrir. We still had the Crime to stop that evenly match, which probably would have just ended the game.
Yeah.
So
the surprise crime, I think, was like huge because you don't expect crime. I mean, it's not like you can do anything about it, right? I feel like that's probably the best position to try and, because if you try and play, you're going to put monsters on the field, and then you don't have the summoning or the activation requirements of evenly that really benefits you. So yeah, you have to force it out regardless. Almost playing through it. But yeah, this is a real big back and forth, and I think this might potentially go down to our first duel into time on feature today.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, I mean, Aramage is the king of gaining life. That's what their whole archetype is about, so
yeah,
it's going to give you a big advantage.
I'm going to try to see here if Rico has any interesting cards for going second, specifically close to time like this.
I mean, I was having a look at his side deck before, and unfortunately, all of his cards are sort of reactive. You wait until your opponent's done everything they want to do, and then you fight back with a Dark Ruler or a Droplet or something, or a Shadow Fusion.
And that's why I think you could definitely sense the urgency, even at that 10-minute mark, which is, you know, again, that tournament experience that he clearly has, which is he needs to get Jess to play her turn next game, finish her turn, then he plays, and beats the life point deficit, which could be doable. But looking at a side deck, there's things like Dark Ruler.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Which is like, you would think Dark Ruler is an absolute shoo-in against plants. But do you think you bring it in? I mean, there's like 7 minutes, 6 minutes left. Like,
yeah, I don't think you have anywhere near enough time to bring in Dark Ruler because your opponent has to. Well, they have to do their full turn, then you have to do your full turn, then they have to do another turn, and then you have to do another turn in order to win the game, which seems quite unlikely. And then your opponent will almost certainly have gained some life points on their turn as well.
Shadow Fusion is a really cool side deck card. Shadow Fusion by itself deals with so much because if you have Al Capone, you can send Aerial plus a different attribute. You can cover the chain of Al Capone, banish your opponent's graveyard with the to remove Princess, and Al Capone negates a monster on the field. Obviously, resolving that Shadow Fusion is going to be a challenge in and of itself, but it is a pretty strong card for going second.
Yeah, I love Shadow Fusion, so, you know, sign me up for any chance to side it in.
I feel like I remember you siding Shadow Fusion specifically in non-Shadow decks.
Maybe I did that. Sounds like something I might have done.
I'm your like biggest fan, and you don't even remember your.
Yeah, you remember more of my
list.
decks than I do.
Wow.
Like, I remember that Shadow Fusion was not enough for me when Shadows came out, and I wanted to run Polymerization as well, which I did.
This is really funny. Rico is just going to just activate Tier Cache and just hope that he can play on Jessica's turn.
I'm here for it.
All right, King of the Swamp.
Go on, hit the window.
Window, Shadow Fusion. Oh!
You get a Havness, though. That is a consolation prize and a half, isn't
so
it?
If we get Havness here, mill a name, we can actually window Jess on her own turn.
Well, no, there's no Shadows, right?
It's King of the Swamp.
That's not Shadow.
Oh, because it's like needs to replace the name.
Yeah,
you're right.
Monster. So you have to mill. We can do it, I believe.
Yeah, you just hit a Shadow and the name, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Trivikarma? Solid. No, that's unfortunate. We can't do anything with that. I mean, this is good for next turn, but yeah, that's it. We're out of gas on Jess's turn specifically. There's really, there's no other way to play here. The mills just weren't there. It is what it is. And now Jess gets to play uninterrupted for, well, 2.5 minutes, and some life points will be gained.
Yeah, you need to pause the duel immediately now when Jess takes 1,000 before she gains them back again.
Doesn't it happen like immediately, like on the same chain?
No, I think it's on a new chain, isn't
it? Like a same frame almost. I don't know. All right, well, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Jess just has to go through the full combo. Will be gaining life in the process as well. And, yeah, I think you can tell from the body language of Rico that he's very aware of what's happening.
His head has been sinking slowly further into his hand throughout the match.
He's gonna fall off of like the screen soon. Like it's really disappointing, but it is what it is. Like I mentioned it at the start, right? For game one, like he probably should have scooped way earlier game one, right? Like it was a good back and forth. But I just don't know if you're beating the European champion on their home deck, going second with no disruption, right? Like, it feels like you have to think of the greater duel at hand.
Yeah, take the loss. I mean, obviously you want to like play till the end of the match, right? So you don't give up the match early if you don't have to.
Yeah.
But a game is not the entire match. So it might be that playing to the end of every game is not to your benefit. Whereas when people say never give up, obviously it doesn't mean, you know, you're not actually giving up on the match. You're just giving up on one game to help you win the match. So there's always benefit, though, in like playing on a lot of the time. But I do take your point for sure.
Yeah, 800 life points ahead here. Oh, this is the Link 3 Arrow Mage. Just for context, is this a 2-card combo? This is literally just Lokai, I think she's led with. She hasn't used any extenders.
Oh, Lokai is 100% full combo.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering if we've incorporated anything else here. Oh, we've also got a negate on top of that. Like, all things considered in hindsight, even if, like, Rico theoretically had 10 more minutes to play this duel, I'm not sure how much it would be relevant, because, yeah, you got a Trivicarm and a King of the Swamp in the grave, but I don't know. He did kind of put up a big fight game one. Maybe this game would be winnable with more time.
I mean, it looks like a repeat of game one almost, and the field Jessica's going to end on is probably going to be very similar to what it was in the first game. But, you know, maybe with those side deck options, maybe a Dark Ruler No More will allow you to come back into the game, which you can't do when it's close to time, but you can do.
There it is, time on the round.
Time.
800 life points ahead, and there it is. There's the handshake. GG. There's no time extensions in play, and there it is.
Yeah.
Time victory for Plants. Versatile in so many ways. Able to take down games going second with big damage, establish big fields going first, and in a situation of time, you have the ability to gain life.
I mean, even though the game ran out on time, obviously we saw what Jessica was able to do in the first game. There's a good chance she would have done that in the third game. So who's to say that, you know, the third game wouldn't have just been exactly a repeat of the first game anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think this was going to be like a win regardless. I was curious to see how these Ragnaraikas incorporated into this combo, because she was about to do it with just the Lokai. But yeah, even with more time, I don't think this was winnable. But who knows? It's Yu-Gi-Oh! You never know where you can top deck, see off the top of the deck, but rules are the rules. That's where we're at, and yeah, convincing, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very convincing win for Jessica. It's one of those, again, like Rika and Plant, it's very much a going first kind of deck, so every match almost where she wins the dice roll, you've got to feel like she's going to be extremely confident, and then she's got to win some of the other ones where maybe she doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we think that this is going to be another Plant victory potentially this weekend?
You can never write it off. You can never write it off. So, do you like that idea? Would you be happy? I think it's good.
I'm extremely biased to tier limit. I'll just put my hands up. I am very much in the camp of Rico here. Really unfortunate that he couldn't come out on top, but he did show us a really cool display of what tier limit can still do even today. You know, a lot of gas behind the deck. A lot of cool, fun combos that aren't linear. You're always kind of playing around like what you're milling, what your opponent does to you, and then how that interacts with your mills. So it's a huge part of the strategy, I think. So yeah, commiserations. But for those of you who do like Plants and did enjoy what you saw, you did actually do a little combo tutorial with Jess.
Yeah, so if you stick around and watch the stream, that will be up at some point. We'll have some time where I sat down with Jess. She explained some of the new combo lines with some of the new cards.
Yeah, that's some of the pre-recorded content you'll check out from the stream here over the course of this weekend. And I believe now you're going to give her an interview, talking about a little bit about the match. And yeah, so we'll be back very shortly with our player interview of the European champion. But do stick around. We've got plenty of duels left this evening.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships. I'm here with our round 6 winner, Jessica Robinson. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I feel like I see you a lot in these winner interviews. Is that because you keep winning feature matches, you know?
Maybe. so far, so good.
So how are you feeling? 6-0, it's got to be good?
I'm feeling pretty confident. Because once you got the first few rounds out of the way with, and it's just, like, I'm in my flow now, I'm in my zone, and yeah, I'm feeling good.
So, I mean, as you said yesterday in our little interview, which, by the way, you guys can catch on the stream later, you've practiced with this deck a lot, you've been making combo guides, you've learned all the new lines.
Yeah.
You feel good?
I feel pretty good. Game 1 there was a little bit weird because my hand just wasn't a very standard hand. It was a bunch of different engine pieces, but I made it work into full combo, so I'm happy.
Yeah, so I mean, you're playing 60 cards, right? So I guess you're going to see like a slightly different hand every time.
Yeah, especially now that there's so many starters, all like with the Aroma cards, with the Evil Seeds. Just there's so many different cards you can start with other than just Loci like before. So there's just so much more variation.
Are you confident that you kind of get the same thing every time, or is it you end with something different based on what you start with?
We end with pretty much the same thing every time. The only exception to that is if we open regular Loci or Unexpected Die or access to that card, then we'll end on a Regulus as well. If we open with a Rose or Evil Seed, unfortunately, we won't end on Regulus, but we'll have it in hand for next turn, so it's perfectly fine.
Excellent. And so, how do you feel about how the match went?
It was a little bit scary, I admit. So, Telements is a weird one where you can't just negate as soon. Normally, I'd let the Fenrir resolve because against here I wouldn't. But I was expecting maybe it's 40 cards. It could be Snake Eye, it could be Tenpai, because I won the dice roll, so I didn't know what they chose first and second. So I didn't hit the Fenrir because I thought, oh, it'll be adding a Fenrir Unicorn. As soon as I saw Tear Cash, my heart dropped because Telements is a really weird one to interrupt because they're chain blocks. So you end up having to hold, I had to let my opponent play for quite a long time, as you saw, and just hold my interrupts for the most critical points.
Yeah, because we were watching that thinking, you just looked very chill, you had your field, you were just letting your opponent go through some stuff. So that was very deliberate on your part?
Yeah, so my approach to Telement is just letting them play a little bit and specifically focusing on the fusion summons or the specific choke points.
And what other decks have you played so far?
So I've played against Snake Eye, 2 Tenpai, a Chimera Melodious, and a Voiceless Voice Melodious.
Okay, 2 different types of Melodious.
Yeah, I think they were using the Melodious engine because of how strong Ostinato is right now.
Okay, you weren't tempted to try it out, you know?
Not
work with the plants.
Not in plants, unfortunately. I very much get plant locked very quickly during my combo.
So, are there any decks you're kind of scared of or not really?
I mean, everyone's a little bit more wary of Snake Eye right now. But other than that, my favorite matchup is Tenpai. Please, all Tenpai players.
Is that because they let you go first and you can do your thing and then...
They let me go first, and there's some really cool interactions with our field spell, Rika Konkon, because you can still tribute their monsters as cost, even in the Sanguine Summoning.
Oh, that's really fantastic, yeah. So you can tribute their monsters even though, you don't need to resolve any other effects, but just tribute them, get rid of them. Yeah,
then the effects will resolve because the monster, if it's a Princess to negate the effect, for example, you can use Princess to tribute their monster as cost and it's still negated because it's no longer being controlled. That's an interaction that I really love in the Tenpai matchup.
Excellent. Well, I mean, hopefully you'll get to play a couple of them.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, congratulations, Jess, and I'm almost certain we will see you later on today.
Hopefully.
Or tomorrow in the Top Cut.
We'll have to see, but yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, guys, for watching, and stay tuned for our next feature match.
Hello and welcome back to another feature match. This is round 7. Almost done with day 1 here, trugging along, but we've got Kashtira versus
the one and only
versus Ancient Gear.
Yeah, this is like crazy. I guess what you can see sometimes, people playing some very cool decks at these. We've had, some Yugi themed, and now we're going to have Crowler themed.
Yeah, something different every round is the name of the game, I suppose. We're trying our best to mix it up, I suppose, before we get to those bubble matches, day 2. We can probably expect to see quite a lot of Snake Eye. So we're trying to keep it nice and fresh. So, Kashtira versus Ancient Gear. You know much about Ancient Gear?
No. I know some of the older cards. I remember Gear Town. You would destroy it.
By setting another one?
Yeah, you'd summon a big monster. You'd start attacking. Your opponent could activate any spells and traps when you attack. I'm not sure that's what they do anymore. I hope they do a little bit more than that.
Yeah, no. It hit the opponent really hard is what you're trying to do. I think multiple attacks, piercing damage, I guess is what we'll see. I'm assuming. I mean, we're familiar with Kashtira. I think we know what that deck does.
Yeah, they didn't do piercing damage. It's useless. You just put monsters in defense mode. What are they supposed to do about it?
Yeah, true. Just summon your Fenrir in defense. It doesn't make a difference. Do you think there's going to be like Unicorn ripping like the right monster out the extra, right? Like, do you think he knows like which one you got to take out?
Well, he's already going to, your opponent has to activate a monster effect before you can use Unicorn, right? So you know that they're playing Ancient Gear, so clearly you'll know exactly what to take.
Maybe they won't activate a monster effect. Maybe they'll just go Ancient Gear Fusion, send 4 from their hand, and then just summon Chaos Giant. That you can do that potentially.
I'm glad you know what's going on.
All right, round 7. Let's begin and head on over to the table. Okay, Jake on the bottom here with Kashtira, Ross on top with Ancient Gear. And yeah, this is, I suppose, something of an interesting matchup. 8 on Ancient Gear. Wait, was that an 8 again?
Got the 2 7s again.
Okay, all right. Good luck, have fun, duelists, as we begin our round 7 feature. Again, if you want to check out any of the action and coverage that has occurred this weekend, you can head over to Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU for any other duels that we haven't actually had shown yet. Here's Rise Heart, though. Oh, that's not usually how you summon...
The old double Rise Heart. I don't think I've seen that before.
Interesting.
Joe's just checking that you can actually do that.
Yeah.
Turns out you can.
Oh, we're making a rank 4? Oh, this is insane. This is... Oh, no.
What is this technology?
I've
never seen this.
Let's go.
I've never seen this in my life. Rise Heart, Baguska in cash.
Strongest Kashtira field right now. Okay.
And then Shifter. Why, Shifter Baguska? That's pretty annoying.
Did we do that in like the end phase or the opponent's standby? Okay, looks like the
you could have done it in the standby.
Okay, 3 setting in Ancient Gear. I don't know. What do you think's winning the game here? Is it the Shifter or is it the Baguska? Which one do you think is the problem card?
I have absolutely no idea.
Gosh. Well, we're going to pass play back out over to Jake here and see if you can like draw Birth, I suppose. I mean, you can't really do anything about your own Baguska, right?
You can switch it to attack mode.
Yeah, but that's about it, right?
Well, yeah, but then it doesn't have
Maybe
the
make a
effect to
Zeus,
negate
actually?
everything.
You could make a Zeus.
What is this card?
What?
Do you know what this does?
It is a Ancient Gear that is flipped, which then goes to the banishment. And yeah.
Anything else you want to share?
No, I think that's all I've got for my for sharing.
We know what Zeus does.
Yeah, we do know Zeus. Okay, we got 2 sets here. We're gonna activate the effect and send now. Looks like. Wow. Okay, we are sending everything. What is that? That is
Called by the Grave.
Called by plus something.
That wasn't used on Shifter.
it do be that way sometimes. All right, here's an urgent schedule. That's a good card.
Here we go. I mean, this is a classic in sort of Earth Machine things. You get to summon 2 monsters from your deck. It's like emergency teleport wasn't good.
Oh, Ash Blossom.
Urgent schedule number 2.
That call by would have been nice, right? That's like, you know your opponent's playing Kashtira, right? Because why would they summon 2 Rise Hearts? So you should probably keep the call by in your hand, no? Maybe?
That's true,
potentially. Because call by, you know call by is not going to do much.
I mean, it's also completely useless on the field when your opponent's played Shifter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Rise Heart has now hit the field. As we activate the effect to banish.
We just loop Rise Hearts at this point, right? You banish. This is old school, you go. Can you imagine this in Time Wizard format? You just summon a Rise Heart, you banish, you get back another Rise Heart, your opponent decks out slowly, you know?
This is a Time Wizard format in some ways, I suppose. Did we banish Theosis and not use the effects? Does Theosis have any Kashtira banish card, or is it just spells?
No, it has any banish card. I assume that was the point of this, but...
Did we not add back Rise Heart?
I don't know. It still looks like there are 2.
Okay.
Ross is setting another monster. This does feel like Time Wizard. There are set monsters.
Is Ancient Gear a good deck?
In Time Wizard?
Yeah.
Probably not. I don't think you'd do anything with them.
I remember playing Gear Town.
Oh, people do play Gear Town. Yeah, I think they do, yeah.
I love how much fun these players are having with this, honestly. Like they're clearly having the time of their life, which is great. Don't forget, Zeus has the alternative effect, which you know, if you destroy something, can attach. Oh, we're gonna link
Tribute summon.
Oh, my man!
This has got everything. You seem especially shook by this.
I mean, I guess it's not that uncommon to tribute summon in Kashtira.
Yeah, you got to get your monsters on the field somehow.
Yeah. So we got Theosis here. Do you think Kashtira is like still strong? I feel like it is like a decent anti-meta kind of deck, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much everything you want from anti-meta cards because it's quite compact in the engine. And then it can banish things. You can play Shifter. You can just banish your opponent's cards in all sorts of annoying ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Like in a simplified game state, it still does everything it used to do. I guess just not having a Rise Heart means why like, you know, you don't have that full power anymore, so you just have to rely on other cards to simplify the game state. If you draw a handful of Kashtira cards, this doesn't have a very big ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, rip it apart, opponent's fielded extra with Fenris and Unicorn. Unicorn especially I find to be randomly quite significant sometimes. So yeah, putting apart monsters like that is good. Ancient Gear, was that the box?
That was the box.
That's like the one you don't want to draw, right? Because it's usually the one you add and then it triggers and it adds 2 more, right?
Yeah, it's just a kind of freebie.
Yeah.
It looks like he was running 2 copies of it, so maybe it's really important.
Okay, scooping it up for game number 1 here. Ross, unfortunately, just didn't open really well, it seemed. I'm not sure if it was the call by that was really ruining things, or if it was...
I don't know. I mean, I also don't know how bad the Shifter is. I don't know what the deck's supposed to do.
I feel like you do need your Grave a little bit in Ancient Gear, right? It is somewhat involved with destroying and fusing off materials. I would just imagine you would need your Graveyard. We'll see if he can come back here and do something about that. Do you think you go second?
I mean, he is running Urgent Schedule, which is a kind of go second card. However, maybe it's so powerful you just have it in your deck anyway. You know, you just take the hit if you go first and you draw it, and you side it out if you're going to go first.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, in terms of go first, I mean, like, Ancient Gear, I don't know about Ancient Gear, but with machines, there's a lot of things you can do. But I do want to say that you just go, like, second, potentially. It's like Tenpai, but with machines.
I'll take your word for it. Like, I've not seen the deck in action very much.
Yeah, I think it is like a go second strategy. So we'll see how well versed Jake is in preventing Ancient Gear from debilitating his Kashtira strategy.
I mean, maybe
right?
he'll just see if he can get the double Rise Heart trick again, because that worked pretty well the first time. So
Baguska do be. You know, a way to put all of these powerful fusions in defense, negate them, and they can't attack. So we'll see how that goes.
You can't attack when you're in defense unless you are Scareclaw.
Scareclaw, right? Does Bagooska not negate Scareclaw from attacking, or is it only activated effects?
And no, it only negates activated effects, so you can just eat it. Yeah.
Okay. There's like, okay, so this is, I'm just fascinated by this deck list. We've got Machina Ruin Force, Unclasp Bear, and Overdrive in the side deck. So siding into Machina for, because I want to say Ruin Force is used for dealing a lot of damage.
Are they just, I thought they were sort of engine cards, so maybe if you're taking out the urgent schedules, you go first?
Yeah.
Maybe? I'm not sure. They strike, but I thought those were engine cards, the Unclasper.
Chaos Hunter in the side as well.
Well, there you go. That's how you beat Cash.
That's actually really funny. Maybe we can see a Chaos Hunter drop here. I do love when players are basically just playing what they like and what seems hilarious, I guess, in some ways. You know, that's kind of what I think I'm digging about this. Oh, I think Jake just passed here. So Ross must have let him begin. And then Jake just passed and then shifted Ross on his turn. And now we have a normal summon.
Do you know what ancient gear monster that is?
I don't know. I can't really make that out. Oh, we've got Imperm though. That one works under Shifter. Okay, just a poke here. That's fair. Not much way in terms of extenders for Ross, unfortunately.
So it just looks like a pass back.
Oh, passes back. Wow.
And Fenrir off the top. That's exactly the card you want to see.
There's Chaos Hunter. Is that a summoning condition or is it like an activated effect?
It's got to be an activated effect, right? You can't do summoning conditions during your opponent's turn.
Oh, true. Wait, hang on. Can you banish Chaos Hunter?
No. Your opponent can't banish cards.
Yeah, but he just picked up the card. So, okay, I think the judge was reading it, sorry.
That's the point of it.
Yeah, that's...
It hunts the chaos. Yeah? It's in the name.
You are just on fire today. Okay. Oh, man, I brought this up, but I did not expect this to actually be here.
How do you get, like, a second level 7? Can you get a second level 7?
You need a hard draw birth.
Yeah, that's true. But you can summon a Rise Heart, but you can't, like...
Well, I think, like, generally, I remember Cash Tier was citing Donner, right? So that you can use it as, like...
Oh, to clear your own field?
Yeah, you can use it to clear your own field. It's basically just Direwolf as a link too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so, I mean, I guess you could do that. Is he playing Donner? Like, I don't know. It's been a while.
Maybe it's been replaced by SP, though, like...
Yeah, that... like,
but SP can't banish things.
Yeah, because it's you can't make it with a link monster. I mean, there are some things in here, right? We got G Golem, Crystal Heart. Yeah, I don't see Donner actually. That's unfortunate.
Is this Chaos Hunter just putting it?
We're just soloing with Chaos Hunter, by the way. This is amazing.
Like, it gets outed by Pressured Planet, right? Because it just boosts all the Cash Terror monsters.
Yeah, is it 100 per attribute?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Like any, and then you get to search a Fenrir or whatever, or a
so
or a Unicorn.
Wraith Solve for bust here for Jake, I suppose.
Well, Unicorn also does it. Like, you can just crash.
You can summon Unicorn, and then you can burf and then bring back, and then overlay, and then deal with the Chaos Hunter, I suppose, right? But Jake, I think, just passed again, right? Oh, wow, and I think we're just... Okay, Ross doesn't seem to be doing much other than just attacking, I suppose, with this normal summon and the Chaos Hunter.
Yeah, the Search of Rise Heart, maybe not the best follow-up, when it could have been another Fenrir or something.
Right, yeah, maybe.
Or like a Unicorn, as you mentioned, like you get Unicorn, Search Birth, overlay,
I suppose
crash.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think this is Jake's turn currently, so I feel like you have to try and do something now. And no, wow, that's it. Scoops it up. Okay. Yeah, Chaos Hunter, huh? That's something. What's it for, do you think? What is it good against anything currently?
Cash Tira.
I'm trying to think of like maybe the more meta decks. Is there something?
Is it just anti-shifter technology? Like, but it doesn't even. It doesn't work well because if your opponent shifters you on their turn and they never special summon anything.
But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, game number 3 here. We got match point. It's going to be Cash Zero versus Ancient Gear in this final duel to see who can pick this one up and yeah, be victorious. Like I said at the start, this is just a little bit of a different kind of game, I suppose, that we had here outside of the standard and normal Snake Eyes. So yeah.
Hear me out. Why don't you side it against Runic Stun, and then they can't use any of their Runic cards? Because
they all have to banish, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is for Runic. Maybe it actually is for Runic Stun.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other decks where you really don't want them to banish your cards.
Yeah, I suppose. Preempting Ritual Beast support coming out soon. Can't wait to play that deck, by the way. Just saying.
It shuts off the Melodious Etoile, the banishes their field.
Etoile, true.
Everything, really. It's a jack of all trades.
It is very powerful, yeah. Formidable and versatile. So let's see if our players are ready here, because game number 3 should be underway very soon. As we check out who will be the victor of round 7 of this feature match. Okay, well, let's take a look a bit at the deck list, I suppose, for now. So Casher is going to go first here, right? So Jake will probably want to go and bring in D-Barrier for Fusion.
Does he know?
Does he know?
Like, there have been no Fusion summons before.
Do you think most people are aware that it's a Fusion deck? Do you know it's a Fusion deck?
No.
Did you actually not? Okay.
I did not know.
That's fair. Solemn Judgment, I guess. It's easy.
It's easy.
Here.
You see everyone, they're like, I put it in because I wanted to have something going first.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's basically like replacing Baron. You know, it just negates anything. Now you can't summon Baron, you just like, I'll just have a Solemn Judgment.
It's better than Baron.
It's better than Baron.
Baron doesn't negate summons.
That's true, but Baron does negate monster effects.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss-up there, I guess. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get a Solemn Judgment in the extra deck one day. Is there a Solemn Judgment? I guess like Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah, there are
kind of works that way.
The negate summons.
Removing built-in summons.
Jake
really loves Rise Heart. I think it's his ace monster.
What's the name of the rank 6, the Unchained summon?
The
DDD,
Caesar?
High King Caesar. Yeah, that negates summons.
Wave King Caesar, High King Caesar. Yeah.
High Wave.
Which we'll be seeing a lot of that soon, potentially. Once we see the new core set.
But this time, there is actually a partner for the Rise Heart that's going to
yeah, this is pretty
get
good.
him into his engine.
We've got Rise Heart with the banishing of Unicorn. We've hard drawn Birth. So we can bring back Unicorn, get the Theosis activate, and special summon from the deck here. Fenrir, most likely.
And what do you do now with Cash?
Like, that's the thing, right? I feel like it is almost like an anti-meta deck of sorts. So just leaving these two up, I think, is actually kind of strong.
You just chill, call it a day?
Yeah, I mean, like, Shangara feels almost a little redundant without the field spell.
I mean, you can Draco Sack here, right, and start doing some Link shenanigans.
Well, no Draco Sack today, but what would you make, though? There's no Aurora Dawn, there's no, like... what's the other Link monster you typically go into with the rank 7 combo stuff?
I don't know.
Oh, wow, Draw Phase Eclipse. Ash Blossom!
That's number 2, you can do it.
That's a last year's Photon Hypernova format play, right? Eclipse into Ash, that's huge.
Well, normally your opponent would have all of their zones gone, but, you know.
That's true. All right, Eclipse, you wouldn't really think it's a card that can be stopped by Ash Blossom, you know, it's a Book of Moons the whole field, but because it includes the draw in the end phase effect, it's still positive. There we go, Ancient Gear Fusion, now we're talking. How many are we sending?
Well, how does it work?
Can we send 5?
Fusion?
It's just like a poly, that's it. I don't think it like doubles attack or anything like Power Bonds.
It must do more than Polymerization. Otherwise, you'd run Polymerization, you know.
Well, I think this one's searchable. Because it's got Ancient Gear in the name.
Does it not? Does it do anything else?
I honestly don't think it does.
It must do something. You can't tell me that this card is Polymerization with Ancient Gear in the name.
I will hunt this down for you. Ancient Gear Fusion. Let's have a look. So fusion Ancient Gear from your extra, use a monster from your hand or field as a material. If you use an Ancient Gear or Ultimate Pound as a material you control, you can also use monsters from your deck as material. But that actually doesn't come up.
Oh.
Because I don't think you play Ultimate Pound.
But what about Ancient Gear Golem? You do play Ancient Gear Golem, right? So if you get an Ancient Gear Golem in play, you can just fuse your entire deck.
I think there's a card that's considered Ancient Gear Golem, right? Like the name or something.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't tell you, but we're gonna go for the what's his name? The Link to and add. Is that Gear Town?
It did look like Gear Town, yeah. So now Jake will actually get a choice of what to banish. And what's the key card you take out of the Ancient Gear Golem extra deck?
I think you play multiples of the fusions anyway, right? So I'm not sure it's gonna actually matter too much. So it could just be like a Zeus. Because I feel like the fusions are all multiples of.
Do they run Zeus?
Potentially not even, I suppose. All right, ripping out the card from the extra deck. It looked like a fusion he took out there. I want to say it was maybe the second howitzer, actually.
And now there's going to be 2 zones gone. And then Birth can get another zone.
Oh, we actually had tokens. Okay. I was going to say it's been so long that I'm not sure if the judges will be prepared for the zone removal here. But yeah, no, there it is. Okay.
Our judges are always prepared.
Oh, absolutely. Shout outs to our judge team.
And was that a pass? Was that just Gear Town pass? It looks like it, right? Because Shangri-La is activating again.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it?
And unfortunately, covered zones don't stop you from attacking directly, so...
Yeah,
this may be curtains for us.
Not quite a barrier that they put up here for us, unfortunately.
You can just maybe get another Kashtira, courtesy of Birth and Fenrir.
Scare Cash, banish the Yosis, and yeah, no, this is looking like that's over 8,000 on the field there. Also getting rid of the field spell face down, why not?
For good measure.
Oh, he didn't Shangri-La. I guess he's got game on the field anyway.
Yeah, he's still got to, you know, show him what's what.
There it is. All right, GG Kashtira is victorious here and takes down Ancient Gear in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, you know, you've got to keep your head on straight when you're playing against decks. We've seen a lot of wild and crazy decks so far today, and yet it's a skill to, like, you know, encounter new cards and situations and make sure you try and, because you've got to really figure out what the best way to interrupt your opponent is when you see new cards, right? That can be really challenging. So congratulations for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Kept his head on straight, as you said, and navigated through those cards you're not so familiar with and comes out on top. Still proving that Kashtira is a deck that I think just is really versatile, you know, can adapt to a lot of situations, just as long as your opponent isn't special summoning, I suppose, 7 different Snake Eye monsters in a turn, right? I think is really why we don't see it as much. But Shifter is just such a good card and has incredible synergy with the deck, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's weird because, like, normally it's just supposed to stop your opponent and you just kind of hope it doesn't hurt you, but this is like, it just actively benefits you pretty much. I mean, it's mildly annoying if you don't have a cache for the Scareclaw in your graveyard, but other than that, you'd rather basically everything got banished straight away, so
yep,
happy days.
Okay, so I think we're just going to have a little player interview now, talk to Jake about his game, his victory, and see if you can give us some insight on Kashtira.
And the Ancient Gear matchup, which he's clearly an expert in.
Absolutely. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. We'll see you in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to our player interview here. This is round 7. We have our victor, Jake. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Wasn't the most entertaining match, but
that's not true. I had a blast. That was great. How did you feel about the Chaos Hunter?
I have not seen that card since like YCS Leon back in like tier versus cash format. That was a blast from the past, I gotta say.
Speaking of blast from the past, you're playing Cash Tira, right? Any reason you decided to pick this up for this weekend?
The wide hand trap lineup, specifically being able to run a bunch of additional hand traps alongside Dimension Shifter and cards like Dimensional Fissure. It's really good into the Snake Eye matchup, which...
Are you maining Fissure?
I am maining Fissure,
Oh, wow,
yes.
yeah.
I've only had one, which I unfortunately lost. But
oh, you lost one?
Yes.
I was wondering why too. That seemed...
I've played...
Okay.
It was either that or the Ogre Preparations package, and I didn't find that the Ogre Preparations package was doing enough.
Okay.
So I ended up playing the Shifter for it, yeah.
I quite like Ogre personally, but how are you finding the consistency? I think sometimes Cash Tira can sort of just lose to itself.
The consistency definitely needs its work. It's either you see one opener or you see none of them or you see multiple in one hand, so finding that balance is pretty key.
Yeah.
Definitely back to the chalkboard with this one though, 100%.
Fair enough. How have you found Snake Eye this format for your deck?
It's kind of difficult. If you're going first, you're able to set up a lot of stuff to deal with stuff like Original Sinful Spoils and the field spell. Going second, it's specifically based on the non-engine you open, stuff like Ash Blossom and Ghost Spell. Normally I find that the Cash Tira engine is somewhat lacking in terms of rivaling Snake Eyes, but it's always that combination that really does it.
Yeah, you do have to like combine all of those different hand traps you mentioned, and Shifter as well, which you drew twice, which was
I did.
Quite nice.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad because it was Ancient Gear, but I mean, if I...
Were you familiar with any of the cards?
I was not, no.
Okay.
Like, the machine archetype for GX for me is Cyber Dragon, so having to read all those cards was... I've done that a lot today.
Okay.
I've done that a lot today, yeah.
That's fair enough. Anything interesting you want to tell us about your list? It seems quite standard, I want to say. It's nothing too crazy. I suppose you got Draco Sack here. Do you do anything interesting with it?
I did win a game off of the Draco Sack combo into Heat Soul and SP.
Oh, so there is actually a combo you do.
Yeah.
How come you didn't do this for us on feature?
Specifically, it was because when you only open Unicorn as the starter, you normally want to prioritize getting something like Theosis in rotation because being able to recode those resources off the Cash Tira Shangri-La, just consistently summoning during the standby phase, I'd say it's more important that than losing to a Nibiru during the Heat Soul combo, specifically.
Okay. How's it been without Arise Heart?
I miss him, I'll be honest.
You're one of the few that...
I know. And to that I will say I miss him dearly. I attended the funeral, so... yeah, it's different with Arise Heart. You're able to compensate that somewhat with the Fissures and the Shifters in main, but you can't really replace like a walking...
He's irreplaceable.
He's irreplaceable, yeah.
No, I get it. I feel you. All right, so... yeah, I hope you do well for the rest of the tournament. You've been having a good time, I assume. And
oh yeah, no,
it's been cool to watch Cash Tira once again.
It's great. It's great to be here with friends just to play, and obviously we've got European next month. So
yeah,
looking forward to playing.
Awesome, great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks for joining me, and thank you guys for tuning into this player interview. We'll be back with the next round, which is round 8, as we get closer and closer to shutting down for day number 1. Swiss rounds 3 more or 2 more, I believe it's 12 rounds total. Yeah, so a couple more tomorrow into Top Cut, and then we'll be crowning the all-important national champion. We'll see you guys in just a bit for round number 8. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. We're here for some more mini games with some more of our players. So would you mind introducing yourself?
I'm Callum. And I'm Cameron.
And Callum and Cameron, how many national championships you been to?
4? Yeah, about 4.
Yeah, it'll be about 4. I think we started in like 2019.
And your first one was in 2019?
Yeah, we both started at the same time.
Okay, so today we're going to have a quiz, and you're going to be playing off for some Rarity Collection booster packs. So are you good with your Yu-Gi-Oh! Trivia?
I'd say so, but now I'm being put on pressure. Absolutely not.
All right, so who would like to be asked the first question? We're going to have 8 questions, so you're going to have 4 each.
Callum, definitely.
Thank you.
All right, Callum. So can you tell me what deck won the French National Championships in 2023?
Oh, 2023. I'm going to say Tier Element, but I'm going to sound probably wrong.
That is incorrect. Would you like to see if you can steal a point?
I'd say Kashtira.
Yeah, you are correct. All right, that's 1 point. So you next? Are you ready for your question?
Yep.
You're going to have to keep track of your own points. Sorry. Okay.
Cool.
So what deck won the most recent Italian National Championships in 2024?
That was Snake Eye Kashtira.
Excellent work. Running away with it.
That one was easy.
Okay. What deck won YCS Bologna from 2023?
Oh. My mind's gone blank again. This is under pressure. This is hard. I'm going to go with Kashtira this time.
Unfortunately not. Do you know?
I'm going to steal Callum's answer and say Telement.
Oh, no. Okay, so it was a big event. Do you remember who?
Yeah,
it was won by Runic Bestial.
Oh,
very big.
Yeah,
big event.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, back over to you. Okay, so how much attack and defense does a Rescue Rabbit have?
Oh, it's got like, one of them's definitely 800. I'm going to say like 1,000 attack and 800 defense.
That is incorrect. Do you want to steal a point back?
800 attack, 1,000 defense?
Unfortunately not. It's only got 300 attack and 100 defense points. All right.
Hello.
So we're 3 for 0?
Yep.
Okay. Can you name 2 cards, except Rescue Rabbit, that have a rescue in the name?
Rescue Hamster, Rescue Cat.
Sure. That's the point.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of Rescue Ace cards now, aren't there? But
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what year was Cyber Dragon released?
Oh, I'm going to say... Oh, no. This is really bad. 2000 and... I want to say 5. I'm going to say 2006.
That's incorrect.
I was thinking 2004.
That's also incorrect. It's 2005. So you would have got it. So,
I'm thinking like World Championship decks. I'm like, I don't think it was Cyber Dragon.
Well, it's very popular. Obviously, the Time Wizard 2005 is very popular. Cyber Dragon was released just after that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. So are we still at 3?
I'm at 3, yeah.
3 and
1.
3 and 1. Okay. So can you name for me 2 cards that can change a monster's battle position?
Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse.
Excellent. Okay. And last question, bit of a hard one. Which Neos monster has the highest attack points?
Is it... There's new ones as well, though. I know Cosmo Neos is only 3,000. I think it's Elemental Hero Divine Neos.
How much attack?
I think it's 4,500.
Well, you've got the attack correct, but it's actually Rainbow Neos.
Oh, yes. I should have known. Callum absolutely destroys me.
I'm sorry. I took it off you. Okay, so I'd give you a point for that. Sorry, I'm going to say you would have got it right. It was my fault. But I still think that means we got 3-2. So you are our winner.
3-3.
3-3?
It was 3-3.
Oh, was it 3-3?
Yeah.
Oh.
I got the Book of Moon and Eclipse.
You got the Book of Eclipse. Oh, I'm sorry. I've completely ruined it. Right.
Okay.
You're going to have to call it a tie, so you're going to get 1 pack each.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch you for the next feature match. Welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. I'm here for a catch-up with Marcus Patel, one of our most famous and well-known UK players.
Oh, you're making me blush.
All right, one of our, second most... No. How are you doing today, Marcus?
I'm doing well. I can't complain about how my day's going. I'm just happy to be playing a really big event. I think it's the biggest nationals this year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really nice to have this competition.
And how's the tournament going for you so far?
I can't. 7-0. It could be worse.
Have you brought any spice for us this weekend?
Me? Oh, I wish there was nothing spicy in the locker. Just standard Snake Eyes.
Okay, but it's performing.
Yeah, so it's been doing well in the events. I would consider it probably a tier 0 format. It feels. I would be putting myself at a disadvantage, but I weren't playing it, honestly. And I'm trying to win, so just got to do what I got to do.
So what was your inspiration for the choice? Were you looking at tournament results? Were there some players that you thought built the deck really well?
So I'd been playing it before the last set, Light of Destruction, and I thought it was really strong into hand traps, and I think you couldn't really play board breakers. And then they got the new card, Snake Eye Bellstar, which made playing through hand traps even better. And at that point, the deck just felt much stronger, more resilient. So I felt like I had to keep playing it. And I don't think the other decks got much of a buff. Tenpai is a new deck, but now everyone's playing 3 copies of Skill Drain in the side deck. So it's very tough for a deck like that to out the board, out Skill Drain over 2 games. So then it kind of just had to be Snake Eye for now.
And what decks have you played against so far?
I've played against, I would say, everything. I haven't played against the same deck twice. I played against Tenpai, Snake Eyes, Flunder, Unchained, Duel, which was pretty interesting. First time playing against it. I can imagine it's going to get a lot stronger when the Phantom of Duel is out next week. That for sure will be a contender against Snake Eye.
So do you like a format where you get to play lots of different decks, or are you the kind of person you want to play the same deck, you want to know exactly so you can...
No. I would like to play against a lot of different decks. I don't think it will be the case as the rounds go on and there's more Snake Eye. I think when you have to play against a lot of different decks, it requires you to have good knowledge of a couple of decks. The only thing I don't like about formats with too many decks is if you can't appreciate deck build for them, and then you're kind of put your tournament run to luck. If you get bad matchups and you're out, it's kind of unfortunate. If you can kind of prepare for the other decks, well, I don't mind.
So you think you just like to have a strong enough deck where the engine's good enough to handle everything?
Yeah, but when a deck is, when I would say a format is tier 0, you can't come up with any surprises, which it's kind of nice to do when you go to a tournament and no one knows what your cards do.
Well, obviously you've done that before, so
yeah. And that's what's really good, and I think that's what kind of makes the deck building side fun. And right now it's pretty tough to innovate with Snake Eye, but when the new set, the Battles of Legends, comes out with a lot of support for current engines and new engines, I think the format for the European Championships will be interesting.
Are you excited? Have you got a lot in the tank that you're looking into for the European Championship?
I actually unfortunately can't make it. I've got a friend's wedding to attend to. I really wish I could attend it, but I have some friends preparing for the event and they're really excited practicing for it.
Excellent. What cards are you excited for? Any cards?
The Phantom of Duel for sure. I think that deck is definitely going to be a strong contender against Snake Eye. And then we have the set afterwards that has the new Fiendsmith cards, which are also very, very strong.
Okay, but going back for today, maybe you got 2 more rounds today.
2 more rounds today,
and you're locked in with a 7-0 record.
Yep. Yeah, I feel comfortable. Part of the cards are with me. Just need them for Top Cut.
Excellent. Well, thanks for joining us, Marcus.
Thank you for having me on.
And good luck, and hopefully we'll see more of you tomorrow and as the tournament progresses.
I hope so too.
Looks like it's so far. Is it round 8 now? Hello and welcome back. We're here for round 8 of the UK National Championships, and we've got a doozy of a feature match today.
Sorry, I just like sneezed. Hi.
That's all right.
Yeah, we've got Melodious versus For Hire Sprite.
Yeah, I mean, the unique decks just keep on coming. This is the great thing about National Championships. You're seeing all kinds of wild and wonderful decks.
Yeah, 6-1 record on both of these players. Had some issues with the sign seeding last round, but it's all good. The Melodious deck is something that we haven't seen its full utilization of the new support from Legacy of Destruction just yet on features, so hopefully Thomas is going to display that to you in its full glory. Popularized maybe to some extent by Swedish national champion. You know, it won the Nationals a couple of weeks ago by Herman, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's a really powerful deck. Again, it's a completely different style to a lot of other decks because it doesn't set up such an intimidating field. Well, it doesn't look as intimidating, but then it has that targeting protection. It has, you know, it's got kind of unique interruptions compared to a lot of other decks. It doesn't just negate your effects. You know, it's really difficult to interact with itself. It recycles a lot of resources, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. This deck is, I suppose, one of the more interesting one-card combo decks, if you could say that. Oh, and here we go. We're going to actually do it straight away with First Movement Solo, which is a different type of starter compared to Ostinato, because Ostinato does not have any conditions or restrictions on you, compared to First Movement Solo, which basically says you can only summon Melodious monsters that turn. Which, again, as you mentioned, it might seem like the field isn't actually that intimidating. But you do end on a decent amount of protection and also 1 or 2 disruption. What do you usually end on if it's just Melodious cards, do you think?
I feel like your prime board is the Etoile plus the one that banishes 3 from grave that I forget the name of now.
Is that one Barsha?
Yeah, it's the fusion monster.
Yeah. Schuberta?
Oh yeah, Schuberta, that's the one. And then in addition...
I said Barsha, that's a Unity monster.
And then I can't remember the name of the older one now that prevents targeting or destruction by battle.
Bloom?
Is it Bloom?
It might be Bloom.
Bloom doesn't sound like a Melodious card. Like they're like about songs. Yeah. No, it's a main deck monster.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right. Soprano.
Yeah.
One of the Sopranos. I think there's multiple Sopranos, actually.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But between it, you have a field, like, your interruptions can't be interacted with. That's the key thing.
Yeah, okay.
Like, making cards untargetable and unable to be destroyed by battle means that you can really just save
cards?
them. Yeah, well, if it's special summoned, then, yeah, all of your Melodious cards cannot be targeted by card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by battle. Oh, sorry, I think just the monsters.
Oh, okay, cool. Was that what it discards here? We had Thrust, I think. Interesting to play Thrust in the main deck. There isn't really too much cool stuff you can set turn 1 with this, it looks like. Maybe like a debag or something sometimes people do, but that's not really great into Snake Eye, but it looks like just Imperm. But I think going second is particularly powerful because you've got talents, you can get Prosperity, and most importantly of all, adding Ostinato going second is probably quite huge.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got like 6 powerful spells, which are like starters for you. So I guess the fact that all of your normal spells are starters, I mean, Thrust makes a lot of sense, I'd say. So you can, yeah, if your first one gets interrupted, you can just add another one and try that again.
All right, well, there it is. That's the full pure Melodious end field here. Remember the difference between Ostinato and First Movement Solo, which I think, ironically enough, I think... oh, wow, that's just an insta-scoop. Okay. Did we also have Schuberta online?
Yeah, there was a Schuberta in play as well.
So Runic for Hire Sprite is a deck which is absolutely reliant on the graveyard for all kinds of its plays. Maybe not so much the Sprite ones, but Runics, and definitely some of the Fur Hire plays involving Rex to revive and trigger your Justice for Hire, Folgo. Does utilize a lot of the graveyard. So I think maybe just Schuberta on her own is like super powerful against this deck.
Well, there's the fountain itself. There's the fact that you can't target your opponent's cards, which is all of the runic cards. Well, most of the runic cards target a monster or a spell trap on the field. So
I was trying to think if any of them don't target, but that'd be too powerful.
Runic tip, maybe.
Target in deck.
And that's a bit too powerful, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because it looks like Isaac has gone and opted for the, conceal your deck. Don't even try and attempt to play through because it's easier to, I suppose, mess with your opponent's side deck. They're not really going to be expecting Runic for higher Sprite, so in terms of side deck options, I mean, it's hard to really decipher what would be good to bring in.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If you're playing a unique deck, you don't want to give away information to your opponent, and maybe he's just thinking, game 3, because he is running 3 evenly matched, so maybe evenly matched is a card that's kind of devastating against Melodious in particular. Cards like Evenly Matched and Dark Ruler No More are really powerful, so maybe he's just hoping he can put some of those cards in his deck for the 3rd game if he wins the 2nd game when he gets to go first.
Yeah, I think as well, just relying on the fountain draws are super powerful. The ability to thin your deck out, we talked a little bit about this in previous rounds, but you thin your deck out and then fountain draw 3 is like absolutely huge. And then you draw even further with the Furhire cards by triggering the destruction effect when Folgo, I think some other card is destroyed, Folgo then draws 3 more. You are seeing like 6 brand new cards potentially on your opponent's turn. 9 really if you include your own fountain, then your opponent's turn with a fountain. Like it's a huge amount of draw power, which is why typically you will be playing like hand traps, I want to say, but even then it's actually kind of strange. We don't really have anything to draw into. It's just really just Runics, I suppose, is your hand traps, which is why this synergizes quite well with the Furhire cards.
Yeah, they're like hand spells.
Hand spells.
That's our new thing.
Yeah. Here's a really interesting card, actually. That absolutely destroys Melodious, doesn't it?
Retaliating Sea? Yeah, I guess that's probably what it's there for, right?
Yeah. I can't think of why that would be good for Melodious. So Retaliating Sea, for those of you who remember, is a card that says... oh, wait, what do we have here? Oh, we had a...
Hugin getting Imperm, but then normal summon Rex, so you kind of think to yourself, I'm very upset I don't have an Imperm anymore.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves discussing the Retaliating Sea there, but yeah, Microcosmos, when your opponent activates a spell that involves an effect to special summon. But it looks like Isaac is playing well here through the hand traps, and I think that's one of the strongest point of Runic for hire. There's a lot of sort of different cogs spinning simultaneously between the 3 different archetypes that all synergize quite well. So if you do get stopped on, your Runic play, which is the Hugin to get Fountain and give you more resources, you can just special offer a Sprite from your hand because it's a level 2, or just normal summon the Rex in this case. So there's a lot of just in-engine ways to keep pushing with this deck, and I think that's why Isaac, I guess, has just been doing so well with it, because lots of hand traps in the format, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does really well through effect negation, as you're saying, because you can use your monsters for so many different things. You can use them to make Donna and then summon back 2 for her eyes from the grave. You can use them to make Gigantic Sprite and summon a Sprite from your deck. It's... if you're summoning a monster and your opponent negates the effect, and then you get to use that monster for something else afterwards, you're going to keep your resource and your opponent's going to run out very quickly.
Do you see what happened there? He went activate Rafal, which is basically like a pot of prosperity in some ways. It excavates cards from the top of your deck, equal to the number of other Furhires you control. So he's got 2 here, so he excavated 2, and he actually got a Runic card. So after that initial Hugin was impermed, you can dig further with the Furhire, get a Runic card, summon the Hugin, get the Fountain, and then you're back online.
Yeah, he's just got another Fountain, so if he can activate
3.
Another Runic card in his hand...
This is Folgo, I believe, right?
Yeah, this is Folgo, probably.
I wonder why we have an intervention here.
Maybe just checking you can use Hugin twice in a turn.
Okay, well, here's Folgo. Folgo is specifically does require 3 separate monsters, I believe. So
is it different attributes?
I think it's different attributes or different monsters or something like that. It's probably typing or attribute related, just because that makes sense with the whole for hire theme of the deck. But yeah, this again like looks really good because after you play through that initial hand trap, you just keep pushing, and then you go into the gigantic sprite. This gets blue for Jet for a card, and it's just so many different parts of the puzzle here that it just work really well with one another.
Yeah, getting a like sprite gigantic after all this is just crazy.
So much value. Adding the starter with the Jet instead of the Smasher. So potentially wants to set up Carrot from the deck here, you know, to negate a spell and trap the opponent controls. Is really powerful against Melodious, you know, stopping an Ostinato or something, but could be more in terms of the extending plays, so we'll see. Just a generic link to Masquerena.
Great IP as well in this deck.
Ooh, hard with the Carrot, actually.
And Carrot. And Starter. Is the last card just a fountain?
I think so, yeah.
Or are there multiple cards?
I think it's one card in hand.
Oh, because you just so desperately want to have a Runic to go with the fountain, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, but it's probably okay, though, because you will get to draw on your opponent's turn with the Folgo.
Do you need to destroy something with a for hire card? Is that right?
So I believe the interaction is you banish from Rex in the graveyard, it specials, and then it destroys, and then when something's destroyed, Folgo triggers and draws up to the number of, like, materials or something. We'll see exactly how it
turns out. Yeah, I think you just need to destroy.
Ooh, Ash Blossom on Folgo.
With Chaining Rex.
Was it Ash Blossom on Folgo, actually?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then Rafal here gets to excavate.
Then you get
but it's
to look
only
at a couple
one
of cards.
excavate, though. Because it's only
other
for
ones?
higher monsters. It's a Runic! There you go. That's what he needed, after all. I think it was like one of the best ones as well. It was Freezing Curses, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, talents.
Put that back. But you've got the Carrot if you want to negate it as well.
You have to, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you want to keep that Freezing Curses, because that Freezing Curses can turn into 3 more cards.
Oh, another Thrust, though. Okay. This could be deadly. I mean, this searches any spell and trap as well, which could be evenly.
Ostinato.
It's actually Ostinato. Do we have a way to stop Ostinato here? That's the question. We have Freezing Curse to negate a card. So
I mean, you're happy if you get those 3 draws. Like, I don't know about you. When you've got like 1 card in hand that's going to turn into 3, your hand kind of starts twitching, and you're like, "Let me resolve it. Let me resolve it."
Yeah, I mean, anything that comes down here is going to be worth Freezing Cursing. Yep, there it is. Immediately Freezing Curses on the... is that the Shiberta? No.
No, that's the Baka. It's a really weird interaction with this because its effect says your activated effects of Melodious monsters can't be negated. But then the Freezing Curses negates that effect first, and then when it tries to, the activated effect tries to resolve, the effect that says it can't be negated is also being negated, so it negates that too.
Oh.
It's weird.
Okay, but it does like essentially completely fully negate the card, I assume, right?
Yeah, so it negates the effect that then protects its other effect.
Yeah, so there it is, scooping up game number 2 here, and I guess both players giving us a display of what exactly their decks can do going first, and masterfully played by Thomas in game 1, showing us how that full power, full combo of Melodious goes first, and then in game number 2 here, Isaac doing the exact same thing, but Runic for higher sprite on his deck, and also showing why it's so resilient as well to the basic hand traps, I like to call them, you know, Imperm, Veiler, Ash, that kind of thing. Nibiru could be a little bit tough, but even Gigantic Sprite locking you out of summoning from 2 or higher is a good part of the defensive strategy and the resilience that the deck can show.
Well, it's tricky because I think like traditional Sprite decks, you want to make that Gigantic Sprite before 5 summons, but if you're playing the for hire version, you kind of want to make Folgo before you make the Sprite Gigantic, and you're going to really struggle to do that in under 5 summons.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But with multiple copies of Blue, Starter, being able to establish Sprite Red potentially to help alleviate that before you go into your big Folgo push is really strong. So again, the idea is the deck is so resilient, and I think that's why That's why it does so well, and why Isaac has been piloting it to X1 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good into effect negation when you can just, if you're, you summon a monster, your opponent negates it, you summon a sprite, your opponent negates it, and then you turn them into a gigantic sprite.
Yeah.
It's so powerful into that, and those kinds of cards are all over the format. People are like searching for extra ones. They're running Veiler, they're running Imperm, they're running Mourner, they're running everything that just negates an effect. So if you're not bothered by these cards, then it sounds like a great situation to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, the only thing is they're very different in their deck building setups of these themes. The way it works realistically is Runic for Hire Sprite is almost full gas and engine, whereas on the opposite end of that, Melodious is actually quite a smaller engine and has a lot of space for defensive cards, like we saw with the Thrust, Talents, and all of the different hand traps that you're able to play. Now going first, we're nowhere near time, so I don't think he has to worry about that, although you do have the option to side Tam Tam as an example. But going first, yeah, it's just about bringing in more non-engine to help, deal with, or rather to complement that not so amazing field that it ends on. It's still quite a nuisance to get through all the non-targeting, as you mentioned. But if you back that up with just like a D-barrier, for example, could be quite strong.
Yeah, I think so. I'd be interested to see what is in the Runic side deck, because we see like Runic is a deck that really has to rely on its engine because it has such a big engine. You have like 17 Runics, and then the rest of it is your other engines. So you've really got to make sure the cards that are coming in from your side deck are super, super impactful. And as you mentioned, we've got that Retaliating Sea, which has got to be there for Melodious, and I guess Branded maybe?
Yeah, do you think it's good against Branded? Like Labellion, Recycle? Because I'm just wondering, like, why Retaliating Sea is in here? Special summoning with spell effects, is that super popular right now? I guess, like, your Sinful Spoils, right?
That summons, yeah.
Yeah, so when they go Sinful Spoils, you Retaliating Sea, and then that kind of turns off Flamberge and stuff. So I can actually see the relevance with this. I'm wondering why Retaliating Sea specifically. I don't know if it's, like, searchable in this deck. I doubt it, but it's mostly just trying to find more cool, unique hand traps that synergize with your deck really well because of that draw power. That's really why this works so well in this deck. Let's head on over to the table and see what our players are ready to do for game number 3. Okay, so Melodious is most likely going to be going first here, piloted by Thomas, and Isaac on top here. Going to go second and staring down a first movement solo. No Retaliating Sea, it looks like.
No Retaliating Sea in sight. There are 3 Dark Rulers, though, which again is another card which is super, super powerful against Melodious. It really likes having that end field of its monsters sticking.
Yeah, just fully reliant on its engine of putting down all of those really strong boss monsters per se. But you could be backed up with a bunch of hand traps potentially, I think is also still likely on Thomas's side here, or any of these side decked cards. Do you think D-Barrier is worth bringing into this matchup? I wouldn't really say
you can't really call fusion because you turn off your own fusions.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's more of a link deck. I mean, there is a gigantic... Oh, wow, there is the Retaliating Sea here.
Oh, he held it. I like it.
Okay, it was for the Concerto, I think, right?
Yeah, because the deck only runs 1 Concerto, so I guess once you've lost that, I quite like that, actually.
That was really smart by Isaac. I mean, it feels like he just knew that this is how you play against Melodious, so he could be quite practiced in this matchup, I suppose.
I was going to say, it's got to be something you practice, right? Because I think the first time you try a card like that out, you say, okay, you just play it on the first time you can.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go a bit more and you say, okay, like, I know if they play first movement solo, they're going to follow it up with a Concerto, and it's much better to get it on the fusion spell, because that way you're going to banish a few cards. You're going to get rid of the Concerto, which is really good in the graveyard. It gets you an extra draw, and then it recycles itself.
So Thomas has most likely never been in a situation staring down a Retaliating Sea, but he's probably been in similar situations, typically with something like Shifter, right? I mean, that's most likely going to be something he's like played under Racine before. Oh, that's really bad.
But can you chain Destruction?
Oh, is that Destruction?
This is the benefit of having 4 MST in your deck, like.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, you have to kind of. In hindsight, that is strange to bring in something like that versus this deck, right? Rivalry. I mean, it is super powerful, but when you have 6 copies of MST. It's well,
yeah, you can't always afford to play
yeah.
Tip for destruction. Like I think it's reasonable.
It's gonna
makes a lot of sense
here,
to
but
me.
this is looking like full combo here. Tributing the Retaliating Sea is so powerful because now you can search Maxi.
Exactly, and you get to turn off your own Retaliating Sea, importantly.
Yeah.
He is searching something with it, actually.
Oh, maybe he has a Contacting Sea?
But you wouldn't like... is there a... What does it search? An insect? I wouldn't put it past the for hire cards to have an insect with...
Oh, it is.
insect.
It is Contacting Sea. Yeah. Wow, we actually put in a target for this. That's really good.
What does it do, Contacting Sea?
So I think it like prevents. So like your opponent summons. It's sort of like Flying Sea, but you can't use it for any material. I think it's just better Flying Sea. Let's bring it up.
Yeah, but does it stop your opponent like Flying Sea stops your opponent XYZ summoning, right? Which was kind of the point.
Yeah, and contacting I think just prevents any kind of like material use. Let's have a look here. I think you can only... Let's just double check. I'll bring it up here.
Or does it lock you into link summoning or something?
Let's have a look. Special this card's controller cannot fusion, synchro, XC, or link unless they use this as a material.
I see.
So you can't make the Melodious Link monster.
Or fusion.
Or fusion, yeah. And you can't use Contacting Sea as a fusion material for any of the Melodious monsters because they can't use Contacting Sea. So I suppose the only thing you can do is link with it?
Yeah, that's super annoying.
So you have to make a link to... do we have any generic links? I mean, there's SP.
But you don't want to just... I mean, if you can make your opponent just make an SP. Oh, and there's the talents as well.
Wow, Isaac
Draws
is...
not stop coming.
All in with this, the side deck cards, or the defensive cards at least, like putting in so much work here. Just an absolute blowout, and what a crazy display of the power of this Retaliating Sea.
Because Runic is a deck where, like, if you kind of stop them from getting that first fountain draw, you kind of feel okay. But once they get that first fountain draw, your heart sinks because you know it's just going to keep steamrolling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Concerto Banish was really clutch as well. There's just so much going on Isaac's side here that I think might just be winning him this game.
Yeah, I mean, who needs a battle phase?
1?
No, you can run 2.
It's at 2, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
it is semi-limited.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was one of the very, very few cards. There's only like 2 or 3 cards that are semi-limited at the moment.
Yeah, used to be Malicious, but he came back recently. Nah, there's like a couple more these days, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not a lot though.
Okay.
Compared to the Forbidden list and the Limited list, there's like 100 or so on each of those, right?
Here is draw 3 now. So we got red. Gonna link away here for... Do we play sprints?
It's just Donner number 2.
First Donner, Tribute, Revive. Yeah, it's funny. The Donner is actually quite like a cool generic card that you can play in like kind of any deck, but it's soul charge for 2. So in this one, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it's even crazier here when we use the Rafale to excavate. Because we could see like 2 more cards, and maybe that might be some really strong non-engine.
Or just more Runics at this point.
There's a Dark Ruler that we don't really need anymore. Yeah, Runic would have been ideal, I think. Just takes Rex for follow-up, it looks like.
Well, you also can discard it with Rafale, right? To negate a monster effect, or is it any card?
I think it does need to discard a Fur Hire specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually really relevant, so... All right. I suppose the only disadvantage per se is you don't get your battle phase.
Yeah. Who needs the battle phase?
Yeah, there's 22 minutes left on the clock. I think he's going to be fine time-wise.
Just deck your opponent out, do it the cool way.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to deck out first with the amount of cards you draw, but
not really, right? Because Fountain recycles.
Yeah, that's true, but Folgo and... Is this a Donner number 3?
It is indeed. Donner 3 to make a link to give you the level requirements for Gigantic. And again, this is why this deck is just really unique in some way. It just has all of these interconnecting pieces between different archetypes that just have such good synergy. Almost like plants in a way, I suppose, between all of those different archetypes. Different playstyle, but It is.
The first Donner actually got bounced, so that was where. So he only runs 2, but 1 got bounced. So this is the 3rd copy he summoned.
All right. Flashing Fire for a summon, I think.
He can't have that many more Runics.
Oh, Munin.
Oh yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, good point. Just pointing to the gigantic sprite once you've used that.
Yeah, level 3. So is he forced to use the Flashing Fire? Obviously
I mean, you
not,
can't legally activate it at this point, because if your opponent doesn't have any monsters, probably would have been nice just to hold the Flashing Fire in your hand, and then you could destroy the Etoile in the end phase, because otherwise it's a little bit annoying. Maybe he just wanted to gain 1,000, but that doesn't seem super needed at the moment.
Yeah, life points is not going to be an issue so far. I don't know why he tried to summon the Munin. Interesting that we... So no Folgo established here, but it should be fine just with red, carrot, and flashing fire. Plus your draws as well. And contacting sea, by the way, as well, don't forget.
So it gets negated by red and then destroyed still by the flashing fire. And is that another Concerto banished as well?
Yeah, and then losing more resources off the top of the deck like this. I didn't realize you'd be playing 2 of that, but yeah, 2 of it now gone for the rest of the duel here. It's looking like way too much of an uphill battle for Thomas here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you normally run like 2 copies. Oh, you get the effect though when it's destroyed. Summon a backer from the extra deck, which is pretty nuts.
Okay.
Like just floating into an extra deck monster. Just trying the old-fashioned way, saying, my monsters cannot be destroyed or targeted anymore. Can you destroy them in any way? Can you out them? Because this used to be a thing. Like, I feel like when this card was first released, the Diva, people would just activate first movement solo and then just pass and see if their opponent could ever destroy it.
Make them indestructible, untargetable. I mean, it's like, it feels like somewhat. I mean, that card is very old when you think about it, right? So we didn't have as many easy to access ways of removal. You know, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh removal is just targeting and destruction up until maybe recently, right?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, like, it's still a premium, I'd say, to destroy things without targeting them or remove things without targeting them, but it definitely exists a lot more. Like, decks have their answers to it, I'd say. So, like, Isaac, for example, even if he can't destroy it, which I mean, I'm not thinking of any off the top of my head, but like obviously you're playing Runic, you can still just deck your opponent out. So like most decks have a way to win.
Yeah. The situation here, so could we not have dropped Contacting Sea at some point so far, or
maybe it got discarded for a Hugin, I wasn't sure.
Potentially, maybe we don't want to do it yet because we want to force them to lock themselves into Melodious with something like a first movement or the Link monster, then drop the Contacting Sea. Because yeah, right now you do have the generic ability to just go into Little Knight, for example, here, which is actually going to be used to banish the Fountain.
Yeah, SP is getting work in, and an SP as well is like doubly annoying for a Runic player because most I'd say the premium way to deal with SP is just to attack it. But you can't attack it when you're playing Runic if you don't have a battle phase. And I feel like Isaac is owing us like 20 battle phases because he played a lot of Runic cards. Can you imagine if that was how it actually works? You know, you just
for each one you're gonna
for
skip
each
that many
one
battle
you had to
phases.
skip the next battle phase.
Yeah, they'd still find a way to win in time.
Yeah.
Was that just like a hard drawn fountain? Did we search that? Is that a destruction?
That is a destruction, so it's probably going to summon a Munin now.
Yep, and then we can shuffle back what I assume is probably 3 there. SP Little Knight going to respond to this destruction to... Oh, okay, we're just going to chain the red, to negate and destroy the Little Knight. That was trying to run away by banishing itself and the Gigantic.
Can Etoile... It can bounce any cards on the field. Wow, that's really powerful.
Ooh, okay. Returning the Munin and the field spell here, but still gas in the tank here as we special summon blue. Normal summon, I think that's a Recon or Dompa.
That's Dompa, yeah.
Dompa, bring out the Rex. And
Rex would be able to pop a card, but it can't be targeted.
Honestly, it really is like beautiful to watch this constant transitioning from archetype to archetype. Like, oh, okay, like the runic cards have been dealt with now.
Has he not run out of Donnas yet? Like, this is just crazy.
Yeah, like the runic cards run out. Let's transition to Sprite. Sprite then gets us back into the Fur Hire. The Fur Hire draws us, and then those draws are most likely going to go, you know, full circle back into the runics. As you see here, as Rafal picks up a Freezing Curses. I mean,
maybe you want the Slumber? No, okay, you want the Freezing Curses. So I feel like Slumber's nice because you can actually target your own cards if you want to. Whereas Freezing Curses, it's much harder to activate. But it is so much fun, this deck, isn't it? You just keep cycling resources, you draw cards, destroy your opponent's cards, you just kind of shuffle your cards around and you still end up with 5 and somehow your opponent ends up with none.
Yeah, I mean, it's Yu-Gi-Oh players, you know, serotonin to just draw multiple cards, and nothing feels better than doing 3 every turn minimum. There's a fall goal being made here. Oh no, it's Underworld Goddess.
He's really teched out for the Melodious matchup, like, because the Underworld, like, yeah, I guess how else do you out the Aria? Is it called Aria? Am I just making that name up? The Melodious.
I think it's Aria,
yeah.
I think it makes sense, maybe, just because of how much this deck can like put up bodies. Underworld is just like really strong in that regards. The negate effect is also like kind of relevant as well into some matchups, so you've got that going for you. I think we're just gonna activate this as our first card here.
This feels like a repeat of last turn,
yeah,
right? We're doing the
exactly.
Flashing Fire, then we negate it with red, and then he's gonna get to summon a backup from his extra deck if he wants to. He's got, I mean, maybe Thomas is gonna run out of extra deck. I don't know who's gonna run out of cards first. Like Isaacs seems to just have an infinite supply of Donnas in his extra deck.
And more important than that is Isaac's ability to resolve this fountain here. Drawing 2 more cards off of the Flashing Fire synergy there.
Still hasn't been any life point changes, but I said that we got 13 minutes, so.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the runic sort of drawback, maybe. It's not very good at dealing a lot of damage, or rather consistent damage. It kind of, you know, fully controls the field. You have to constantly skip this battle phase. Once you've established that whole control, then you can you know, hold on to a runic ideally and then proceed to attack on the following turn after. So this is, oh, Freezing Curses, okay. This Contacting Sea must have been discarded, I guess, at some point, because this didn't really feel like any other reason to use it here. But yeah, Freezing Curses negating, banishing off the top, and we've already drawn this turn, so we won't get the benefit of the fountain now. Okay, but we're just going to scoop it up. I think Thomas realizes that it's just over from here. Hand is Herald, by the way, which is a card we didn't get to talk about, but it does let you have some synergies with the discarding and destroying of fairies.
Yeah, I mean, Herald is an absolutely incredible card. Just any fairy deck just gets this massive boost of being able to play this unreasonably powerful hand trap.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think of the deck? I mean, it was a great display by Isaac.
I think it's super cool. I mean, we were talking about it before. It just kind of quietly disappeared. It wasn't like it had any big hits. So maybe it's the time to come back. I mean, it's very cool to have a deck where you think you can out-engine people and you just can bring your deck's engine. And then you can just stuff your deck full of it. Runics have got this bonus. As we saw, that Runic Destruction is just absolutely clutch. And the idea of just being able to run MSTs as part of your engine in case of things like Rivalry, Skill Drain, whatever else, it's insane. Like, imagine other engines just having like in-engine back row removal. Would anyone ever think about running Skill Drain again? No.
Swiss Army knife of a deck, honestly. It does everything and has everything available to it. I think it was Dean Kabui who like first popularized this, right? Was it the
YCS London?
Was it a YCS? Was it on the World Championship playoff?
No, it was YCS London. Yeah.
I mean, it's remarkable, honestly, how, especially during that time, it felt like there was nothing really to sort of innovate upon, and then suddenly these Fur Hire cards came into play, and, you know, man's out here drawing like 6, so... I don't think we got to see the Folgo resolution in this game, did we?
I think it drew 1, because if you have 3 different attributes, you draw 3, and if you don't, then you only get to draw 1, and obviously it's your sad consolation prize. Drawing a card's still pretty good, though, most of the time.
Yeah.
You're just kind of spoiled with Fountain that you get to draw 3, and drawing 1 feels rubbish.
Nothing compares to 3 per turn, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like better than Pot of Greed, you know? Like
True. 3 is a bigger number. The advantage, I suppose, over, or rather the disadvantage compared to Melodious, talking a little bit about Thomas's deck, it's still really cool in what it does, but just having all of that non-engine coupled with multiple starters of just 1-card combos still has a lot going for it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it really depends what kind of style you like, because again, like if you want to have those consistent hands, then you'd like to play all engine, and then if you like to have that ability to go second and have these powerful cards going second, then maybe you like to play a deck with a smaller engine and then a couple of non-engine cards to go with it.
Yep, well put. Right, everyone, thank you for joining us. This is going to be was this round 7? Round 8? This was round 8.
Yeah.
We got to get a interview set up here with Isaac momentarily. Tells a little bit about his deck and his choices in his side deck for the format, etc. So stick around and we'll be back in just a moment. Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's our round 8 winners interview here, joined with Isaac. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. It's nerve-wracking on stream, but I'm feeling good after that. It's a hard matchup for Runic, so Melodious.
To me, it felt like you were really prepared for that, because there was Retaliating Sea, which doesn't feel like a card that you would normally consider, but it was really good into this, and you held it specifically for Concerto rather than on the first movement, which I thought was interesting.
Well, the first movement, they can link off the guys, but they're always going to go for the Concerto, and then you just want to get the Concerto banished, because if they play 1, for a Runic deck, just having a 1 of banished is just really good in the grind game. So.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you're experienced with the Melodious matchup, I suppose, right? Like, you got friends you've tested against, or?
I've got a few friends who played it, yeah.
Okay.
I've played a lot on online, so.
How do you feel about the your deck's kind of, I want to say, like, lack of non-engine in some ways, right? Because it is like, it feels like it's like 36, 37 cards of just Runic for hire and all of the...
There's only 5 non-engine in the deck, but...
Yeah.
If you draw it, you draw it. If you don't, you can normally play with Runics and things like that. And then the Runics they're so good because they're both engine and non-engine in the same cards.
Yeah, that's kind of the cool thing about them, right? They work as so synergistically. I suppose maybe in the grand scheme of things, you know, your X1 this deep into a tournament. I mean, elephant in the room is Snake Eyes. Like, how's that been?
I played it once. It's not been that.
Only once?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not been that much around, to be honest.
All right.
And
how was it?
I beat him 2-0, but like. I went first, won the die roll, and then if you get to combo off, it's really hard to stop you with hand traps, which is like Snake Eyes' way of playing.
Yeah.
And then game 2, he did his full board. I just had a few board breakers, and then ended on the Typhon, which can bounce a guy, and then he can't flamberge you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've also got Typhon, which is really strong because you have so many ways to swarm the field, and then I guess at some point, if they stop you, you can just slap that on top, and then spin something away. So that's really cool. Do you think like the gigantic lock restricts you at any point, or has it been
mainly
fine?
restricts you like going second because you can't Typhon. So a lot of the time you'll have the Folgo and then you use the Raphael to make a Typhon underneath it, and then you can just sit on the like kind of the draw lock and bounce a guy, and then they can't use 3K guys, and then you're just in a comfortable spot to win the game from there.
Okay, so one other thing, you're playing Chaos Hunter. We saw it before on stream. We weren't really sure what exactly it's amazing against, and it's also one of what's.
Okay, so it's just a mannequin cat target if you get shifted.
Mannequin, okay.
Yeah, so you just target it, you summon it to their field, and you get Chaos Hunter, and then they can't banish cards anymore.
Sure. Okay.
So against like Cash or just random decks that you would lose to if you went first in the open shifter, like and Tenpai as well is siding. A lot of them are siding shifter, so it's good for that.
Yeah, that's a cool way to tech in there, so that's really awesome. How's Evenly been in the main?
If I draw, it's good. I think I've pitched it more than I've used it in second. But
that's the thing, because like you want to draw cards, but like Evenly's quite dead if you draw it like into your.
If you open Evenly though and you use it, it's just like a win. Well, it's not a win, but they have to go so neg to like play around it. You can normally just try and like make it work, but I mean against Melodious it's not the best card because they can just banish the whole field, and then the main problem is you can't target them, and then that doesn't change anything.
But you had the Underworld Goddess for that anyway, so that worked out quite
mainly
nicely.
for voiceless, but
oh sure, okay, that's fair. Yeah, and I think that's one of the cool things as well, because worst case scenario you just discard the cards even if it's useless in that situation.
Like, what's what happened with contacts? So you just get out of my hand, don't need it.
All right, thank you so much for joining, Isaac. Good luck for the rest of your tournament, and thank you for showing us a great display of the deck. So congratulations with your win.
Thank you very much.
No problem. We'll be back with our next round. I believe it's going to be the final round of the day for Swiss for today. So thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. I'm here sat down with two duelists for another quiz. First of all, on my right, who am I beginning with?
Yeah, my name is Hashim.
Hashim.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. And where did you come from?
I'm from Oman.
Came all the way from Oman, both of you, yes? What's your name?
My name is Malik.
Malik, nice to have both of you here. So competing in your national championship all the way from the Middle East, which is part of the regions in which Konami Europe actually takes part of the tournaments and stuff. So traveling all the way to the UK this weekend. But let's do our quiz today. So I'm going to ask you each a question. If you get it wrong, you fire it back. Whoever has the most points at the end will be the winner. Nice and simple.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Okay. I shall begin with you on my left here. So my first question to you is, what won German Nationals 2023?
Oh, God. I don't know if I know this. Let me guess.
Take a guess.
Who was popular at the time? wait. Runic Bistio, right?
No.
Oh, was that the YCS?
That was the recent YCS.
Yeah. You know?
Yes.
Tinkabui was a Labyrinth.
Yes, congratulations. All right, first point on the board here to Hashim. I guess this is your question now, so question number 2. What won YCS Dortmund in 2023?
What wins any YCS in Europe? Plants.
Very good. All right, 2 up for Hashim now. Malik, how many nationals happened last year?
Many nationals?
I doubt you'll get the exact number, but I will take the closest as the winner for this. So how many national championships did we have last year for the 2023 season?
I'm going to go with 9.
9, okay.
I mean, I definitely win this one. 12. I think it's closer.
It's closer. The correct answer is 21. Okay, you're trailing quite far behind. You're on 0-3.
I wanted to do math, but then I was like, 9 is just too low. Let's go for something
Good logic, good logic. So it's your question now. What are the attack points of Kashtira Fenrir?
Just attack points, yeah?
Just the attack points.
2,400.
2,400, exactly 2,400. All right. Malik, what are the defense points of Nibiru the Primal Being?
600. No, wait. No, 600 attack, 3,000 defense.
Nibiru has 600 attack?
I think so, wasn't it? I forgot. All right, I'm going to go with... I'm going to go with 600 defense.
That is correct. Yes, Nibiru has 3,000 attack. That was close. All right, so you got a point now?
Finally.
All right, we're on the scoreboard. All right, so Hashim, how many rarities are there in the 25th anniversary rarity collection? Total rarities. And again, closest will be awarded the point here.
Sorry, ask the question again.
How many total different rarities,
okay,
so Super, Ultra, etc., are there in the 25th anniversary rarity collection?
9.
9?
No, it's 5. I think I know this. It's 5, right?
The answer is 7.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
So it's a draw.
Was it rarity collection 1 or 2?
1.
Oh, how is it 7? All right, it's fine. So
all right, well, you're both equal. All right. So next question for you, Malik. Name 5 pot cards.
Pot of Greed. Are we counting band cards?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Pot of Prosperity, Pot of Desires, Pot of...
It gets hard after the obvious ones.
Yeah, it really does. Pot of Desire, Pot of Extravagance, and Pot of... There was that one. Oh, God. Pot of Prosperity. Oh, man. Pot of Duality. All right. Next.
Hey, easy. All right, 5 pots. Can you think of any others?
Acquisitiveness, Dichotomy.
Riches. Avatar of the Pot. There's a few. I bet you would have got that one, Avatar of the Pot.
Avarice.
Oh, yeah. Avarice, yeah. There's a few. There's
a lot, yeah.
Okay, so final question here. I mean, this isn't not much of a tiebreaker, but I guess for fun, because I suppose you won this by now. But what are the monster types in the Kashtira archetype?
Psychic for sure.
Okay, got one.
Warrior, because Riseheart is a warrior. Tearcash is a psychic. Is Scarecash a psychic? What am I missing?
I'll tell you that Scarecash is a psychic.
Are you going to stop me when I'm done, or are you going to wait for me to give you that?
I'll give you a reasonable amount of time to think.
Okay, so I said psychic. I said warrior. Is a Riseheart a machine?
Correct.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, that's the 3 typings.
Oh, yeah, I remember because I thought you could mega fleet it, and then the rolling doesn't work that way. Yeah, yeah.
Or system down if you really want. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. This has been a quiz from our Amani guests here at the UK National Championship 2024. You got yourselves a pack of Rarity Collection, which will open soon. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next round very, very shortly.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the last and final round of day one of the UK National Championship 2024. Very exciting day it's been. If you missed any of it so far, feel free to go back on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU YouTube channel, where you can check out some of the feature matches from this weekend. And trust me, there's a lot of really cool ones to see. And speaking of cool, there's even cooler decks here to look at, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we were having a poke through again just to have a look at what we should have on the feature, and I saw this deck and I thought this looks amazing. I'm really excited to see. We have a Lightsworn deck on table 5. I mean, that's an incredible record for anyone, but with a completely new and innovative deck, which you're obviously a big fan of as well. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Tier Limit 2.0, I suppose, in some ways. And if you're curious, there's actually 2 Lightsworn players who are around about the top 20-ish tables this deep into the tournament. So that's new best deck. I don't know. We'll see as we head on over to the duel and see what we have in store.
As you say, new best deck confirmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if VJ here has actually won the dice roll, which will be pretty important. Doesn't look like it, though, based on the... Yeah, there it is. Ooh, starting with Ostinato here. Yes, we already provided some Melodious gameplay for you already, but it's nice to see Melodious regardless as something that is somewhat a little bit underrepresented compared to... Snake Eye, at least, which for tomorrow in day 2 we'll most likely be seeing quite a significant amount of that, won't we?
You never know. It could be Lightsworn dominating the top cut.
Absolutely.
Along with Melodious.
You know what? It's just like the raw numbers of them entering that hasn't allowed it to become as dominant, I think, right? Just the conversion rate's going to be 100% though. Into top cut.
I mean, we haven't got any sort of official stats on it yet, but having had a look through the top tables, I'm seeing an awful lot of Tenpai as well.
It's pretty diverse, all things considered. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing YCS indie numbers, to be fair. You know, of, gosh, 24, 25 out of 32 top cut spots. There is quite a significant spread still available. I don't know if that's just like the generic sort of flip-flop nature of the meta going between best deck to anti-meta deck, etc. But yeah, it's quite varied here. We've seen all kinds of things on stream. There's a lot of Tenpai, as you mentioned.
I mean, I'm all for it. It's nice to have a variety of decks. It's nice to, you know, have lots of different decks to have a look at, see how they do. Also, new decks coming out. You know, these Lightsworn cards are still very recent, as are the Melodious cards. So not only are people innovating with old decks, but they're also seeing how the new cards can be used with those decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam's showing us our first turn Melodious combo here with just Ostinato. And remember, Ostinato is the one that actually doesn't lock you, which I find interesting because at some point here I think there should have been like an Apollosa, but this is like, I guess, going for a purer version of the Melodious combo.
Yeah, it seems strange because Ostinato is clearly like better than first movement solo, but has less of a restriction.
I think it's interesting because there's like different adaptations, even just this weekend that we've seen on stream, of the just the different ways that people have been playing these decks and building them.
This looks very like pure, and you see, I've heard other players maybe mixing in a couple of other engines. But this list we're looking at, it seems like you're really focused on just resolving your core Melodious combos and then maybe backing it up with a bunch of hand traps. VJ just having a look there, he's like, what, that banishes 3 cards from my graveyard, but I'm playing Lightsworn. I mean, he probably didn't say that bit out loud, but, you know, that doesn't sound like what you want as a Lightsworn player.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a significant amount of disruption depending on what you mill here. But I think that should be quite easily baitable with a Charge the Light Brigade hitting 3 wolves, you know?
I was thinking that. Charge, hit 3 wolves.
I don't know if you even want to hit 3 wolves in that scenario, right? Against Schuberta.
You might as well just hit 2.
You get like full value that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool because you know, like I said, Melodious has been played in kind of different ways, and I'm not gonna lie, every time like someone activates the fusion, or rather like the concerto, I suppose, and then goes and uses the scale, that will always jump scare me. I'm not gonna lie.
Why, you don't like the scale?
We've come a long way, you know, fusing with pendulum scales.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite cool. It's nice that, you know, there's some, like, it's got both fusions and pendulums. Aren't that many archetypes that could say that these days?
DDD.
DDD.
Yeah.
And Lunar Lights.
Do enjoy a bit of that. Odd Eyes.
Yeah.
You ever played
They're
Odd Eyes?
more of a pendulum, but I suppose they do have a couple. It's like, that's more like a pendulum with a fusion. I suppose this is more of a fusion with a couple of pendulum cards.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Not a great prosperity, actually. That's really rough. I suppose like the Imperm is good enough. Yeah, so doing the classic, I'm going to make my full combo field here, and then afterwards, I'm going to dig deep after removing all of those pieces out of my deck and find some defensive cards here.
Was that a Soprano that you picked up? Not the
actually
Imperm?
just didn't go for the Imperm in the end. He actually picked it up initially and then put it back, so I don't know. Maybe we're trying to go for... Does Soprano give you an extension, or is it just follow-up?
I'm not sure. I mean, Prosper into Imperm just feels rubbish. You know, it's just, you can't just take Imperm going. It's so mediocre when you're going first. It's absolutely incredible going second. But I just I can't, you know, activate Prosperity and then pick it going first.
Yeah.
It just would upset me.
All right. Well, I mean, this is a lot of Melodious monsters.
It's just
here.
another Schuberta. Yeah, okay. Maybe he knows what's up. Maybe he knows the jig that he's playing against Lightsworn, and he's just going to put out 2 Schuberta.
Is it not once per turn?
No, it's once while it's on the field.
Well, this copy's on the field, I guess?
Yeah. So if you banish it, you can do it again.
God,
you can just banish your opponent's entire soul. Really put them in the Shadow Realm. You can banish 3 more, and then banish your whole field, and then it all comes back, and you can do it again.
That's just terrible for Lightsworn. I'm not gonna lie. Okay then, well, we'll see what VJ does to get out of this situation here.
It can't be targeted, but you know what doesn't target?
Go on.
Judgment Dragon.
Judgment Dragon.
There we go. Somehow you got to get your 4 Lightsworns in grade first, though.
He's not playing Judgment Dragon. He's playing Punishment Dragon.
Ah.
Which is actually good, though, to be fair, because... Oh, wow, okay, scoops it up and, yeah, just concedes that game. Did we see this exact same scenario in the last round? Was it Sprite versus...
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
and it got turned around, so it's anyone's game.
Yeah, just the reverse sweep is incoming. I can feel it right now. Lightsworn opting to not show the opponent or give any valuable information as to what they should be side decking. Just pick up your cards. You don't know what I'm playing, and let's go to game number 2, where I have full information.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be a... Yeah, again, like a reverse sweep for Melodious again.
Although if someone makes double Schuberta against me, I feel like maybe they know what I'm playing.
They know. I don't know what else you make with Melodious. But maybe something. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't really offer a suggestion. I assumed Ostinato would be going into Apollosa, Masquerena, various Link plays. You can even go Vortex Dragon just with Ostinato. So I suppose not. Even Baguska if you want to make like a rank 4 instead. Lots of options, but...
Well, Baguska will turn off all of your fusions.
Well, the idea is like if you have Baguska, you usually go Baguska Apollosa.
Oh, I see.
Because again, like there's so many different ways to combo and build. Maybe not build, but combo with Melodious. There's multiple different lines you can take with Ostinato, but this was just... the pure version, just going with Melodious monsters?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the build that you're running. As you might try to go with the in-engine, you might try to go off-piste and use some different cards. I guess when you stick within your engine, you often get a lot better like resource management, because if you're overlaying cards, you're linking everything into Apollosa, it's all kind of gone if that field gets cleared, whereas this way, your fusions, you know, you can recycle everything with the Etoile, so... And you get all your pendulums come back, and you get the summon with Concerto. Etoile?
Yes.
How are you supposed to say it?
It's French.
Okay, how do you say it then?
Etoile.
All right, I'll say Etoile.
What does it mean? Star?
I don't know.
I'm sure.
I know a little bit of French.
Sorry, go on.
But not very much.
Yeah, you know all the references in Melodians? You got Bach, right? You got Bach.
Okay.
What else is there? You know the composer.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, and then there's the concerto and...
Yeah, I know that it's referencing music, but I didn't know what Etoile was based off of. So.
I think all the fusions are actually named after composers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go to game number 2 here, as VJ is going to try and compose some destruction with this Lightsworn deck.
What are the Lightsworn cards named after? Pop quiz. I mean, I have no idea.
I'm not sure, actually. Lila, Raiden, Angels, I think, actually. There's Michael, the Arch Lightsworn, I think. I'm pretty sure that's it, actually.
I've never seen this combo in my life, but I'm definitely here for it.
Regain
Allure. Banish a Dark, shuffle it back, draw a card. Happy days.
Basically Pot of Greed.
Or you could discard your whole hand. That's also a possibility.
Blind Alluring, yeah. What happens if your opponent Lancias your Allure?
Nothing.
That's a good point, yeah.
Well, you get to draw 2.
I had a friend of mine who discarded their whole hand.
Yeah, it's not super obvious. Was that an Ogre?
Ghost Ogre to destroy the face-up continuous effect of Branded Regained.
That's devastating. I love Branded Regained. I don't want to see it destroyed. I want to resolve it.
I don't know if it's devastating, right?
It's emotionally devastating.
Psychic damage has been inflicted here as we go for Seti.
It is a sidekick.
Yeah, exactly. King Sarcophagus added with Seti here. Don't forget the draw as well, which gives you some way of recurring that advantage.
I guess if you Ogre the Regained and then your opponent plays King Sarcophagus, you feel like a bit of a... You've been had, you know? They got me.
I'd love to see what we discarded with Seti, because if it's a Lightsworn, it's kind of relevant, because we could have Dragonling in the hands. But it looks like we're just going to go... By the way, Ghost Ogre, this is what you want to Ogre. Right there. Ooh, discards Weiss. So we do have a Lightsworn in the grave now. If we have Dragonling in hand, or we could just try and just get to Dragonling here, most likely with a Zombie Vampire.
So now we've got 2 Horus cards already?
Yeah, we had Happy. I think it was discarded, or... yeah, I think it was discarded off the...
And is it time for a zombie vampire?
I think so, right? If you have a way to keep playing, Photon Lord is really nice to insulate you against a potential Nibiru. But generally, yeah, just going for full-on gas like this is strong. There's nothing good to really mill, I think, in Melodious as much. That you're at least not enough to really warrant you not milling, if you know what I mean, like weighing up those pros and cons. Definitely not compared to Labyrinth anyway.
I know, Labyrinth, that well-known graveyard-oriented deck.
All right. Oh, big Imperm here, actually. That's really powerful. Oh, and this is the thing with Lightsworn is... Oh, no, there's no way. Do we draw Dragonling? Our normal summon Raiden. Take me back. Take me back. Bestial Labellion. And what is that? A Protoss. Interesting. Okay. You can actually side deck Protoss because you can get to it through the Infernal Banshee.
That's very cool.
Yeah, this is really rough, though. I mean, you can't extend much from here. I feel like this is why I'm so confused as to, you know... VJ's...
Oh, that is a Dragonling. Here we go.
This just didn't do anything. That's incredible.
Is the Dragonling a tuner or a non-tuner?
No, you send Fellas.
This is amazing.
Yeah, so you have a Lightsworn in grave, which we did manage to mill. We got the Vice in the grave from the discard, which allows you to use the summoning condition Dragonling, special summoning itself from the hand. Then on special summon, it gets to send a Lightsworn from deck to the grave. You send Fellas because it's your tuner. Now you have a 4 and a 4 to go into a very familiar monster. Minerva, but has taken on a new shape as a synchro version, which now gets to
just send 2 Lightsworn. It's just an incredible card, this.
Yeah, so it sends Lightsworns up to the number of Lightsworn materials used for its synchro summon, which I think is one of the balancing acts from preventing just any deck to use this.
But like you use 2 Lightsworns, like you get 2 back, and then you get to mill 4. Like
yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. Like it's a custom card.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
Yeah, so you send a beast. They have to be different typings. So you send a Beast Warrior, either Fellas or Wolf, depending on which one you have or have not triggered that turn, and then the Vice brings back the opposite that you were missing. So usually the tuner access here, and Raiden is actually really good as tuner access here. Is if I don't know if we can actually get to. Well, typically it is a hand loop deck, as you can see why we are making Omega. If you get a level 6 on the field here, which is possible potentially with would Minerva get you a 6? Not really. And a 6 and a 4 usually goes Dissipator, then Dissipator brings back the Omega, and you do it again.
So you get to mill some number of cards. Was that 5 he banished?
It's up to 4. So you banish 4 Lightsworns and then mill that many.
What can you mill at this point?
nothing, it looks like. Just more wolves and
Safer would have been the best, actually, right? Because if you mill Safer...
Safer, add back Libellion would be sick.
If there's a Libellion.
Which is why I like the heavier dragon version, because VJ's actually playing like a... I mean, it's still pretty heavy on dragons, but he's only playing 2 Libellion. He only plays 1 Zephyr. I don't think he plays the Chaos Dragons. Wyvern Burster and Collapse Serpent. I actually don't see... Am I...
No, I think you're right. I can't see them either.
Yeah, so he's a little less on the dragon portion of the deck here, and I think kind of just plays just more Lightsworns.
I'm definitely here for more Lightsworns. You know, that's what we're all about.
So not milling too great with the Minerva, all things considered. It's really unfortunate as well that we drew the Punishment Dragon, because Dragonling is even crazier than you think, because normally you go with the Synchro Summon of Minerva, you Synchro with Minerva and the Dragonling. Minerva's Chainlink 1, Dragonlink is Chainlink 2. Dragonling adds the Punishment, or JD, depending on what you play. And then that gives you a level 8 body, which means worst case scenario, Minerva gets to mill 4, and then you have a level 8 that you can special summon, in this case Punishment Dragon, because you would banish 4 and you would have 4 names banished for Punishment Dragon summon. Okay, great, we've drawn a second Imperm.
Another Imperm, and then Ostinado to seal the deal. Oh, Prosp.
Yeah, so you would get back the Punishment Dragon from the Dragonling, and then that lets you go into Photon Lord, or to continue with the Zombie Vampire, for example. So, yeah, Minerva is absolutely incredible. Like Dragonling is where it roots from, but yeah, it's super strong. But yeah, Prosperity. I mean, we've just turned off everything here. It's really sad. I feel like VJ just got out disrupted here. There's a Talents, which is kind of dead here. There's a first movement solo, and it looks like we are going for it. Yeah, first movement solo is, I suppose, the missing piece of the puzzle here that he needed for the engine portion, as we did draw a decent amount of disruption.
Yeah, there was a ton of non-engine there, right? There were 2 Imperms.
And the Ghost Ogre for the Regained, which wasn't incredible, but not putting back the Punishment Dragon felt like it must have hurt a little bit.
Well, it just would. He would have drawn a card. It would have been this, like, drawn an extra card and got the Punishment Dragon off of the Dragonling.
Imperm for turn is so powerful. Can't be understated how good that was there, because the only disruption that VJ even had remaining was SP, which, I don't know, do you think a first movement solo can play through just an SP?
I think it probably can, but, you know, I'd rather not.
I'd rather not have to ask that question.
But yeah, this is now looking very good for Adam. Once, I mean, there's that feeling once you've answered all of your opponent's cards, and then you just get to start doing your own thing, and you play one first movement solo, and you accrue a colossal amount of advantage. You just kind of, you feel like the game's just swinging in your favor so massively.
Swinging indeed as we set the scales. We haven't seen a Pendulum Summon yet today, I think, from Melodious.
Yeah, there were a few. It's not like as big in Melodious, because you kind of do it at the end.
It isn't as flashy.
But it's still there. It's a nice way of getting your Aria. Special summon.
Summoning back, adding back. Do we have OTK lines in Melodious?
It's a bit harder, because a lot of them get summoned in defense mode of different things, like Baka summons in defense. But I mean, I'm not even sure you need to. Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? A deck like Lightsworn, like usually when you break the field, there's not a lot left. Worst case scenario, they can go like Zephyr, banish, add back a Levianeer maybe from the graveyard. Top decking Dragonling maybe, but at that point we've already used Minerva.
And like there's going to be Schuberta.
And Schuberta as well.
like this is devastating, because as we mentioned before, like you can activate Schuberta, banish 3, and then just use Etoile for nothing. And then just do it again during your opponent's next turn. So he's going to lose 6 cards out of his graveyard.
Absolutely.
Which is an awful lot. And there's going to even be 2 Schubertas. Oh no, he's going to banish like the whole graveyard. This is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, all of your follow-up, if any, because it's a glass cannon. That's kind of how Lightsworn sort of has always functioned in some ways. So once you shatter it, it's kind of over. But even further than that, any follow-up you do have comes from your grave, and as you mentioned, you know,
it's gonna go. Like this is not nice to watch. It makes your Lightsworn player in your heart cringe. You're gonna watch like maybe up to 12 cards being banished.
Yeah, it's just like a mini soul release.
It's a big soul release.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen twice as a quick effect. Like,
wait, is that it? It's just gone already? No. Yeah, there's still some left here. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna make a second one. But like at least 6 cards are going to be gone, and it's going to be 3 every turn, basically.
Graveyard disruption like this is rarely like, you know, game winning against a lot of decks, just because, you know, some decks aren't super graveyard reliant sometimes. Like even Snake Eye, you kind of have to use it at like the right time. But against this deck, I mean, it's, gosh.
A lot of time it's just kind of the icing on the cake, but
yeah, exactly.
It's very good for grind games. Like it looks kind of innocent, banish 3. You think, well, that doesn't deal with anything that I currently have on the field, but sometimes banishing someone's entire graveyard can really stuff them up with no resources left, unless your opponent's playing Kashtira.
That's usually where a lot of the follow-up comes from.
And then back comes Schuberta.
And the King Sark in the hand here is whatever. You discard and send with the King Sark, and then you just banish it all again anyway.
Because I'd almost rather leave it on the field, but...
Okay, yeah, the Omega does come back this turn, to be fair. So 1 level 8 Synchro Body. Could attack over the Schuberta, maybe, before, like...
I can't remember the full stat. Oh, it can't be destroyed by battle, actually, so...
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Because of the aria.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's like, can be targeted, can be destroyed... all of these things are protecting, right? You can only attack like the highest attack one or something as well, I believe.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but it can't be targeted or destroyed by battle. It can be destroyed by card effects, but
it's a very resilient field, basically.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a sort of simplified game like this.
VJ's thinking, might as well. There isn't really much point in scooping, but let's try and do something here. We know there's a King Sark, and I mean... Where does this really get you?
Yeah,
activate
you just,
King Sark,
and then you resolve it, and then your graveyard just gets banished again.
Yeah, you activate this, discard, send. Surely not, right? Must be trying to like commit to a normal summon or something. I mean, I can't think of what would be a good top deck here.
You could even bounce the King Sark in response if you really wanted. Like,
yep, on resolution. King Sark, discard King Sark is just kind of nothing, right? And then look at this. Definitely going to use immediately use the effect of the Schuberta, get rid of, is that an Mseti or? Doesn't really matter. It's a Horus monster, which are the only relevant cards here for VJ. Plus we can get rid of, what else was that? Nothing relevant. Oh, there's that Super Agent, by the way, that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, like you said, you just want extra level 4 extenders, so I don't know what's wrong with Collapse 7 and Wyvern Bestic. They're like really good level 4 extenders, but...
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about VJ's deck earlier, and something we noticed is like there's like a Tearlament Shiren, there's a Spyro Super Agent, and like the logic seems like you just want more level 4s to try get to Minerva to just keep milling, keep extending. But not playing the Collapse Serpent Wyvern Burster feels like... just not ideal.
I mean, I guess the downside is if you haven't got going yet, you can't use them because you don't have anything in the grave.
That's always the risk, is like the setup with Chaos Monsters.
And I think this is going to be 8,000. Like I think the Sonata bumps everything by 500 as well. So
that is a lot, and good games, scooping it up. VJ unfortunately faltering here to the multiple disruptions and hand traps of Melodious, coupled with the amazing in-engine graveyard removal that Schuberta offers.
Yeah, it's a really old card, Schuberta, but it's putting in work. I love it when like old cards just come back. You know, they're resurrected from somewhere and they just start
Not
like
from the grave, apparently.
Yeah, wreaking havoc on the metagame. That's really cool. Like the fact that people were siding Soul Release a few months ago, now you can just, you know, banish everyone's graveyard for 3 with an in-engine card is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be understated just how you might not be like playing against Snake Eye every single round, but occasionally you will find amongst the metagame of a tournament of this size that you'll be playing against, you know, some kind of non-Snake Eye deck, and that's where these type of effects really shine, because they offer so much outside of Snake Eye, because so much resources in Yu-Gi-Oh comes from the graveyard. So Schuberta just is such an easy to summon and powerful monster in that regard.
Yeah, although I just want to imagine like it's going to go full circle and people are just going to start playing Kashtira to, you know, deal with this meta menace that is the Schuberta. You know, you can banish my graveyard, it's fine.
Banish my graveyard.
You can banish my Apotheosis, don't worry about it.
Add back cards, bring them back for free with Birth. Yeah, maybe that's the play here.
You can take it out of my graveyard and put it in my second graveyard.
Exactly. It's the second grave for some decks, which and further than that, if you look at the graveyard, a lot of people sometimes describe it as the second hand in Yu-Gi-Oh! So
it's your third hand.
Third hand?
The graveyard's your second hand. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I was thinking of your.
Well, in that case, if you've got 2 in your hand and 1 in your hand, then that's 5. Yep.
All right. I think it's probably about time to wrap this one up. We're going to get a interview from Adam. He's going to walk us through that match here and tell us a little bit about his deck list as well and his thoughts on just his tournament roundup. I suppose we're going to have a little player interview. This is going to be us for today, however. So round number 9 will be concluding 2 or 3 tomorrow of Swiss. And then, of course, that all-important top cut, which I think should be 64. And then we'll be crowning a new champion of the United Kingdom. Exciting stuff.
It is exciting. Will we get another Scottish national champion there? Well, obviously, if you were in the main event, clearly we would. But, you know, without you, there's only 50-50, right?
Hopefully, you know, we got to make up for yesterday's footballing performance, I suppose. We'll take it from there. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, to repeat, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards EU is the YouTube channel where you can find all of the recaps and all of the highlights from this tournament that you may or may not have missed. There's a lot of good games in there that I would recommend you check out, especially Tearlament. Thanks so much for tuning in. And Tom's going to give us a player interview with Adam in just a moment. Don't go away.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for our round 9 winner interview. Congratulations on that win, Adam. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, thank you.
And how did you feel going into a feature match? Have you been in one before?
No, that was my first feature match, and I was honestly very nervous.
Mm-hmm. But you handled it very well. You know, you looked pretty cool, you looked pretty calm, and you played all your cards very well.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Did you? I mean, how did you feel? Did you did you feel like you got into the match, or do you think you were just kind of sitting back nervous the whole time?
I think I was sitting back nervously because, especially after that game 1 where I had no idea what he was playing, I was like, oh, what do I side? I'm there like, and I find out I'm playing against Lightsworn. I'm like, oh, I got 3 DD Crow in my side deck. I don't have them with me because the only thing I chose to side was a Feather Duster.
Yeah, not too helpful against Lightsworn. But, I mean, obviously, you got 3 DD Crow in your side deck, but you've obviously got in your extra deck that SHUEISHA, which looks almost like 3 DD Crows in one, right?
Yeah. Every time I've resolved it today, I felt great about it. Just taking out so many of the opponent's cards. Gaining the extra attack is also sometimes relevant, especially using the effect when they don't expect it in a damage calculation.
Yeah, no, that's really neat. It's a little tricky because not that many effects can be used in the damage step, right? So if your opponent's got a couple of graveyard effects, you can just catch him in the damage step. Did you get anyone with that today?
I didn't catch any graveyard effects that off, but I did use it to increase the attack.
Oh, excellent. And so your opponent was playing Lightsworn. Is that something you've seen before much of?
I've seen it like once before, but not with how like a build he had. I saw like a Spiral Super Agent and Arch Nemesis Protoss. I'm like, if some of these cards like, I don't know what they're there for. I'm almost worried.
Well, it didn't look like you had anything to be worried about. You had some interruptions. You really seemed to shut your opponent down with those.
Yeah, it's nice to play a deck which has so much room for non-engine, having all the hand traps, having Ash, Ogre, Veiler, Imperm.
Yeah, I mean, you look like they were very clutch. You know, those 2 Imperms to negate pretty much everything your opponent did. But by the time it got to your turn, so you must have felt very confident when you played that Ostinato on the beginning of game 2.
Yeah, it felt good to play that Ostinato every time. All the advantage, you know, it just starts snowballing. It's like every time I resolve that card, I feel like, oh, I'm in heaven.
Well, that's what the card art would definitely suggest, right? They're all the angels.
Yeah.
And so how did you decide to run this deck for this event?
Well, I picked up the deck on launch. The only decks that I actually had available to me were either Vanquish or Melodious. I decided on Melodious because even though Vanquish had got Shifter, which I felt would be strong, I had a feeling I'd be going up against a lot of rogue matchups. But I think Melodious really shines because of SHUEISHA and the Flowering Atoll. They make this like this loop, and it's very hard for a lot of rogue decks to play against it. And I found that when I played rogue matchups for a lot of the day, really.
Oh, excellent. And so how did you go about building your deck?
Well, I tried to just keep to as consistent as possible. So I wanted 40 cards specifically. I ain't going over by 1. I need my 3 Ostinato, my 3 first movement, and my 3 refrain. I want those 3 cards in my hand as much as possible and just tailor everything towards getting those 3 cards.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of players love that kind of deck building style where you really focus in on those engine starters. And how did you choose the non-engine cards? What took your fancy?
So, a lot of people have been saying not to play Ash Blossom because Snake Eyes, they have the Hito line, but I chose to play it because the theory was with so many hand traps, it should still be fine to play Ash, and then Ash once again comes in clutch in all those rogue matchups. And then I was on 3 Ghost Ogres till almost the other night when I decided to put Crossout in. And I was like, oh, I gotta change my ratios. Gotta have 1 Mourner in the main deck, 1 Bell in the side so that I have all the hand trap coverage. And yeah, they came in clutch at several different points, not only for Crossout, but for just drawing a Bell and the opponent not having a Crossout target for it.
So what card did you manage to hit with Bell? Was it your opponent's Ostinato? What?
It was a Mourner, actually. I hit a Snake Eyes Ash with a Mourner, and later in that duel, I used a triple Tactics Talents to look in his hand. I saw Crossout and a Mourner, and it was...
Wow.
I was like, oh, I see why it didn't get negated.
That sounds like it's gone really well for you. So is that now you are 8-1?
8-1, I believe.
So how are you feeling? Have you been this far into a national championship before?
No, this is the furthest I've got in anything, really.
Oh, wow, you must be really excited. There's a few rounds to go. You're going to, make sure you get a good night's sleep and come here bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah, bright and early.
Well, Adam, congratulations on winning your feature match and being such a great score.
Thank you very
And
much.
best of luck for tomorrow. And everyone else and Adam will be back here 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll see you then.